You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday night, January 13th, 2023 at around 11 p.m. And today we're doing something quite special. We're traveling back to 1937 to play this crime dossier game, File on Fenton and Farr. You can see it's sort of disintegrating in front of our eyes here. So let's talk about what we're going to do today. We'll catch up, and then I'll spend a little bit of time talking about the history of these games before we start playing. Okay, so today we're going to be playing what I expect will take us 2 full 7-8 hour streams, and that is to play File on Fenton and Farr. Most of these other games of this similar type have taken us 2 parts. One thing that's unusual, however, is that we won't be continuing tomorrow. We'll be continuing on Sunday. That's my expectation. All right. Once we start playing, this is full of spoilers. If you watch this playthrough, you won't play it on your own. So you should leave once we start, but you can hang around for the beginning. However, most of the games I play on this channel, you could go buy new if they're still in print, and if they're out of print, just, $20-30 or so. This one's a little different. This was printed in 1937. You'll see as we get into it why it's so hard to reprint, but it was never reprinted, at least outside of the 30s or so. And the book we're playing today is the rarest of all of these that we've played, File on Fenton and Farr. I don't know exactly why that is. Books 1, 2, and 4 seem to come up on eBay fairly regularly for maybe $50 or so. This one was on eBay. The cheapest price we found on eBay was like $150 in really very bad shape. And Jonathan Warner, one of the viewers of this channel, found us a copy that was like $95. So this cost me $100 to get my hands on, and this is the rarest of this whole set. So if you were ever going to pick a game to watch a stream of, rather than buy it and play it yourself, this is it. Especially since you'll see that these get read in order every page. So if you buy it and play it, you're going to have the same basic experience. It's also nice to do a game on the channel that doesn't have coverage elsewhere. Most of the board game content you find on YouTube is there's sort of a rat race to get the earliest videos of any given game, but then there are dozens and dozens of them. So it's nice to do a game that is so rare and has so little coverage and deserves more coverage. Okay. Jonathan Warner says, is that an updated version of Ghost in the Machine? No, I don't think I have a copy of Ghost in the Machine. I'm not sure what game you're talking about. There are some new things on the shelf for you to find if you want. All right, so let me talk, before we get into the history of these games and everything, let me talk a little bit about some other bookkeeping stuff. Greg and I just finished playing through Pandemic: The Clone Wars and recording a couple of videos, a short review, an hour and 20-minute review, and a couple of playthroughs. Those are up. Most of them are up. The long review isn't up yet. We also recorded a little video review for Decorum, which was a game that I raved about after Gen Con. And you'll have to watch the review. I did a 180 on that game, and that might be worth it to watch that game, to watch that video just to see how our opinions differ on that and what happened to my love for that game. I also posted a gadget video update to the gadgets I use for live streaming. If you've watched my 5-hour course on board game production I forget what it's called even. It's Micro Studio board game production for YouTube, something like that. You can watch that 5-hour series. There's like 15 videos about lighting, audio, cameras, etc. I just updated my gadget video, so I talk about some of the newer gadgets I'm using, like my tablet arm and all that stuff. If you're interested in creating a YouTube channel, you might check that out. And then we just finished a week or so ago playing 7 sessions, 45 hours or so, playing the Queen's Park Affair expansion for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which you see there in green. And I still have not posted my review of that on YouTube, but keep your eye open for that. And then lastly, I will be doing another live Q&A video, chat, whatever it's called, channel update. I combine the channel updates and the live Q&A in one video. It's time for another one. I'll be doing that sometime in the next 2 weeks. I made a post on the YouTube community tab asking for questions ahead of time. If you might not be able to make it, please do post your questions there. I like the philosophical questions like, what's wrong with you? Why are you trying to make a YouTube channel? And what's the worst part? Those kinds of questions are always interesting. All right. So we are playing today a game written in the 1937, this one, part of a series of crime dossiers. Some people call them feelies. We've played a bunch of these. There's about 70 hours on the channel of reviews and playthroughs of these types of games. There's a playlist on the Co-op for Two channel where you can watch through some of these. And the one that I talk about the history of these games the most, I think, is my review of Dennis Wheatley's 4 books, which are here. These are actually the reprints of them, but the early reprints that had all the material in them. So this was the first one, and this is the one that sort of was the landmark game. And if we just look through it, you can see if you've never seen one of these, what they are. It's a mystery that you're trying to solve, and it's full of letters, photos, little memos that you find, and then there's some actual physical, like, actual evidence, hairs that were collected from the scene, a little matchstick collected from the scene. Apparently, what some of the history web pages talk about, this was actual hair from nuns that was collected in certain ways. Anyway, you get to the end, you try to solve the mystery. Now, these weren't the first mystery games made, of course. There were early publications, early books prior to the 1930s that had sort of like little puzzles. And there's a famous one called the Baffle Book, which is from the 1920s, which had a bunch of little mystery stories and then questions at the end. The questions actually look quite familiar to anyone who's played Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. But I think what was probably different about these, and they came out when this whole fanfare about fair play mysteries, the golden age of mysteries came. Those are mystery stories that you're reading along with the detective, and you're trying to solve it along with the detective, so that by the time it gets to the end of the story, you've seen everything the detective has seen, and you can try to solve it. What was different about Dennis Wheatley's books that caught on fire for this very short window of time was that there have been other mystery stories where there might be like an illustration in it that you might have to study, or a cipher that you could decipher. The Gold Bug was a famous story where there was a cipher as part of it. But what changed here is that basically the entire book is a collection of evidence. There's no narrative. It's not like a normal story with some pieces of evidence, and there are a couple other books before and since that use this idea of a book with a couple of pictures and evidence. Here, it's the entire book. The entire book is evidence. And although it changes a little bit, Dennis Wheatley, you should watch my review of all of Dennis Wheatley's 4 books. Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Links. But Dennis Wheatley was a real fiction, famous fiction writer. He did not just mysteries, but sort of some horror and occult books. And the reason this game, well, okay, a little bit of history, then I'll catch up on the chat. So Dennis Wheatley made he's in England, and they caught fire. They got huge attention, and the Americans wanted to get in on it. So they licensed his first book, Dennis Wheatley's first book, which is, they renamed File on Bolitho Blaine, which is here. You can see this was actually interesting. I got a hard cover, but this is identical to that one I showed you first. And there's a little map here and everything. Okay, but why is it called File? Because it was basically presented as a police file, and everything in it is documents that you would find in the police file. And these are the progenitors of our current batch of what's become a very popular game type, which are these cold case document dump games where you open the box and it's just a whole bunch of evidence. It's interesting to see that the modern versions are unordered. That's part of the puzzle, is figuring out how they make sense. But it's interesting to see this shift, because now in the modern games, maybe you get 30 pages of evidence, and it's very dense evidence, but there's no narrative thread to it. There's no order of that evidence. You just are expected to go through it, make sense of it. Whereas the experience with these books, as you'll see, or if you watch some of our playthroughs, is much more narrative, much more like a book, in that it's presented in a certain way to convey a story and an arc. And in some ways, it's a more successful way to present these documents, because you get them in an order that the author has designed for you to help guide you and create an experience. And the other thing that's so different about these games from our modern games, well, one other thing that's different is that these were written by accomplished writers, serious mystery writers. These aren't little one-offs by a a game designer who's dabbling in mystery. And we'll talk about this particular one. Okay, but before I continue with the history, let's catch up with the chat, which I should have done a while ago. Let's see how everyone is doing. Megan says that she got 3 of these from one of the other viewers who she's with. The only thing you have to watch out for with the Dennis Wheatley games is that they were reprinted a couple times. These are sort of the 1980, early 80s reprints that have all of the evidence in them. So they're reprinted, but it's essentially identical. There were some hardback reprints of these that have no actual evidence. They're just photocopies of the evidence, which takes a little bit away from the experience. They're fine to play, but it takes a little bit from the gimmicky nature of these. So if you're searching on eBay, if you have them already, if you happen to have the one that's just photocopied, no real evidence, that's fine. Just play it and imagine it. But if you have a choice, if you're looking on eBay, since they are affordable, make sure you get the ones that are these softback ones that have all the evidence. We've played all 4 of these on the channel, and I think we all agree that, well, there was some difference in opinion, but 2 and 3 are our favorites, I think. Jonathan says that Here with the Clues is less story focused and a bit of a different experience. Yeah, I can't remember. I think that my favorite was Robert Prentice. If you watch my review of them, I talk about which is my favorite of the Dennis Wheatley books. All right, let's catch up in the channel. Anyone else? Oh, Jonathan was saying Postmortem 1 and Gothic. Okay, that's the old copy. I still haven't heard anything about their new copy, Jonathan. John says, been reading an annotated version of The Big Sleep. Interesting. We did start a thread on the Board Game Geek Guild, which you can find a link to on the community tab of this channel, where we started talking about the campaign detective game set in from the 1920s to the 1950s that I've started working on. I'm just about ready to pull the trigger and really start focusing on it. And one of the things that has got me a little more motivated is we had someone come by, or someone dropped me an email, Adam, an illustrator, who said he might be interested in helping illustrate some of the cases and stuff. And he posted an image on the thread where we started talking about these cases. And it's quite motivating to imagine that we might have some different people contributing to either play testing or ideas or proofing, maybe translating and illustrating. It's kind of exciting to think about sort of really working on this project. What else are people up to? Anything else? Any good movies? I went and watched, we did a triple feature at the local theater here. We watched Megan, The Whale, and The Plane. They were all, I mean, The Whale was pretty good, as you would expect. The rest of them were just what you would expect. Not very good, but entertaining. And I go to the movies mainly to just hang out with friends, eat popcorn and candy. So we were just excited for the triple feature experience. I don't know how long AMC is going to be in business. The movie business seems like it's on the ropes. And especially with the streaming services like Netflix seeming like they're increasingly a more viable way to release a new movie. Matt is still watching through our episodes. Someone posted on our guild about how it would be nice to write a history book of these games. There are some interesting little histories of these games. There's a tiny thin one called Here with the Clues that's not really very good. And I just came across another post on one of the better blogs reviewing modern escape room games and things like Deadbolt Mystery Society. And it was by a guy named Brent something. I forget. It's Escape Room Gamers or Escape the something is the website. He had a good post about the history of some of these games. If I find a link, I will find a link to it after we finish the stream and add it to the comments. It's a site worth visiting. So I'm not going to write such a history book, but someone should write it, and I would be happy to help, and I'll write a chapter in it. I did talk about the history of these games before one of our first playthrough of the Dennis Wheatley, but I think my review of Dennis Wheatley goes into more history about all of these games. So, okay, I guess we're done catching up. I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of these others, and then we'll take a look at ours, and then we'll get started soon. Okay, so Dennis Wheatley makes his first case, Murder Off Miami, otherwise known as File on Bolitho Blaine. As he gets halfway in, or after the first one, the Americans want in on it, so they license his first book, and they release it as Crime File number 1, File on Bolitho Blaine, which is here. So this is the version published in America, and they called it Crime File number 1. And then they released 3 more, different from Dennis Wheatley's 3 additional ones. Crime File 2, which is File on Rufus Ray. Crime File 3, which is the one we're playing today, File on Fenton and Farr. And then Crime File 4, which is File on Claudia Cragg. I can't quite see it, but that's what it was. Okay, so we played Crime File number... Let me just set aside the one we're playing today. We played all of the Dennis Wheatleys. Then we played Crime File 2 by Helen Riley. Helen Riley was an accomplished police procedural mystery writer. Of all of the Crime File games, this was my favorite. And the Americans put a little different spin on Wheatley's book. Same idea that you're looking through a police file, but Helen Riley really had the ear for police language and like different personalities of different policemen. And so it was really like a little, in addition to all the police evidence, we saw like much more embracing the idea that you're looking through police documents. So memos from police officers to other police officers discussing the higher ups, the internal politics, and lots of little subtle humor there. This was my favorite. You can watch our playthrough, but if you're going to get, well, we haven't played the last 2, so I shouldn't say that. But Helen Riley was a serious writer. And then we ground to a halt because we didn't have the 3rd book. So that's what we have now. We have File on Fenton and Farr, and after we play that, we can play File on Claudia Cragg. Now, File on Fenton and Farr was written by Q. Patrick. Q. Patrick was a pseudonym of a group of people that changed over time, sometimes known as Patrick Quentin and some other aliases. And both of the last 2 books are credited to Q. Patrick. All right, so I'm gonna delay getting into those until we get ready to play our File on Fenton and Farr. Let's just put games away as we go through them. All right, so before we get to ours, 1937 File on Fenton and Farr, let's just look a little bit at the evolution of this idea. This was part of the first wave. Let's call these the first wave. These 19, maybe you might even call them sort of disintegrating in front of us. You might even call these second wave. First wave might have been the Baffle book and those early versions. And then our second wave is Dennis Wheatley. The third wave, and I guess, well, we've got a couple of in between. So here what we have is the Castle Island case. This one actually doesn't fit into these because it doesn't have documents and it's more of a story, but lots of little photo evidences. And maybe you would say this is a spin-off genre of the photo puzzle games where there's a story and puzzles that you can use. Okay, so maybe we don't count that one. But here is between the 30s of Dennis Wheatley and File on Fenton and Farr and the 80s, there seems to be a gap, like nothing is published here in this genre. except for this one, which was 1950, Murder Memo to the Commissioner, which we played live. And although this doesn't have physical documents, and I don't think it ever did, I think it was always in this form, this does follow that pattern of you're looking at a police file and there's no third-party writer. There isn't a story with some evidence. It's all evidence. Everything you're seeing is like, well, this is a memo from so-and-so to so-and-so, or a report. There's photographs of evidence, photographs of police files, newspaper files. Everything you're reading this is the contents of a police file. So there was our 1950s. Okay. Then we get nothing, again, at least not that I know of, until we get to the 80s, and Simon Goodenough produces these three dossier books, which are based on Sherlock Holmes stories. As far as we understand, we've not played any of these yet, but as far as we understand, these are basically retellings of these classic Sherlock Holmes stories, but with evidence. Photos, fold-out newspapers, very high-quality evidence, like the Dennis Wheatley games. I mean, they're on different paper stock. There's some physical items. Here's an envelope with contents in it put into the game. Some of these have some physical objects in them. So these are very special experiences. If you have someone who's a Sherlock Holmes fan and wants to sort of really revisit a case with some physical evidence, these look like the way to do it. The only danger here, though, is that you probably can't enjoy these as a mystery to solve if you know and remember the stories well, because they're not new mysteries, they're retellings with physical documents. But if you know someone who isn't familiar with these stories yet, these look pretty exciting. We'll get to these on the channel at some point. Okay, those are the 80s. Then the other thing that happens in the 80s is the reprints of Dennis Wheatley. And then in 2000s, we get these set of books, all made by the same company, I believe. And these are much lighter on actual evidence. We played Dracula's Heir on the channel for Halloween, and there are items inside the book, a little note, little diary we find, a letter, a couple of a missing chapter from Dracula, newspaper here. So these are more stories. It's mainly a story with physical pieces of evidence and little extra stuff inside it. This one probably is a little more evidence-y in terms of it's a crime scene investigation with actual real seeming documents of analyzing the evidence. Here's an actual full color photo, etc. So we'll probably play these last two at some point. Here's a Sherlock Holmes themed one, but a new case. And they're calling these interactive mysteries. I don't know if that's the right name for it, but it's a story. It's a book with reading, but with little extra pieces in it to help move the story along and make it feel more compelling. Okay, so there's our history of the field before we embrace our actual travel back in time to file on Fenton and Farr. Okay, a little bit more to talk about with this book before we pause, catch up, and then take a break and then start into it. So I said Q Patrick. Oh, there's a little blurb here. Maybe we should read what this little blurb says. Dennis Wheatley and Helen Riley made history for mystery story fans with Crime File number 1 and 2. Now Q Patrick gives us a third thrilling experience based on the strange and baffling deaths of Dr. Ferdinand A. Fenton and his attractive young secretary, Pauline Farr, at the Greenlands Academy for Boys in Greenlands, New Jersey. All right, so Hugh Patrick, I already said, was a pseudonym of a group of people. The main two people is Hugh Wheeler and Richard Webb, and they were accomplished mystery writers in the 30s and so. This is their first time doing such a game. And if you look at the back of this, we can see, be your own detective and solve mystery stories yourself. In the crime files, you have all the actual clues before your eyes to find, study, to interpret. That's what has made Crime Files 1, 2, and 3 all bestsellers. Now, $2.25. That's what they all sold for in 37. $2.25 adjusted for inflation would be, according to my calculations, about $47. This was an expensive luxury purchase. If you can imagine, I mean, there was no Kickstarter, no one was spending $200, but $47, that's a serious purchase. This was not a trivial thing to pick up. There's very little written about it on the web from people who actually experienced at the time. It's all people rediscovering it, which is a shame. There are a couple of newspaper articles here and there reviewing these when they came out, but very little. But you could imagine purchasing this in the 37s, getting together with your friends and really going through it as an experience for several days. All right. Anything else to talk about before we take a little 5-minute break and jump into this? I mean, for those of you who have seen my other streams of some of these, this is probably quite boring to hear me repeat this over since I've talked about much of this before. But it really is a fascinating experience. And one of the things we'll be doing, so if you haven't joined me for one of these before, I will be reading every word. This will take us a long time to do. It's mostly just listening to me read, but we'll be trying to make sense of stuff and taking breaks to talk about it. But if it doesn't put you to sleep, you may want to stop watching now. I mean, these videos are useful as audiobooks to help you go to sleep, I think. But as far as an engaging experience, it's only a few people who can actually process this over YouTube on video. And it's very enjoyable for me to share this experience with them and hear their thoughts as we play these. But don't feel like if you don't enjoy it watching it, that you might not enjoy it picking one of these up yourself. So when we break here, before we come back and spoil it for you, that would be a good time to leave and go get it yourself or wait for it to be reprinted. Maybe it'll be reprinted someday. Anyone else have anything else in the chat they want to update us on the projects they're working on, movies, music, etc., before we take a break and then get started? It looks to me like all of everything is in here, but there's no guarantee. I mean, it's possible something got lost, but I don't, based on what I see in here, there's a couple interesting, you can see there's this big giant gap here, but I didn't really check the endings. Typically, when you get to the end, there's a page you're supposed to break, but it tends to be already opened up by someone. I believe it has been, but hopefully it's all here. Nothing else? No one has anything else they want to say? All right, so what we'll do here is we'll take a 5-minute break, then we'll come back and we'll get started on this. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. But first, Anna says, we have a saying that repetition is the mother of knowledge. So I feel I'm more and more knowledgeable about narrative mystery games. Okay, great. All right, I'll see you all in 5 minutes and we'll get started. Okay, we're back. File on Fenton and Farr, 1937, Q. Patrick. All right, let's see what we got here. We're starting out with some script, the Bane, some cursive. All right, let's see if we can't mainly stick to this view. So, from the Detective Bureau, County of Greenlands, Courthouse, Jordan, New Jersey, Joseph H. Burbank, prosecutor for the... I might need my glasses for some of this. Prosecutor of the Pleas, I see, and Andrew Thorpe, Chief of County Detectives. Just trying to look. It looks like there's some little writing here. 2241. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be telling us here. Okay, June 22nd, 1937. Dearest Dora, 2:30 a.m. Wednesday, all quiet in the county courthouse. I'm sending this to something, so you'll have a line to greet you when you get these. I'll miss you, baby, and the chief will certainly miss his pretty blonde stenographer. Here we go. Here's our first look at how 1930s differs from 2022. He said today it was lucky this was a law-abiding country, because if anything happens these next few weeks with Dora Prout on vacation and the prosecutor in a something hospital with his leg in a cast, it'll be just too bad. As you see, you're as important to the chief as his own boss, and to me also. Okay, so writing to Dora. I'm sending this to, what does that word say? Well, I can't tell what this is saying. So you'll have a line to greet you when you get these. Okay. So we're reading a letter from Joseph Burbank, I'm guessing. Okay. Or Andrew. All right, and then she's written on these, maybe after she's gotten him, or he's written, telephone 2:30 a.m. Fenton, Mrs. Beatrice, tell Jordan 14, husband missing. Dr. Ferdinand Arnold, General Contracting Company, 8 p.m. Notify hospitals, on a little sketch of a bird. Whew, she says. 42 years old, Doc F., Greenland's Academy for Boys. Okay. What? Black tie, blue suit. Okay. Not sure what that's all about. All right, 6/22/37. This is again same person maybe, or he's saying, I'm sending you this to, what does the chat think this says? Sending this something to you. Sending this to blank, so you'll have a line to greet you. Okay. Anyway, it looks like more of the detective file. 6/22/37, 2:30 a.m. Miss Beatrice Fenton just telephoned. Her husband, Dr. Fenton, headmaster of the Greenland's Academy for Boys, is missing. Leastways, he hasn't come home yet. Dr. F. left his private house on the school campus at 8 p.m. this evening. He was on foot. He said he was going to walk into Jordan to see Mr. Rawlings of the General Contracting Company about the improvements they've been making on the school boathouse. When it got late, Mrs. F. called Mr. Rawlings home. They told her Dr. Fenton hadn't been there at all this evening. Mrs. F. and her father, Mr. Talbot Osborne. Boy, I really would prefer to read this off the screen, but sometimes it's difficult. Mr. Talbot Osborne, the bird naturalist who lives with them, don't have any idea where he is. They're worried something has happened, seeing He isn't the type to be drinking in some roadhouse or being still in the garage, etc. Mrs. F. gave the description of her husband as below. Description of Dr. Ferdinand Arnold Fenton. Age 42. Weight? Mrs. F. doesn't know. I'd say 165 pounds from seeing him around. Height nearly 6 foot. Complexion dark. Eyes light blue. Hair grayish and thinning. Description of Dr. Fenton's clothes. Blue serge suit, white shirt, black tie and shoes. No hat, no raincoat. He started out before the thunderstorm. Phone the following. 2:54 a.m. I phoned Greenland's Hospital. 2:59 a.m. Locks Mills Hospital. No admissions or exits. Okay, so you see the detective is saying he's reported missing. Here's what I did. I made a couple calls to the hospital. That's what you would normally do. Someone's missing. Let's see if he got into an accident. He said he called both these hospitals. No sign of him. 3:06 a.m. Notified the state police headquarters, Trenton. Dr. F's description radioed to all state troopers. William Reiser, county detective. I see. Okay, this is William Reiser's account. All right, now we've got a little photograph of Dr. F.A. Fenton, headmaster of Greenland's Academy, delivering the oration at a prize day exercises at the Academy yesterday. So here's a recent photograph of him. Actually got something written on the back of this photograph. It says, record from Who's Who. Fenton, Ferdinand Arnold. Born in 1896, Oakland, California. Master's Stanford, PhD Yale, 1919. Assistant Master, Yosemite Boys School, 1921 to 26. Member, Cal State Prison Parole Board, 1924 to 1930. Headmaster at Greenland's Academy, 1932. 1934, Beatrice married, 1934 to Beatrice Talbot. Clubs, he's in the Bird Lovers Club, the Yale Club, the California Goodfellows, whatever those are. Okay, married 1934, so married 3 years ago, been working here for 5 years at the Greenland Academy. All right, so June 22nd, this is continuing from June 22nd. Dora, dearest, I scribbled telephone numbers and details over the letter I was writing, so I suppose it goes on office file. The chief being so hot on keeping records, etc. Listen, honey, you'll certainly be interested to hear your old boss, Fenton, is missing. Maybe it'll turn out a real case, a kidnapping, etc., and I'll get a break like Joe Wyman over in Drayton County and make off 100 smackers from me. What is he saying? Smackers from me. If those True Detective books, which would be just what the doctor ordered for our honeymoon. Maybe it'll turn out a real case, a kidnapping, etc., and I'll get a break like Joe Wyman over in Drayton County and make off 100 smackers. 100 smackers would be the slang for dollars, but what is he saying? Make off 100 smackers for me if those True Detective books, which would be just what the doctor ordered for our honeymoon. All right, he's saying he's just doodling on these notes, but they're going into the official file. Somehow I'm missing what he's saying here. He's saying maybe this is going to turn out to be a real case, not just a guy who, didn't tell his wife when he was going somewhere. But then what is he saying about money for if these detective books I ordered? Telephone 3:40 a.m. Farr, Mr. Philip Pauline Arabella. Wow, who the hecker be missing next? Wife missing, blonde, good. 7 p.m. on foot. He's just making little doodles. But now the wife is missing? I guess these notes are sort of like, we don't know. He's just doodling them out of context, so we have to figure out the context of them maybe at some point. Jonathan Warner says, I think he's saying he can sell the story to a magazine if it's a juicy true crime, he says. Let's see. Maybe I'll get a break and make 150 smackers from one of those true detective books. I see. Yes, you're right. He's saying maybe I can write a book about this. Okay, I think Jonathan's right. All right, here we go. Still June 22nd. 3:40 a.m. Mr. Philip Farr, writer of the... Let me see if I can zoom this in a little bit. Writer of The Patio, Jordan, just called. His wife, Pauline Arabella Farr, has not returned home. This is the part about wife missing that he doodled. Missing party is Dr. Fenton's private secretary, as well as treasurer to the Board of Trustees up at the school. Left home on foot this evening just after 7 p.m. Mr. Farr said that, having tuberculosis, he sleeps on a screened porch and doesn't share a bedroom with his wife. He only noticed she wasn't back when he woke up and got a glass of water. Over the phone, Mr. Farr seemed angry rather than worried about the absence of his wife. When asked if he knew where she went, he said, quote, she told me there was some school business to attend to with Dr. Fenton. Monkey business, no doubt. When asked for a description, Mr. Farr declined, saying if I didn't know what his wife looked like, I was the only man in Jordan who didn't. It so happens I have seen the missing party around often. This is the description I made up. Description of Mrs. Pauline Arabella Farr. Rough, he says, rough description. She's under 30. She's got a neat figure. She's slim. Height's medium. Complexion is good. Eyes blue, I think. Hair blonde. Comes out under her hat in a no-like. Don't know what that means. General effect. Miss Anne Harding. What does that mean, general effect? Is that... Is this a character in a book that we're supposed to know who Anne Harding is? Or a public figure? Is that what he's saying? He's saying she reminds him of Miss Anne Harding. And he says, have notified hospitals in case of Dr. Fenton as well as Polly's hotspot and Danny's place. Also, shot description to State Police Headquarters Trenton. No one answering description. William Reiser, County Detective. Jonathan agrees, yes. Miss Anne Harding must be someone that the people that he assumes we all know who she looks like. But maybe we're going to get a picture of her. Here we go. Well, there's a femme fatale. Miss Pauline A. Farr, retake from a photo found at the patio. I guess she's not a femme fatale, but she's a looker. All right. Under 30, he says. Where was the patio? Writer, Philip Farr, writer of The Patio. I guess we're going to learn more about what this patio place is. All right, there we go. Miss Anne Harding. No, sorry, Pauline Farr, who looks like Anne Harding, whoever she is. All right, and she's the secretary, Fenton's private secretary. So Fenton's missing, and she's his private secretary. She's missing too. And then on the back of her photo copy, it says, record from Berwyn-Mayer alumni. Pauline Arabella Arnold, born 1907, Two Forks, Iowa. Bern-Mayer, class of 31. Did not graduate. Married 1930 to Philip Erskine Farr, graphologist. Accountant, Greenlands, New Jersey. First Civil Bank, 1932. Treasurer, Board of Trustees, and Secretary to Headmaster, Greenlands Academy, 1936. Only been secretary for 1 year. 1936 she started. All right, here we go. Let's continue. Still June 22nd. Report of County Detective Reiser to Chief of County Detective Thorpe. Subject Fenton Farr. In response to a call from Mr. Osborne, Detective Scamwell and I drove around to the Greenlands Academy for Boys. The campus, where the classrooms, dormitories, etc. are, was deserted. Yesterday having been prize day and almost all the boys and staff having left for the summer vacation. We hurried to the Fenton house, which stands back by itself behind some trees. We got there at 8:29 a.m. Mrs. Fenton and her father, Mr. Osborne, were in the living room, where we were taken by the maid, Maisie Leroy. They were standing over a boy of around 13 who was dressed only in swimming trunks and was laying on a couch all pale, scared, and jittery. Mr. Osborne was in pajamas and bathrobe, but Mrs. Fenton was fully clothed. They explained the boy was Donald Grant, one of the 6 still at the school, whose father was motoring in from Chicago today to pick him up. He had run to the house a short time before. Something had frightened him, but they couldn't get him to say what. They were all scared it might be something to do with Dr. Fenton. Scamwell and I spoke to the boy. He was crying and carrying on, and it was hard to get sense out of him. But it seemed he'd sneaked out early for a swim in the creek, and he'd got almost as far as the school boathouse. That bush, he kept saying. It was by that bush I saw it. Then he started talking wild again. All I got was the 2 of them lying there sort of stiff and funny. And he's given us a little map here. Let's take a look at this. What have we got? Bodies. All right, let's come back to this. I'm not sure why this isn't on the next page. We'll come back to that in a second. He says it's sort of stiff and funny they were lying there. This sounded bad. After a lot of talk, we got the boy to say he'd take us to the place where he'd seen this thing. Mr. George and Miss Fenton were anxious to go with us. I said no. Scamwell and I, accompanied by Donald Grant, out back from the main school building along a path, cut back from the main school building along a path which leads to open fields stretching down to the boathouse on the... Let me see if I can... I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. I guess that's as far as I can go in. Okay, cut back from the main school building along a path which leads to open fields stretching down to the boathouse on the Renatomac Creek, about 1/2 mile distant from the Fenton house. When we got to these fields, the boy pointed to a patch of bushes standing at the right of the path about 3/4 of the way to the creek. There, he said, behind those bushes. Before we could stop him, he turned and was running hell for leather back towards the campus. Detective Scamwell and I went on alone. The grass was still pretty wet from the heavy thunder shower which happened last night between approximately 8:30 and 9 p.m. We reached the bushes and stepped forward so we could see behind them. I saw at once why the boy had been scared. It was enough to scare even a grown man. Lying on the ground under the bushes, so close they seemed in each other's arms, were the bodies of a man and a woman. I recognized them immediately, having seen them often in Jordan. They were the 2 parties reported missing, e.g. Dr. Ferdinand Fenton and Mrs. Pauline Farr. The latter party looked like a young girl lying there with her blonde hair still loose about her face. She wore a green dress and brown shoes, but no hat. She lay on her back with her legs stretched out and her arms folded across her breast. Her eyes had been closed too. I could tell at once she was dead. All right, now let's back up and take a look at this map. All right, there's the Renatomac Creek. There's the school boathouse. So the detective has indicated here are the bodies of Dr. F and Mrs. Farr found here. Those two X's. He's noted that he found a footprint here by this X. We're going to hear about that later in a bit. There's the path that they walked on. He's noted that the patio is 1 mile away. That's where we think maybe Pauline came from. I guess we'll learn about that later. And here's a larger map of the Greenlands Academy for Boys. He says it's a half mile from the school to the boathouse. There's the classroom building, dirt road, chapel, library. Dr. Fenton's house is here. Okay, if he left on foot, he would have had to walk up here. School lodge, school gate, Route 246. Okay. All right, so there we go. We know the patio is a mile away where she stays, and his house is here, 132 feet to the inch. So I'm not sure how far it is for him to walk, but there you have it. Okay, Scammell, not Scamwell. Detective Scammell is his friend. Okay, here we go. Jersey teacher and suicide pact with secretary. This is from a paper. The bodies of F.A. Fenton and his secretary, Mrs. Pauline Farr, found on the grounds of Greenlands Academy, Greenlands, New Jersey. Note found near bodies indicates a suicide pact. Story, page 2. There they are, lying right next to each other. As he described, her hands are crossed on her chest. Something's here. We don't know what it is, though. She's not wearing her hat. It didn't say there was a hat near her, did he? Green dress, brown shoes, no hat. Her eyes had been closed. Okay. All right. Continuing his report here. I could tell at once she was dead, apart from the gun. I could tell or I couldn't tell. I could tell at once she was dead, apart from the gun wound on her forehead. Dr. Fenton lay at her side, his head and shoulders half resting on her breast. Can I zoom in? Half resting on her breast. His left arm was flung over her body, right arm laying limp. A revolver was gripped in his right hand. To his right temple was a gun wound like that in Mrs. Farr's forehead. His eyes were wide open, staring. Interesting. So there's the gun in his hand. Let's see. We can use our cubes here. There's the gun in his hand. His eyes are wide open, though. Okay. His eyes were wide open, staring. The clothes of both parties were creased and wet. Being real taken aback, I remarked, looks like Jersey's got another Hall Mills case. But Detective Scammell pointed at the gun in Dr. Fenton's hand and said, I'd say it was a suicide pact. A superficial observance would have seemed to indicate that Dr. Fenton killed Miss Farr, laid her out almost tender-like, and then shot himself. And as I remarked to Detective Scammell, we should not judge by appearances, especially with Dr. Fenton being one of the most prominent men in the community and known as a good husband and a regular churchgoer, etc. To which Detective Scammell replied, well, there was never a word breathed around town about him and his secretary, although they did say Mrs. Farr wasn't so happy with that sick husband of hers. Detective Scammell and I were careful not to touch anything or to disturb possible footprints, etc., till the chief could come. But my eyes were attracted right away to a note that had been stuck through one of the twigs of the bush above the body. It was written in ink. This note I read but did not touch, leaving it where it was on the bush. But the wording of this note seemed to absolutely clinch the fact how it was suicide. Instructing Scammell to stay on the scene, I hurried back to the school. Now he's continuing. Not wishing to break the sad news to Mrs. Fenton and Mr. Osborne until I got the chief's okay, I found a telephone in the main classroom building and phoned headquarters. Chief Thorpe told me to go to the school gates and await his arrival, which I did. You can see how everything is written. We're reading the reports. Okay, here we have a Western Union telegram. Again, June 22nd. These cops are fast. They're doing their job. Okay, so sent from Jordan, New Jersey, I guess. Joseph H. Burbank, Wachusett Hospital, Wachusett, Massachusetts. Dr. Fenton and Mrs. Farr's secretary found shot. Stop. Looks like suicide pact, but have doubts due respectable characters of 2 deceased. Stop. As prosecutor, you may be needed for investigation. Stop. Is it possible you return immediately? Query. Andrew J. Thorpe, Chief of County Detectives. Okay, so someone's writing to Joseph H. Burbank, who's the prosecutor. He must be on vacation or something. Western Union Telegram, if you're not from the U.S., that's the service that people used to send fast telegrams anywhere in the world. So here's someone replying. So this is Andrew Thorpe, the Chief of County Detectives, writing to the Chief Prosecutor, and here he is replying back. Same day. Andrew J. Thorpe, Chief of County Detectives. Doctors advise impossible to remove cast on leg or let me travel for several days. Stop. Complete confidence in your handling of the job efficiently and tactfully without aid of state police. Stop. Whatever breaks, instruct all men working on the case to write reports in fullest detail and send me carbons and photostats daily, airmail, special delivery. Stop. Also want informal reports for study if possible. Stop. Rely on you. Joseph H. Burbank, prosecutor of the police. Okay, so this gets back to our opening letter. The chief prosecutor is in a cast, having injured himself somehow. So he's saying, I can't get there. You just send me all the reports every night. And so is that the guy writing to us? I think that might be the guy who's writing to us. Or is it Will Reiser? I think he might be, might be the guy stuck in the hospital. Dearest Dora, we still don't really know who he's writing to. All quiet in the county courthouse. I guess this isn't the guy. No, this isn't the guy in the hotel writing this, because he's saying Prout is on vacation. Okay, Dora Prout, the person he's writing to, the stenographer, is on vacation, and he's also saying the prosecutor's in a main hospital with his leg in a cast. And now here we are hearing from the main prosecutor in his hospital saying he can't come back early. All right, here we go, continuing. Report of the Chief County Detective Thorpe to Prosecutor of the Police Burbank, subject Fenton Farr homicides, as dictated to Dora Prout, Secretary to Chief of the County Detectives Thorpe. At 8:56 a.m., Reiser telephoned in the news from the academy with Detectives Kane and Cobden and Dora Prout, my secretary. I drove to the school, stopping off on the way for Dr. Lomas, the county physician. So they're all going together. With Dora Prout, my secretary, I drove to the school, stopping off on the way for Dr. Lomas, the county physician. Reiser was waiting at the school gates. He's the youngest and least experienced of my men, but he's a very smart boy, and he had the situation at his fingertips. I sent him with Dora Prout, who is acquainted with the family, to the Fenton house with instructions to break the news to Mrs. Fenton and to get any statement she and her father felt like giving. I then proceeded with Kane, Cobden, and Dr. Lomas to the scene of the crime where Detective Scammell had been left on duty. Right away, I ordered Cobden and Scammell to make a thorough search of the territory immediately surrounding. When Kane had taken his pictures of the bodies and Dr. Lomas was beginning his examination, I myself examined the note mentioned by Reiser, which had been speared on a twig of the bush just above the bodies. This note was written on a sheet of Academy stationery and was apparently in Dr. Fenton's handwriting. But the bottom part of it had been cut off, as if the headmaster had written something more and then changed his mind about it. It wasn't signed, but from the wording it seemed pretty like a suicide note. I observed at once that the paper was dry and the ink hadn't run, which showed it must certainly have been put there after the rain had stopped last night. In other words, if this was murder and suicide committed by Dr. Fenton, and if he had fixed the note on the bush, he must still have been alive after the storm was over. And yet, from the creased, damp condition of the clothing on the bodies, both Dr. Fenton and Mrs. Farr had obviously been out in the rain. The only explanation of this would be that the storm had caught them on their way to their suicide tryst. When Lomas was through with his preliminary, he pronounced Fenton and Farr dead on arrival. As a rough guess, he said they had both died instantaneously and within a very few minutes of each other. He suggested the time of death in both cases as not more than 14 or less than 12 hours previously, or somewhere between 7:30 and 9:30 p.m. last night. The double suicide theory fitted in perfectly from the medical point of view. The wound in Mrs. Farr's forehead had been made by a bullet fired at close range. In the case of Dr. Fenton, the gun had probably been pressed against the temple. The skin around the wound was charred and burned. There was no powder or blood adhering to the wounds, however. Dr. Lomas said the rain must have washed them away. How can this fact be fitted with my theory that Dr. F must have been alive after the storm was over to have fixed the note on the bush? Lomas, who prides himself on being a bit of a detective, then drew my attention to something very odd about Mrs. Farr's mouth. The upper lip was roughed a bright carmine, rouged, a bright carmine. In other words, she had lipstick or something on it. But the lower lip was pinkish, a more or less natural shade, with one smudge of rouge only on it. It looked kind of weird, as if she had been shot while she was in the very act of making up her mouth. Or perhaps Dr. F, having folded her hands and laid her out, had considered going one step further in his role of mortician and had started to rouge her lips after she was dead. Okay, I'm going to pause here and look at this extra note here that was stuck here for some reason. Let's see what this says. Oh, this is the note. This is the suicide note. Okay, let's take a close look at this. It's on the stationery at the Academy for Boys, office of the headmaster. Oh, it's the suicide note. Okay. So this was stuck on the bush and was dry, written in pen. For some time, I have been struggling to remember my obligations as a husband, as well as my duty as headmaster of the academy. Look at this. There's the hole where it was stuck on the bush. He says, something yesterday, Pauline and I faced the something together. And at noon, as I realized how she felt, and as soon as I realized, we faced the situation. Okay, yesterday, Pauline and I faced the situation together. And as soon as I realized how she felt, I knew there was only one solution to our something. Whole situation, to our something whole situation. Finally, she insisted that something was no longer possible. Conversation? What is she saying? She insisted that something was no longer possible. I must abide by her decision. Tragic as it is, for me, for my wife, and for the something, forgive me. Intolerable situation, says Anna. There's only one solution for our intolerable situation. Yes, you're right. Intolerable situation. Okay. For me, for my wife, and for the school. Forgive me. Okay, so there's only one, tragic as it is, there's only one solution. It blows me away that there's a little hole here. This is, a person would have punched this and threaded this in. Okay. Concealment was no longer. Finally, she insisted that concealment was no longer possible, says the audience. Good. Okay, so now we're back here. He's saying, how is it possible that How is it possible that the rain washed the smoke away if he had to write the notes after the storm and before they killed each other? That means the storm would have been over by the time they died. So how could that have washed away the powder burns on her? And then the rouge is only on her upper lip. And he says the only way this could make sense if it's somehow after he killed her and was laying out next to her, he started to rouge her lips for some reason. Okay. When Lomas had gone off to get in touch with the men at Philip's undertaking establishment, I made a more thorough examination of the bodies. I had to admit the whole thing looked as if Dr. F had killed Mrs. Farr, arranged her body, presumably as a lover's gesture, and then shot himself. That seems completely psychologically reasonable that someone would do that. Murder-suicide of a man and a woman is not that uncommon. Somehow the whole tableau seemed a bit stagey. Even if Dr. F's reputation hadn't made an illicit lover's suicide pact extremely unlikely, I'd have had my doubts. I carefully dislodged the gun from Dr. Fenton's right hand. It was a .38 caliber Colt revolver, an old-fashioned type, probably an old army gun. 2 shots only had been fired. I had Kane tie it to one of the strips of cardboard he'd brought along so we could carry it out without danger of rubbing off any possible fingerprints. I then made a routine search of the bodies. In Dr. Fenton's pockets, I found the following: a wallet with $34, some small change, a key ring, horn-rimmed spectacles in a case, a handkerchief, white, and an expensive gold watch and chain. The presence of the watch and the money seemed to eliminate any usual robbery complications. The watch was still going, registering the current time. Only one thing I had expected was missing. There was no pen. Dr. Fenton must have written that suicide note at some earlier time before he came out into the fields. In Miss Farr's pocketbook were small white handkerchief, a powder puff, some loose change, $6, and a pencil. There was also a letter herewith DP. This letter, like the other one, was written on school stationery and in the same handwriting. It was initialed by Dr. Fenton and showed that the two of them had decided on taking some very serious step. Whether or not this step was suicide, I don't feel in a position yet to decide. Anyway, the boathouse had been the planned setting. Why hadn't they used it? Judging from the note, the death weapon belonged to Mrs. Farr's husband. As I stepped back from the bodies, I noticed their shoes for the first time. The soles of each of the 4 shoes were visible. I saw at once that Dr. Fenton's were smooth and shiny, while Mrs. Farr's were caked with mud. She's wearing heavy sports shoes with rubber soles, and the checker pattern was half obscured by the coating of dirt. I had Kane photograph the feet just as they were. His shoes don't have any mud. Hers do. Interesting. Cobden and Scammell then reported on the results of their search. No bullets had been found, but Scammell had picked up 3 articles which had been lying close to the bodies. The first was a small circular piece of cotton gauze, such as is used to dress cuts. It was stained with some substance which looked like grease. The other articles which Scammell had found lying together close to Mrs. Farr's head were 2 stubs of theater or movie house tickets. They were hardly damp, which showed they must have been dropped there some time after the storm. Could Fenton and Mrs. Farr have been to the movies before they killed themselves? It seems altogether crazy, but if they didn't drop those tickets, who did? Here's the note that was found in Pauline's pocketbook, written in the same handwriting, presumably by the headmaster, who we're told that handwriting matched. We weren't told how they knew that the first handwriting was his, but we were told it does. Pauline, I cannot bear to think that this is the only course left open to me, for it is a hard and drastic step to take, and one which may cause much unhappiness to innocent people. If anything should happen to make you change your mind, do not hesitate to let me know, for I will understand, my dear. If I do not hear from you, I shall keep our appointment for 8:30 at the boathouse. I think she's saying maybe she's gonna tell her husband or something. She wants to tell people, and he's like, okay. Our appointment for 8:30 at the boathouse. I have something is always danger. There is always danger in our being overheard in the school buildings, as you and I know only too well. Sounds like someone overheard them already. I wonder if someone was blackmailing them or something, or someone overheard them, clearly. So there's always a danger of being overheard, as you and I know only too well. I hesitate to use my own house, for it wouldn't be fair to something. That's going to be his wife. Bia? Is that what it says? I find to my dismay I cannot locate my old revolver. I think he's saying my old army revolver. He can't find his old army revolver. O'Rourke had something, but claimed he returned it. What is this two-letter word? It's not it. What is it? O'Rourke had, it looks like it's an S-I, but I don't know what that's weird, but claimed he returned it. Seems like that's it, but it's written in a weird way. Is that his way of writing it? O'Rourke had it, but claimed he returned it. If you can get hold of your husband's without alarming him, will you bring it? So first of all, that's how he writes it for some reason. This may be a 1930s abbreviation we don't know about. He's saying he can't find his army revolver. Get your husband's and bring it. That's weird. I mean, that does sound like they were going to commit suicide, or maybe they were going to murder someone or needed a gun. For your regained trust in me, for your... Does that say regained? For your regained trust in me, God bless you. Ferdinand Fenton. And Jonathan says, were there any its to compare with the first note? That's a good question. It seems like it's written in the same handwriting as this person. Do we see any of that? Yes. Here it is, the same weird way he writes it. Boy, that's a weird way to write it, huh? But it's definitely it, that little S-A. Weird. I guess it's an I and that second thing is a T of some weird type. Okay. And then look at this. Here's the gauze. Actual piece of gauze here with grease on it. They would have had to have, people on an assembly line cutting the gauze, dipping it in some grease. Piece of cotton gauze found at the scene of the crime. Remember, this is 86 years old, this book is. There's the 2 tickets found. 94735, 94786. Not sequential. 65 cents. Don't know what they saw. 2 ticket stubs found at the crime scene. Photograph of the feet of the murdered body showing pattern of soles of Mrs. Farr's shoes. All right, so you can see, remember he said the mud half caked up the pattern on her shoes. His shoes, no mud. Does that mean she walked after the rain, he walked before the rain? Anna says, I write the T very similarly to that one that we just saw. Okay, so he's continuing his letter. His report? Let's see. Seems altogether crazy, but they didn't drop these tickets. Who did? He's saying, why would they have seen a movie that... Does the date on that ticket show? Not really. Okay. Now he's talking about the tickets. When I'd filed these away, Cobden took me a few paces down the path which led toward the boathouse about 100 yards distant. He pointed at a patch where the grass had been worn off and where the bare earth was still damp from the rain. In the center of this patch was the single imprint of a woman's shoe, pointing away from the creek and in the direction of the school. Only the sole had left its print, a checker pattern stamped in the mud. It looked very much like the pattern on Mrs. Farr's shoes. I had Scammell remove her right shoe, and when we compared the sole with the mark left in the mud, these were identical. Therefore, Mrs. Farr must have approached the place where she met her death, not from the school, but from the direction of the boathouse. So, in other words, if we go to our map again, she must have gone all the way to the boathouse and then come back to where the bodies were found, rather than gone and done this suicide or whatever here. So for some reason they did actually make it all the way to the boathouse and then came back where they were found. At least she did. Okay. Therefore, Mrs. Farr must have approached the place where she met her death, not from the school, but from the direction of the boathouse. It was obvious, too, that she had come after the rain had started, and judging from the shape of the print, where no heel mark figured, it looked as though she had been running, because there's no heel print. Interesting. Although Cobden searched thoroughly all along the way, no other footprints could be found. Detective Kane photographed the footprint. Although Cobden searched thoroughly, no others were visible. From these first snap observations made at the scene, the whole setup seemed very inconsistent. The absence of blood and powder around the wounds showed the two of them had been shot before the rain was over, and yet the suicide note was dry. It seemed essential to establish the actual time of death as soon as possible. I sent Detective Scammell back to the academy to try to find if there were any persons around last night who had heard the firing of the shots. When the men from the undertaking establishment came, I left Cobden in charge with instructions to search the boathouse and sent Kane back to the courthouse with his photographs. I then went to the Fenton house where I had left Reiser and Dora Prout. Note: with regard to the condition of Mrs. Farr's lips, I have checked with Dora Prout, who tells me modern lip rouge doesn't wash off in the rain. When asked if it was also kiss-proof, she said that depended on the violence of the kisses. Could that be an explanation of the rouged lower lip? Had someone kissed the rouge off? If so, it wasn't Fenton. That is, there was no rouge visible on his mouth. Very interesting. One of the things we noticed with the Helen Riley case, when we did the Helen Riley police procedural, like the police were on top of things. They were like, it was a well-oiled machine. And here, this guy's pretty smart, it seems to me. He's thinking about possibilities, and then he's following up with people to rule them in or out. Okay, here we are, still June 22nd. This is from the Weather Bureau, Chestnut Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, same day, June 22nd. To Andrew J. Thorpe, Chief of Greenlands County Detectives Courthouse, Jordan, New Jersey. Dear Sir, to confirm our telephone conversation with regard to the time the rain commenced and ceased last evening, June 21st, in the Jordan, New Jersey neighborhood, I have rechecked with our cooperative observer at his station at New Brabant, New Jersey, a distance of 1 mile from Jordan. Last night, having observed his rain gauge at the moment the thunderstorm began, he recorded the exact time. Taking into consideration cloud velocity, temperature, areas, wind direction, etc., we can judge with reasonable accuracy that the rain would have commenced and ceased at the place described by you at the following times. Rain commenced 7:29 p.m. Eastern Standard. Rain ceased 7:59 p.m. Half-hour window. We'll be glad to forward you a more detailed report later on. With regard to your other request, the sun set last night at 7:25 p.m. Eastern Standard. Okay, so the sun was setting as the rain started. That means it would have been a bit dark, I suppose. All right, well, we have the times when they left their houses. That might be useful to look at some point when we talk to the people about. Our headmaster left his private house on the school campus at 8 p.m. Okay, so he would have left his house after the rain ceased. That's explained. Well, wouldn't he be walking in the mud then? That's a little weird if he left his house at 8 p.m. And then where do we hear about when she left? I thought she left home on foot at 7 p.m. So she left home and would have gotten caught in the rain. He apparently left home at 8 afterwards. That's a little weird that she's leaving home at 7 and he's leaving home at 8, both by foot, especially given that, well, we don't know exactly how long it would take her to walk, but that's a little, those times seem a little bit incompatible. "9:04 a.m., Mr. Philip Farr telephoned. He said, 'What the hell is wrong with you, policeman? I asked for my wife back, and I expect service. If you want to lead, go have a talk with Dr. Fenton.' In answer to his questions, I said I could give no information. I had received instructions to hold back the news of the tragedy. Chief Thorpe would be around soon," I said. So the husband calls and he says, "What the hell's wrong with you guys? I want my wife back. I expect you to find her. If you want to know where she is, go talk to Dr. Fenton." So he's telling us that he knew maybe that something was going on with her. The county detective is saying, I didn't tell him that his wife was found dead. It's not infrequent that the police want to see the person's reaction when they tell them, if someone's a suspect in someone's death, they want to tell them in person and gauge their reaction to see either they're going to be genuinely surprised and shocked, or they're going to be faking their surprise and shock. And the police want to be able to see if they can catch that. What was the window for death? Someone asked, and Jonathan said it was 7:30 to 9:30. I believe that's right. That's what the coroner estimates. But remember, it's just a very coarse estimate of time of death. Maybe we'll get a better one at some point. So now, if this was a new game that cost $20, we would be writing and circling things, or at least leaving Post-it notes here. But I'm afraid this paper won't hold up to it. So we're going to have to deal with that. We're going to have to deal with keeping notes on our own and not mark up this book. It might be nice. The pages are numbered in the upper left, written in by hand, it looks like, or written on the photocopy. So it might be nice to sort of keep track of certain things. Here, apparently in Dr. Fenton's handwriting. Oh, let's not forget this little clue about how the bottom part had been cut off of his note. I guess we can skim some of this stuff. All right, let's see. Let me just see. Here's Dora writing. I want to see if there's a natural breaking point here. All right, let's read this note here. Confidential memo to Chief Andrew Thorpe from Dora Prout, the stenographer. In response to your request for an informal and confidential report on the Fentons, their married life, etc., I must state that there is nothing to my knowledge that would have led up to what happened last night. I worked for Mrs. Fenton, doing odd jobs on and off before working for the county, helping her out with typing invitations to school affairs and sometimes helping out Dr. Fenton and Mr. Talbot Osborne by typing pages of the book they are writing together. on the New Jersey birds, both being expert. Talbot, Osborne, and Fenton are writing a book together. Okay. Osborne made the pictures and took the photographs, of which Detective Reiser says he's very good at. The Fentons always seemed like a happy couple. In spite of his being so much older, they never really quarreled, except sometimes when he thought she acted young for a headmaster's wife at such a big school. Then she'd call him old Mossback, though there was no malice in it, I'm sure. Dr. Fenton wasn't one to look at other women. Girl can usually tell when she's worked right in a man's house. What does that mean? A girl can usually tell when she's worked right in a man's house. Worked right in a man's house. I see. She's saying she's worked in this guy's house. Yes. Dora is saying she's worked for this family for a while. And she's saying this doctor guy didn't stare at other women. She would have known. She would know. She would have caught him looking at her. He never even knew my name, though he was always courteous, and called me either Miss Pratt or Miss Trout. Don't know what that's about. Oh, Dora Prout, I see. So he's saying this guy didn't even pay attention to her. He called her by a wrong name. Sometimes he misnamed her Pratt, sometimes Trout, when her real name was Prout. Both Mrs. Fenton and her father were more democratic and most friendly to me. In fact, Mrs. F. treated me almost as if we were girlfriends and used to tell me to let her know when she spoke too English or used broad A's. Having been brought up in England ever since she was a little girl, she naturally talks a bit grand, but she always said she hated to sound stuck up. She was very frank and used to tell me how she'd met Dr. F. on a boat coming from England 5 years ago when she was coming over to join her father in America. She had seen hardly anything of Mr. Osborne since her mother died when she was real young, and she was sent to that aunt in England. She said once that she'd married Ferdy not so much because she was in love with him, but she thought of him as a sort of father, which is natural, her having seen so little of her real father. I will say that Mrs. F. never seemed to worry her head much over the men teachers of the school, though she was most friendly with Major O'Rourke, the second master, after he'd saved her life once at Ocean City when she swam out too far. But then Major O'Rourke being English, they would naturally have much in common. They did say things around the village about them, but you know how people talk. In fairness to my own sex, I should add that Mrs. F. did not seem to dislike Mrs. Farr, though the latter did more about the house and more personal things for Dr. F. than most wives would like for a secretary. But Mrs. F. was always lazy about housekeeping and seemed glad to be saved the trouble. Once old Mr. Osborne said, sort of laughing, "If you don't take care of your husband, then that Mrs. Farr will get a stranglehold on him just the way she has on the school accounts." And she laughed too, saying, "Well, I can always fall back on Hooky, Major O'Rourke. He's solid enough mentally, if not financially." So they're joking about if the secretary, Mrs. Farr, steals him away from her. She doesn't seem that concerned. She's saying, "Oh, I can always got this other guy, Major O'Rourke," who seems an interesting character here for us. She's close to that guy. And with further regard to Mrs. Farr, I will say that I don't know anything against her character except what is common talk, that since her husband is so sick, she's more of a nurse to him than wife. But that's nothing against her. And they do say that Mr. Farr is very difficult and queer, writing books and running up very large bills for liquor and never leaving the house. And with regard to Mr. Talbot Osborne, he's always very kind to Detective Reiser, helping him with his camera. Detective Reiser always hoping one day he'll be given the photographic work for the county, and Mr. Osborne knowing so much and being so helpful. Often Detective Reiser and Mr. Osborne spend evenings together at Danny's place over a glass of beer and such like. I sometimes think they go too often. But Detective Reiser says Mr. Osborne is always most generous in treating drinks, though on one occasion, as I know from hearing Mrs. Fenton reproving him, it was with housekeeping money which he'd borrowed from his daughter without her knowing. But then Mr. Osborne is the absent-minded, careless type, often forgetting his wallet and leaving things behind just the way they make out professors are. He's most pleasant to everyone, always kidding me and Detective Reiser about us getting married and so on. I hope this is useful, Chief. I'm just putting down what I know as it comes into my head. Now I'm going to write up the report I took this morning at the Fenton house when Detective Reiser broke the tragic news. Signed, Dora E. Prout. P.S. It's okay with me to have my vacation changed. I'm glad I hadn't left when you called this morning. D.P. So Dora Prout, who's the stenographer, also happens to know some of the people involved in this case. So she's written her memory of the characters that she knows. And she's made a pretty convincing case that our Dr. Fenton was not looking for ladies. So she's casting doubt that Dr. Fenton really was having this affair with Miss Farr. And then she gave us a little more background about Miss Farr's husband is sick. She's more of a nurse than a wife. So it makes sense if Miss Farr, our other woman here, might have had an extramarital affair. There they are again. Trying to look for the picture of her. There's our guy, Dr. Fenton. She says he didn't look at women. In fact, he lectured his wife for acting too young. Doesn't sound like he's got a thing for young ladies. On the other hand, there's our Mrs. Farr. You can see she's pretty alluring. But she doesn't sound like she was behaving inappropriately, according to this woman who was around her, Dora Prout. All right, time for our first break, and then we will continue. So if you saw anything interesting you want to bring up, now's the time to think about it. Otherwise, take a break, refresh your tea and coffee. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back 2 hours in. Pretty compelling case. The chat channel is alive with theories about the who's really to blame here. John says, maybe Fenton and Farr found out something's going on in his house, maybe involving the wife or the father. And Tina says, is the secretary embezzling money? Because she's the accountant, she had access. If it's the father-in-law, the innocents who would be hurt could be the wife. That's a good guess. They talk about the innocents. We clearly need to reread those two notes written by Fenton. Brown says, let's remember the wife was dressed and the father was still in his pajamas. Jonathan's zeroing in on Osborne. And Tina says, some years ago there's a viral video of a dog chasing deer in London and his owner was shouting at him, Fenton, Fenton, and every time Fenton is mentioned, I think of that video. Let me just put a bookmark here. I want to reread those two. Now that we've got a little bit more into it, I want to reread the two notes that were found on the body. So one was the suicide note, and one was in her pocketbook. He looks a little, he looks younger than he did in the other photograph we saw, but okay. So I'm very curious to reread those notes to see, because our working theory then, so far it seems, that we're all sort of agreed that this was not a murder-suicide, and if not, if this really was written in his handwriting, we think they were about something else. That these notes to meet up and this tragic thing, whatever they're talking about, was not planning a murder-suicide. So let's see. This is his note first. This is the one that was found on the bush. And we're told that it's apparently in his handwriting. It's his stationery. But we aren't told how they know it's his handwriting. So we have to leave open the possibility that it's not in his handwriting. But presumably the detective will research that. Okay, for some time I've been struggling to remember my obligations as a husband, as well as my duty as headmaster of the academy. But that's his way he writes the T as an S. Okay, but yesterday, Pauline and I faced the situation together. And as soon as I realized how she felt, I knew there was only one solution to our intolerable situation. Finally, she insisted that concealment was no longer possible. I must abide by her decision. Tragic as it is for me, for my wife, and for the school, forgive me. So there's something going on with the two of them. It could just be that they've decided to come clean, that they were having an affair, and they've decided to come clean about it to everyone, and it's going to hurt everyone. So it's certainly reasonable. He's talking quite sort of intimately about her, but then it says something was torn off. It's too bad it wasn't torn here to remind us. Okay, and then we find, wait, is that the one that was torn off, or is that, yeah, this one, the one that was torn off? I think it was that one. Now let's see here. Here's what they found in her purse. Zoom in on it together. Pauline, I cannot bear to think that this is the only course left for me, for us. That's important. This is the only course left for us. For it is a hard and drastic step to take, and one which may cause much unhappiness to innocent people. If anything should happen to make you change your mind, do not hesitate to let me know. This is all her decision. That's very telling that both notes talk about Pauline making the decision, and he's just going along with it. But if you change your mind, you let me know, for I will understand, my dear. He's talking to her very personally, as if they have some relationship. This does not sound like, well, I don't know. He is signing it his full name. He's not saying love. And, okay, let's continue reading. If I do not hear from you, I shall keep our appointment for 8:30 at the boathouse. Remember, he left his home at 8. So it just sounds like he didn't hear from her and he's going to keep their appointment. There is always danger in our being overheard in the school buildings, as you and I know only too well. So either they were overheard, which is what I assumed this was, but now I'm thinking maybe they overheard something. And then I hesitate to use my own house, for it wouldn't be fair to Bia. That's his wife. Now notice, he's not saying for fear they'd get caught. Sounds like they're meeting up to talk about something, not for a rendezvous. And then it says, I find to my dismay, I cannot locate my old army revolver. O'Rourke had it, but claimed he returned it. If you can get hold of your husband's without alarming him, will you bring it? Now notice he says, this is quite telling. He says, if you can get hold of your husband's without alarming him. That choice of word is interesting. Because he's not saying if you can get hold of your husband's gun without him knowing, bring it. It almost sounds like, without alarming, sounds like you could ask him for it. Like, if you can get it from him without making him worry too much, please do. That almost sounds like, like if you have to tell the husband you need it, he doesn't seem that afraid that the husband would know about it. And then he says, for your regained trust in me, God bless you. That's a very weird statement, right? Regained trust in me, God bless you. That is not what you write to someone you're having an affair with. Then he signed his full name. That's also not the way you end a note with someone you're having an affair with. Very curious. All right, so we ended our last thing reading the letter from the stenographer Dora Prout, sometimes called Trout or Pratt by Dr. Fenton. Okay, here we go. Report of Dora Prout, Secretary Chief of County Detectives Thorpe, to Chief of County Detective Thorpe. Subject Fenton Farr. At 9:20 a.m., Chief Thorpe dropped me and Detective Riser off at the Fenton house with instructions to break the sad news to Mrs. Fenton and so on. Maisie Leroy, the maid, let us in. She was all excited and wanted to ask questions, but couldn't. Mrs. Fenton being there in the hall, pacing up and down restless-like, poor thing, with a cigarette in her hand. She was wearing a white cotton frock, simple and tasteful the way her clothes always are. I always think she looks like Myrna Loy in the movies, so smiling and natural. But she was quite pale then, and her eyes were very bright. She took us into the living room and shut the door so that Maisie, who's always snooping, wouldn't hear. What was it Donald Grant saw? She asked. What have you found? Is it anything to do with my husband? That's the boy, remember, that was so freaked out. What was it Donald Grant saw? Detective Riser then broke the news ever so quietly and sympathetically. Mrs. Fenton stood quite still, listening. She never said anything. The cigarette dropped from her fingers, and she didn't even notice. If Detective Riser hadn't picked it up, it would have burned that lovely carpet. Somehow that made me see what a shock it was, more than if she'd started crying or anything. Okay, a little clue here that Prout believes her. This was not an act to make it look like she was surprised. This was real surprise, real shock. Pauline Farr, she whispered when Riser was through. Ferdinand and Pauline Farr. She walked to the window with her back to us, staring out. Then, so quiet you could barely hear, she said, "You mean the police think there was something between my husband and Pauline Farr, and that they killed themselves?" Then suddenly she spun around. She seemed like she had seen me for the first time and remembered who I was. She hurried across the room and gripped my shoulder, almost shaking it. Her voice was real fierce. "It's not true," she said. "You tell him, Dora. You've worked here. You know my husband. You know he couldn't ever have done a thing like that. You tell him it's not true. Tell him." "Yes," I said. "I'm sure you're right, Mrs. Fenton." It was hard to find words, I being so sorry for her and she being so strange and fierce, poor thing. She was still bending over me, her hand cold as ice through my frock, gripping my shoulder. "Tell me if you know something, Dora," she said. "For God's sake, tell me. Have there been any rumors around the village? Anything hinting that Ferdinand and Pauline... I know it's impossible. It's all ghastly and it's not true. If this terrible thing has happened, there must be some other explanation." She left us then and sank into a chair, a hand over her eyes. I thought she was going to cry, but she didn't, just sitting there as if she'd been turned to ice. When she did speak next, her voice was dry, not like her own voice. "It's all right. I'm sorry. You'll want to ask me questions," she said. "I'll be all right now." Detective Reiser then asked whether she minded me taking notes. She nodded it was all right. Statement. But before we get statement, here's a little snapshot in the file, a little photograph of the widowed, murdered schoolmaster. This is the woman we're talking to now. Mrs. F.A. Fenton, whose husband was found dead beside the body of his secretary at Greenlands Academy. So here she is. Beatrice, I think her name is, right? Well, we can just read on the back. For the record, supplied by Dora Prout, Fenton Beatrice Talbot. Born, they think, 1909, Berkeley, California. Adopted by Anne at death of her mother, 1911. Privately, Hampshire, England. Retired to U.S. to join father at death of aunt, 1932. Married and moved to Greenlands, 1932. No children. Okay, so here's the statement they took. And Dora transcribed as the stenographer. Question. I'll make this as short as possible, Mrs. Fenton, but it seems you don't hold with the suicide pact theory. Is that so? Answer. Ferdinand could not have killed Pauline Farr and then shot himself. I've been married to him 5 years. I know him. He couldn't do a terrible thing like that. And he wasn't in love with Pauline Farr. He was in love with me. You've got to believe me. A wife knows. I know he didn't think of any other woman but me. Ask Daddy. Ask anyone. Question. Then you think it's murder, Mrs. Fenton? Answer. I do think that. What else is there to think? Someone shot him down and killed him. So far as you know, did your husband have any enemies? Enemies? Everyone loved Ferdinand. He was so kind, so generous. He had my father here to live with us because father had no home of his own. He helped Pauline and her husband out with money. He rescued Rookie, Major O'Rourke, several times when he was broke. How could he have enemies? Question. But he was headmaster of a big school. Maybe there was some trouble up at the academy. Was someone on the staff, for example? Answer. The staff? No, there was no trouble with the school, so far as I know. That is, the trouble with Larry Holland was over months ago. Besides, it wasn't anything. Ferdinand didn't even know about it anyway. And what was this trouble? Who is Larry Holland? Answer. He's the rowing coach at the school, a young man. He's only been here 1 year. But it's stupid of me. I shouldn't have mentioned it. It was nothing. Question, I'm afraid you will have to tell me about it, Mrs. Fenton. Right now we have to cover every angle, as it were. Answer, I'm sorry. I can't talk about it now. I can't think about anything. If you really must know, ask Daddy. He'll tell you. She got up then, kind of swaying. Never seen anyone's face so white. I was going to her to help when the door opened and her father, old Mr. Osborne, came in, pushing a hand around his coat collar like he had put it on in a hurry. Mrs. Fenton ran to him and threw herself into his arms. She did start crying then, her whole body shaking like she had been stifling it all up inside. "Oh, Daddy," she said, "he's dead. He's murdered." Just like that, over and over. Mr. Osborne stared at us, kind of shocked. He stroked his daughter's hair gently, saying, "You must try to bear this, my dear. Try to be brave. Now you're coming upstairs to lie down. I'll see to everything." He laid her out, and soon he came back. Mr. Osborne's an elderly, dignified man with white hair and pince-nez on a chain, such as you sometimes see professors wear in the movies. He looked terribly worried. That's the glasses that just sit on your nose, I believe, the pince-nez. We've heard about those before. "Oh, Beatrice has told me, Bill," he said to Detective Reiser. This is terrible, shocking. Poor Ferdinand was more like a brother than a son-in-law. I cannot begin to say how I feel, both for Beatrice and myself." He smiled kind of sadly and was having a hard time keeping his voice steady. There have been more questions you want to ask, I know. Can't I answer them? I would so much rather not have Beatrice troubled anymore just now. Detective Reiser explained that the chief would have to speak to her later, but said otherwise okay. Mr. Osborne raised no objections to me taking notes. Jonathan says, notice he's shocked, but that's because the daughter runs and says he's been murdered. Osborne is like, uh-oh, did they already figure it out? Very suspicious. Okay. All right, here's the statement of Mr. Talbot Osborne. Detective Reiser interrogating is taken down at the scene by D. Prout. Question. Your daughter doesn't think there was anything between Dr. Fenton and Mrs. Farr that would make them kill themselves, Mr. Osborne. Do you feel that way? Answer. I can only say it would surprise me. I must admit that I see Ferdinand and Mrs. Farr down at the boathouse together. I saw Ferdinand and Mrs. Farr down at the boathouse together the other evening when I went for a stroll. This actually is consistent with Jonathan's theory that maybe it's this guy and maybe they overheard him. They told us they were inspecting the improvements which have been made recently, and I had no reason to doubt them. Ferdinand always seemed to be a model husband. I don't like how these items are added in. It looks like a page too early, so like we always see these before we're meant to. Oh, just popped out. Okay. Question. But Mrs. Farr was around here at the house quite a lot? Oh, she did many things for Beatrice. My daughter never cared much for housekeeping, and she was always very kind to Pauline Farr. Mrs. Farr had her troubles, you know. Her husband's a sick man and extremely neurotic. I think he used to throw jealous scenes and make Pauline's life quite unhappy. Question. You must understand, Mr. Osborne, that we've got to figure out the chance of this thing being a deliberate double murder by some third party. Can you think of anyone who would have wanted to kill Dr. Fenton or Mrs. Farr. This husband of Mrs. Farr's, for example, you say he's jealous. Could he have killed them? Maybe suspecting an affair, as it were? Answer. I couldn't answer that question, Bill. I know nothing about the Farrs' married life except gossip and what Pauline used to say. Of course, Philip Farr was quite dependent on her. He was writing an interesting book on graphology, but he's like me. He'll never make money. Now, there's this rowing coach, Holland. Your daughter said there's been some trouble with him and that you would tell us. Answer. Oh, that was nothing very serious, Bill. Lawrence Holland is a very good-looking young man. He seems a nice boy, but I'm afraid he feels that any woman, married or unmarried, should welcome his advances. For a while, Beatrice was quite friendly with him. It's natural. She would like the companionship of a young man of her own age. But a few months ago, there was some stupid trouble. What do you call it? He made up to my daughter. She was very embarrassed and worried that Ferdinand would find out and misconstrue what had happened. The boy was insistent, and Beatrice couldn't quite deal with him. She asked me to help. I gave Holland a little lecture. There was no more trouble than that. So this rowing coach guy tried to hit on the professor's wife, Beatrice. Question. Did Dr. Fenton find out about this? Answer. Well, neither Beatrice nor I told him. But I sometimes thought my son-in-law might have guessed. He was very sensitive about being so many years older than Beatrice. Question. If Dr. Fenton had thought there was something between his wife and Holland, mightn't he have gone to Mrs. Farr on the rebound, as it were? Answer. Well, I suppose that's psychologically possible, but it isn't probable. We older men do not change our habits of life or love easily. Question. Was this Holland at the school last night? This detective is like zeroed in on this guy. His gut is telling him that something with Holland's not right. Was he at the school last night? Answer. I couldn't say. You'd better ask Major O'Rourke. Now this terrible thing has happened. I suppose he will become acting head of the school. I'm not an official member of the staff, you understand. Sometimes, at Ferdinand's request, I lectured to the boys on birds and helped them with their photographic hobbies, but nothing more than that. I'm very suspicious of this Major O'Rourke. He's the one who borrowed the gun and never returned it, don't forget. He's close with the wife. I think she mentions that she could always turn to him if her husband ever strayed. And now we hear that he's up for this job. I think this guy has killed off Professor Ferdinand and this woman so that he gets his job and his wife. This guy, Major O'Rourke, wants to step in and take over this guy's life. So let's take a look at this. This is going to tell us a little bit about this guy we're talking to, Talbot Osborne, the father-in-law. The Birds of Barbary by Talbot Osborne. Over 100 unusual photographs, 12 in full color, of our native birds, selected and engraved by the author from his celebrated collection by the Quill Publishing Company, San Francisco. It's a book jacket we're looking at here. So you can see it's a book jacket for this book that doesn't really exist. There's the, what you would call the spine part. And then Talbot Osborne is the back cover. Author, here he is. So we can see who we're talking to. There's Talbot Osborne, who Jonathan is suspicious of. Though he's now in his 6th decade, Mr. Osborne has the vigor of a much younger man. Native of California, he's one of the most patient and accurate photographers living. His engravings, too, are faithful to the tiniest feather. My life, says Osborne, becomes a succession of excitement when I go out to get my pictures, but it is punctuated by long periods of hard, concentrated days of work when I am making my plates, trying to perpetuate on steel those beautiful creatures which haunt my memory. I don't see. I have a hard time believing this guy has a good motive. Remember, he just told us that, or one of them told us, the daughter or Talbot, told us that our guy Ferdinand took him in and let him live with them. So it's hard to see much motive for this guy to kill our guy. But how cute is this that, like, they're just trying to introduce us to this character. It's just to flesh out this person as a actual character we're interacting with. And instead of just giving us a photograph of him, they've used this idea of the book jacket to give us a picture of him. And here's on the other side. Other books from the Quill Press: Pioneer Days by Jefferson Dobbs, Last of the Conquerors, White Water, Faint Echoes, Poems. Whether this was a real publishing company, whether these are real books by real authors, I don't know. These could have just been friends of the authors of this case, just put in for fun. I guess we might want to read this. Of interest to every bird lover are the 102 pictures, 12 in full color, of our native birds reproduced here. By use of modern photographic methods, the intimate life of our birds is revealed here in a detail and accuracy hitherto unknown. The author of this distinguished work is a photographer and engraver of long standing. From his years of patient labor and his collection of hundreds of pictures, he has made this selection. Engraved by himself, the color plates are remarkable for their accuracy and detail. By use of the miniature camera and the telescopic lens, many unusual photographs reveal birds in flight, feeding and nesting. The night pictures, taken by flashlight with a camera concealed at feeding stations and operated electrically, reveal as fact many habits of bird life that formerly were mere conjecture. The text which accompanies the pictures describes the method by which they were taken, as well as providing copious notes of observation. Okay, so this has actually made me reconsider. This seems like how you might catch something. He might have even captured it automatically. He takes pictures at night with a camera concealed at feeding stations operated electrically to catch the habits of birds. So it's almost like an automatic camera might have been placed where and caught something. Very interesting. We almost didn't read this little thing, thinking it was not important, but now that seems very intriguing to us. And he's certainly not saying anything about it. Okay. Here we are now back at the description, the interview. We ask if Dr. Holland, the rowing coach, was at the school. Our detective has got a theory. Maybe Ferdinand was jealous, thought his wife was having an affair, and took up with Pauline on this as a rebound. Okay. I lecture to the boys on birds and help them with their photographic hobbies. Detective Reiser then questioned Mr. Osborne about Dr. Fenton's movements the night before. Mr. Osborne could not be of much help, since he had left the house before dinner to walk over to the hill above Locke's Mills. It seemed he was hoping to take there some special bird photographs for the book he and Dr. Fenton were working on, and which has to be given up now after Mr. Osborne made all those lovely paintings and photographs. But Mr. Osborne had seen Dr. F a lot during that prize day, during the prize day ceremonies yesterday, and he admitted his son-in-law had seemed like he was worried about something. This he'd put down to the strain of being polite to parents and so on. Okay, so he's given us his alibi now, at least. He says, and another reason why he wouldn't have killed him, that this book is going to be messed up now. The book they were writing together is going to suffer. That's another reason why he wouldn't do it. But he also tells us that he went down to the hill above Locke's Mills. And if you remember, we were given that map. Let's take another look at this again. We're told where Locke's Mill is. Where is it? Here. Locke's Mill is 9 miles in this direction, pretty far from the scene of our crime, if that's where he went. The map was drawn by, looks like the map might have been drawn by Major O'Rourke. Okay. It was at this moment, during the interview, that the door was thrown open violently. And Major... Oh, whoa! Anna makes a very good point. Graphology is about handwriting. That's a very good point. Who is the graphologist? Is it Fenton? We're told someone is the graphologist. Is it Dr. Fenton? Or was it O'Rourke? That's a great point. Someone will... It was Dr. Farr, our victim. He's the graphologist. Okay. We're going to learn more about Major O'Rourke, who I am very suspicious of. Okay. It was at this moment that the door was thrown open violently, and Major O'Rourke strode in. He always comes into a room like that. This woman knows him. With his bright red hair, his little red mustache, and his military build. I don't wonder they're all so scared of him around the village, being so abrupt and stern, as it were. He went right up to Mr. Osborne, taking his arm. "Beatrice told me over the phone," he said, in that brisk English voice of his. "Poor child, this is ghastly for her. Where is she? I've got to see her." His voice was kind of tender when he spoke of Mrs. F. I remembered how he'd saved her life swimming at Ocean City and what they'd said up in Jordan about him and Mrs. F. He hadn't seemed to see us until then. He swung around, glaring at Detective Reiser. "Ah, police, huh?" he said. "Listen to me, young man. Since this tragedy, I'm in charge of the school. I represent the trustees, and I want you to know right here and now that there's to be no publicity, no sensational statements to the press. And there's another thing. Several boys are still at the school. Their parents are coming to fetch them today. You must get your commanding officer, chief, or whatever you call him, to let them go right away." He started for the door. Detective Reiser called after him, and he would have to ask him a few questions. The major turned angrily. "What the devil do you want to speak to me about? There's 101 things to be attended to. What is it?" And here's the statement that she transcribed. Statement of Major O'Rourke, Detective Reiser interrogating, as taken down at the scene by D. Prout. Question. Major, do you know of any reason that could have made Dr. Fenton and Miss Farr commit suicide? Answer. Damn it, man, I'm not a woman. Poking my nose into other people's affairs. Fenton was a very competent headmaster, fine with the boys. But it must be suicide. It's ridiculous to suspect murder. Think what it would do to the school's reputation. Bad enough as it is. Question. But the police have got to figure out the chance of murder, Major. I want you to tell me about this Lawrence Holland. Mrs. Fenton says there was some trouble between... Answer. You mean that young puppy has been making up to Beatrice? Well, there was something of the sort. Answer, going very red. God, this impertinence. I'll horsewhip the young cub for this. What does he think this school is? A harem for his special benefit? What with Mrs. Farr? Question, you mean he made up to Mrs. Farr too? Answer, I withdraw that statement. Make the girl out it out. You're not going to get any gossip out of me. Detective Reiser told me to cross that out, but I figured it ought to stay in, thus disobeying orders. Question, was Mr. Holland here at the school last night, Major? Answer, he was. Most of the staff left with the boys yesterday afternoon, but he stayed on. Question, and were you and he the only teachers, as it were, to stay on after prize day? Answer, just us two and Miss Deniston, who teaches music and drawing. God knows why she's hanging around. She's no right to stay here after she's been fired. Mooning around for that young stallion Holland, I expect. Question, this Miss Deniston has been fired then? Answer, yeah. Question, who fired her? Answer, well, Dr. Fenton, of course. Question, why was she fired? Answer, because she was unfit to teach young boys. Don't approve of girls around a boys' school anyway. Mrs. Farr heard her using very strong language to one of her pupils. She was sloppy about discipline, too. Quite a mistake. Question, then it was through Mrs. Farr she was fired. I suppose you'd say that. Good musician, good drawer, too, I must admit that. But the silly type, flat-chested and neurotic. Oh, my God. This guy. Oh, my God. This guy. What is he saying? What has he... What's his logic here? The silly type, flat-chested and neurotic. Okay. All right, Miss Major O'Rourke. He's a character. I hope we're going to get to see a picture of him at some point. Yeah, we are. Okay. Detective Reiser then asked Major O'Rourke whether he had noticed anything unusual about Dr. F's or Mrs. Farr's manner during the prize day celebrations. Like Mr. Osborne, he said Dr. F seemed worried. Mrs. Farr, however, had appeared unemotional as usual. The Major was ready to go when the door opened and Maisie Leroy showed in Chief Thorpe. Chief was carrying in his hand a revolver tied to a piece of cardboard. He looked at Major O'Rourke and Mr. Osborne, then he nodded to me to go on taking notes. Chief put the gun down on a table. From his pocket he took an envelope from which he slipped out 2 letters or notes. He beckoned Mr. Osborne and the Major to come close and look at them, saying not to touch them. Oh, he's going to get them to tell us whether it's Mr. Farr's handwriting. Chief Thorpe says, "Do either of you gentlemen recognize that handwriting? Both these notes were found near the bodies." Mr. Osborne says, "Yes, they are both in poor Ferdinand's writing." Major O'Rourke says, "I agree. This is Fenton's handwriting, and it is his regular office stationery." Chief Thorpe then pointed to the revolver. Chief Thorpe, "This gun was found in Dr. Fenton's hand, gentlemen. I want to know if either of you can identify it." Mr. Osborne shook his head, saying he didn't know anything about guns. Major O'Rourke looked rather queer. He tried to finger the gun, but the chief stopped him. Major O'Rourke, yeah, I can identify that gun. It's an old .38 caliber Army revolver belonging to Dr. Fenton. Chief Thorpe says, you sure it's not Mr. Farr's? Pauline's husband. Mr. O'Rourke says, Farr? I didn't know he had a gun. This is Fenton's, all right. An Army man knows his gun, sir. It's a center-fire Colt. You see that scratch on the barrel? I made that myself once at target practice. Chief Thorpe says, I understand you were in the habit of borrowing it? Answer, that's not true. I borrowed it once when my pistol was, well, I suppose you'd find out the truth. It was when I pawned my own in New Brabant. I was financially embarrassed at the time, but as soon as I had redeemed my own gun, I returned Fenton's. But Dr. Fenton thought you still had it, didn't he? How the devil did you know that? I'm asking the questions, Major. Did Dr. Fenton think you still had it? Answer, flushing again. Yeah, as a matter of fact, he did mention it to me yesterday during the prize day functions. He asked me if I had it because he couldn't find it. I told him I'd given it him back. Question. Did Dr. Fenton seem at all worried when he asked this? Answer. He just mentioned it casually. You're sure you gave it back to him when you say you did? Answer. Look here. I don't like this attitude. You better be careful what you say. I'm sorry, Major. Have you any idea when Dr. Fenton normally kept this? Where Dr. Fenton normally kept this gun? Answer. Yeah, I've seen it in his office at the school. I also seen it here. He usually kept it in a drawer in the library. Chief Thorpe says, I see. He didn't speak for a moment, then real quiet and official, he said, Gentlemen, from what you have just told me about this gun and from certain other discrepancies brought to light by the police, we cannot accept this case on its face value as a double suicide. My own opinion is that both Dr. Fenton and Mrs. Farr were deliberately and maliciously murdered. I know you will wish to cooperate in uncovering the identity of their murderers. I must ask you, Major, to see that no one from the school leaves the neighborhood until more facts have been obtained. End of the report from Dora Prout. Okay, well, this guy admits that Dr. Fenton thought he hadn't returned his gun. That's, at least if he had completely denied the whole thing, that would make him more suspicious, but it is still a little suspicious. Do we really believe this is Dr. Fenton's gun that he couldn't find? Or did someone steal it from the library? He says it's normally kept in a drawer in the library. That's interesting. All right, moving along. Here we have Major Cyril Searle O'Rourke, acting headmaster of Greenland's Academy, forbids press from entering buildings during murder investigation. So here we are. Here's the guy we just talked to. From the Army Gazette, O'Rourke, Cyril Searle, born 1898, Burnham, England. Education at Eton, 1910 to 1915. Sandhurst, 1915. HM, this is going to be his military service, I guess. 1916, decorations, MC, DSO Major, 1918, came to U.S. 1920, naturalized 1926, honorable appointment with rank of Major, Civil Army, U.S. 1929, in charge of military training and first master, Greenland's Academy. 1932. So he's been here for 5 years. He's a widower. Okay, we're still on June 22nd, I'll note. This is everything they've done so far has been on the day after the murder. They do not mess around. Jonathan says, Jesse, just to make it clear, it was Mr. Farr, the husband of the murder victim, who was writing the book on graphology, not Mr. Fenton, the other murder victim. Okay, that's important. So we're saying that it was the husband of Pauline who's writing a book on graphology, the weird guy that we know has been seen to be jealous. We haven't seen a picture of him yet. So the Pauline's husband, Mr. Farr, is the guy who's writing the book on handwriting. That's pretty serious. Yes. Married to Philip Erskine Farr, a graphologist, meaning a handwriting expert. So he would be able to forge that note. However, that feels like a red herring to us, doesn't it? Because if you were going to fake the suicide note, you would make it more clear that it was a suicide note. You wouldn't tear off the bottom of it. Our note seems very ambiguous. That makes us think that it isn't really a suicide note. But if you were going to forge someone's suicide note, you'd say, meet me at the boathouse, let's kill ourselves, right? Not this ambiguous thing. So I think that's a red herring. Okay. Returning back. Here's the report of Detective Scammell, one of the assisting detectives. Let's read his report. At 9:50 a.m., I received instructions from Chief Thorpe to return to the school to try to find someone who had heard the shots. I went to the Fenton house first, since I knew the maid there, Miss Maisie Leroy, personally. When I reached the line of trees that divides the fields from the actual campus, close to the building called Orpin Dormitory, I saw a young man. He was standing under a tree, looking around as if he was waiting for someone. He didn't see me until I was right up to him. Then he started like he was all nervous. He was a blond young man, big and husky, but he looked pretty shot. He asked who I was, and I replied in kind, saying I was a detective. He said his name was Lawrence Holland. We've come upon the rowing instructor, who's a ladies' man. What's wrong? He asked. All you fellows around? Has something happened? Acting on instructions, I didn't tell him anything, just asking if he worked at the school. He said, Sure, I'm the rowing and athletic coach. And I said, Were you here at the school last night? He stared at me and said quickly, Me? No, I went to the movies. Without saying anything more, he turned away and scrammed. I called after him, but he didn't pay no attention. So I went on to my destination, the Fenton house. Is he the guy with the tickets? I found Maisie Leroy, the maid, in the kitchen. She had an idea something was wrong, but I told nothing. I asked if she'd heard any shooting last night. Right away, she said she had. But she thought it was maybe the boys after rabbits or Major O'Rourke at his target practice. I questioned her where she was at the time, and she acted kind of embarrassed. Finally, I got her to talk. It seems last night was her night off, and she met her boyfriend, Daniel Weaver, who works as the groundsman at the academy. They were meeting at the corner where Hope Lane branches off Orchard Lane. We can see that on our map. I think it's upper left. She didn't know the exact time, but luckily she could pin it down. She had heard one shot just as the clouds were almost ready to break and the storm to start. Then, about a minute later, the rain began pouring down. She ran to get to shelter. About 2 or 3 minutes later, when the rain was coming down real hard, she's sure she heard a second shot. Okay, this is sounding more like what we were thinking from the photographs, with one has mud and one doesn't, right? Like one of them was killed early and then one came later and got killed. Note, checking this with the Weather Bureau report, the first shot must have been fired approximately 8:27 and the second about 8:32. So one before the rain started and one a little bit after the rain started. Having got this dope from Miss Leroy, I questioned her about the movements of the people in the house last night. I got the following. Mr. Osborne left first around 7 p.m., taking his dinner with him as sandwiches and his miniature camera. He was going to walk someplace to take photographs of birds, as he often does. He told us where that was. He said at least near Locke's Mills, which we know is 9 miles down the road, not towards the boathouse. So he says. Dr. and Mrs. Fenton had dinner alone together. About 8:15 p.m., Dr. Fenton left the house on foot. Someone told us 8 p.m. Now, apparently from the maid, she says 8:15 p.m. Maisie heard him saying that he was going to walk into Jordan to talk to Mr. Rawlings of the General Contracting Company about the improvements to the boathouse. But she could see him from the kitchen window, and he didn't go off down the drive towards Jordan, but went up the main classroom building where his office was. She didn't notice him again. All right, so he lies about where he's going and instead heads towards the boathouse. Right after Dr. Fenton left the house, the telephone rang, i.e. approximately 8:15 p.m. Mrs. Fenton answered it. Then she came out into the kitchen and told Maisie she was going off for a drive in her car. Maisie saw her get the car out of the garage and drive off. Maisie Leroy, therefore, was the last to leave. On being questioned tactfully, Miss Leroy said the Fentons seemed to be a real devoted couple. There were never any quarrels, even though Major O'Rourke was at the house so much that some husbands might have started wondering. When questioned about Mrs. Farr, however, she expressed dislike, saying Mrs. Farr was always interfering with the housekeeping, even ordering the groceries and saying what was to be cooked for dinner, etc. The housekeeper doesn't like that. But Mrs. Fenton wasn't good at those things and seemed glad to have someone to help her out. It will be understood that these questions were asked casually, Miss Leroy thinking there was no trouble as serious as murder. Having this information, I went to report to Chief Thorpe, who then arrived at the Fenton house. As I was going from the kitchen to the hall, I passed a little telephone alcove. There on the table, I saw a small note or memo scribbled on a piece of paper. I showed this to Maisie, who said it was in Mrs. Fenton's handwriting, and it was probably made when she answered the call at 8:15, referred to above, note appended. Note, later in the day, I questioned Daniel Weaver, Miss Leroy's boyfriend and groundsman. He said his only job after prize day was to sweep out the boathouse after the parents, etc., which he finished about 6. So he was early waiting for Maisie. He heard the shots too. Checking one was just before the rain and the other a few minutes later. This seems to definitely fix the times of death, 8:27 and 8:32 p.m. Nice. Okay, so if we believe those two shots, one was to kill one was to kill the other, we've got quite precise times of death. All right, here was the note found in the telephone alcove that Miss Fenton got before she left the house for a drive. Rookie called 8:17. That's Major O'Rourke. What does this say? RRD. What is that? Rookie called 8:17 p.m. This might be something like I'm taking a note. Said it was business. he'll call back. It looks like rain, so I'm going for a lovely swim. Probably back before you are, B. This must be FRD. This is Ferdinand. She's leaving a note for her husband. Rookie called 817, said it was business. He'll call back. Looks like rain, so I'm going for a lovely swim. That sure looks like swim to me. Is it possible it says drive? No, I think that says swim. At the boathouse? Probably back before you are, B. You forgot your hat. You old duffer, is what she says. You forgot your hat, you old duffer. Okay, the comment says, mysterious stains, what left these from what time? Yeah, these look like these are not, well, let me point out, these look like they're not part of the game, but however, they're in the kitchen. They're taking notes in the kitchen, so maybe it's just a little bit of food. Or, I got a better possibility for you. It's from this. But what is that? We don't know. It's a big, giant thing. I wonder if this was a conscious decision that they've put all these evidences like the page before they're referenced rather than the page after. So we've got a little piece of evidence here. Senshai says, going without a hat in the 1930s is like going without shoes and a shirt. It wasn't quite indecent, but it also wasn't considered proper. That's a good point. Maybe that means he left in a hurry. Okay, so we've got something here. I can't quite tell if it's a bullet casing. I think it's probably meant to be a bullet casing. We might need to take it out and look at it because it's actually got some engraving on it. So we're probably going to need to take it out and look at it. But before we do, let's continue reading. How crazy is that, huh? Or it's the lipstick. It's either lipstick, a very small thing of lipstick, or it's a bullet casing. I can't tell which. Let's read. Okay, so we might have a problem here. We might have a missing page. 39. This page seems to be... Okay, I think we have a little bit of a problem of a missing page. All right, because this page seems to be coming in the middle of a sentence. 39, 38. Yes, we have a missing page. Okay, so we've never had that before with one of these games. It looks like maybe it came out. I'm just looking if it's somewhere else. All right, it's a missing page. I think it's going to be kind of important about where this came from, but we're going to treat this as like we're doing a cold case and a page from the police file got lost. We're going to have to work around it. Since no one else in the audience is going to have a copy of this, we're just going to have to make a note for ourselves that it looks to me like page 40 is missing. Well, that's a shame, but we're going to work around it. We're going to do our best to understand it. All right, but it's time for a break. Get your tea, get your coffee. We'll come back and we'll try to work around the fact that one of our police report pages got lost. It happens to real police. It doesn't look good when you're on the stand and you get caught having lost a piece of evidence. but it happens. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Where we left off is we seem to be missing a page. So we found this thing here. It looks like either a bullet casing or lipstick. We're going to, and we've left off knowing that we've missing a page, page 40. But we're just going to cut this open. See if we can't get access to this thing. Suppose we could read about it first before we bother to take it out. But let's get it out. Seems like it almost wants to come out. Sure, there's better equipment for this. It looks like a little miniature shotgun shell. It's got some engraving on it though. Let's take off this 80-year-old piece of tape. Alright, so on the top it's just a red little cap. I don't know if it can be removed. There is some engraving on this. Let's see if we can zoom in on it and see. This might be a little too. It's a little crown at the top, it looks like. I wonder if it's not supposed to be this way. Can anyone make that out? Let's see if I can do it a little bit better. Looks like it might say Prince something. Let's see anything else. Prince something. Metal. Doesn't seem like there's anything in it. All right, let's just put it back for now. There's tape holding it in. Let's see if we can read what this is. I'll put it back so we can still see it. Okay, so then we think we're missing page 40, unfortunately. So we jump back in at 41, and let's see. We're jumping in the middle of a report from Detective Cobden, who's another one of the officers. He says, remember, in mid-sentence, kicked away from the doorway or crushed. Therefore, I thought they'd probably been dropped later in the evening or near the time of deaths, thus being clues. Sounds like Cobden has found some evidence. Luckily, we got enough of it to know where it was found. I think this is probably at the boathouse, I'm guessing. I picked up the lipstick. Top fitted the crayon and was stamped with the name of the maker, Prince Machiavelli, and a crown. Okay, so he's talking about that thing we just looked at, which is now lipstick, we're told. With the top. Maybe if I open up that top, it'll actually be lipstick. We might want to try to open it to actually see if we can find lipstick inside that thing. I then turned my attention to the piece of chewing gum. I wonder if we're not missing evidence, a piece of chewing gum. Maybe the chewing gum got stuck to the paper and that's why it's gone. Let's read about it. Turn my attention to the piece of chewing gum that must have also been found. I noted at once that there was a very definite fingerprint on the surface of the gum, which must have been made when the person who had been using it took it out of their mouth to throw away. With a knife, I shaved off the part of the board's surface to which the chewing gum was stuck, thus keeping the gum and the print on it safe for carrying. Hopefully we won't need access to that gum. It's on a board. Almost sounds like this is the board, like the gum should be on it, but I don't see any. Okay. I then stepped into the boathouse where the electric light was burning. All right, so it sounds like what we're missing here is Cobden called us over, found some two pieces of evidence at the boathouse, a piece of gum and this lipstick. Okay. I then stepped into the boathouse where the electric light was burning. I moved to the brass-plated switch and noted that there was a very clear fingerprint mark on it. This I left for Detective Kane to photograph. This print might be important since someone must have been in the boathouse last evening after dusk, i.e. near the time of the crime, as with the lipstick and the gum. I then started a search of the boathouse, finding nothing more. I was at the back when I heard... He says, I was at the back when I heard footsteps. This must have been footsteps. I slipped behind a lot of canoes and saw a young woman crossing the threshold. She did not see me, but she glanced over her shoulder as if scared someone might be following her. Then she took a handkerchief out of her bag and went toward the light switch. Her hand was raised, holding the handkerchief as if to touch the switch when I called, "Don't do that!" The young woman gave a cry as if surprised and frightened. Her hand dropped to her side. I moved towards her. She was dark, that is, with dark hair and eyes. She was thin, too, and her face was white. Whoa, this woman was trying to wipe fingerprints clean. He stopped her. Good call. "What are you doing here?" I said. She threw back her head, defiant, like, "Who the hell are you?" I explained I was a county detective. The pupils of her eyes went very big, so her eyes looked black. "What is it?" she said. "Has something happened?" I did not reply, merely asking again what she was doing there. She said, "I've a right here, haven't I? I work at the school. I'm the music teacher." I asked her name. She said, "Margaret Denniston." That's the teacher who was staying late after all the other teachers went home. And the major was not happy with that and thought that she might be hooking up with the rowing guy. I then repeated my question as to her reasons for being in the boathouse. "I was going for a walk," she said. I saw the lights were on, so I came in to see why and to turn them off." I asked why she was going to do that with a handkerchief in her hand. She looked at the handkerchief and laughed. "Oh, I didn't know I had it in my hand," she said. "I had just blown my nose. I hadn't put it away. Why are you asking these questions?" I knew she was lying about the handkerchief. I, having seen her myself take it out of her bag for the obvious purpose of destroying the print on the switch. I then told her she was on no account to touch the switch. She became hostile and used words young ladies shouldn't use, saying, "Why the F-H shouldn't she want to touch the switch?" While she was talking, the girl was backing away from me. Her shoulders were almost up against the switch before I realized she was making a second deliberate attempt to destroy the print, rubbing her shoulder against it. "Stop that," I called. I gripped her arm, trying to jerk her forward, but she struggled, pushing her back against the switch and smudging the fingerprint before I could stop her. Whoa. Boy, he saved the print for the detective. He tried to stop her, and she managed to cover it up anyway and smudge it. Wow. She became very angry, saying I had no right to maul her about. I got angry too, accusing her of obstructing an officer in the pursuit of his duty. Then she started hollering real loud like I was hurting her, which I wasn't. She said, "God, you're a fool. Why do you keep on about the switch? I didn't know I was up against it. I can't have eyes in the back of my head." It was then, quite sudden, that a young man appeared in the doorway just by us. He was a tall, blond young man. I recognized him as Lawrence Holland, the school athletic coach. His face was yellowish beneath the coat of tan. He'd squared his shoulders and was coming at me. "I don't know what you think you're doing," he said, "but you can leave that young lady alone." He pushed me back with his arm like I was nothing at all. I noted the girl flashed him a quick look. "He says he's a detective, Larry. He's terribly dumb. He's been accusing me of touching the electric light switch or interfering with an officer or something. God knows why I should want to interfere with him." Two of them stood there staring at me. Holland put his arm around her shoulder, but he seemed more scared. But he seemed the more scared of the two. Certainly was a good-looking boy, but his looks weren't quite healthy just then. "You can lay off Miss Denniston," he said. I decided the young woman was a highly suspicious character. If this was just a suicide case, it didn't explain the way she was acting. I ordered them out of the boathouse. They kind of hesitated, then they went. As they moved away, I heard the girl say, sort of hoarse, "Larry, why must you barge in and mess things up?" I was worried at my failure in keeping the girl from destroying the print on the switch. I made a more thorough search of the boathouse, but found nothing. When I came out, I saw Patrolman Webb and Jones, who had been sent from the Jordan police to render assistance. I told Webb to go to the school, get the keys to the boathouse, and lock the place up. I instructed Jones to keep guard until Webb got back. I then proceeded to the Fenton house for further orders, taking with me the lipstick, the chewing gum, and the .25 automatic, which I had found in the bushes. Okay, so the nice thing about this is we are missing page 40. Seems like it was important, but we got enough from the rest of the pages to know what it had on it. This guy found the lipstick, which we have, a chewing gum with a fingerprint, which we don't have. We don't know if it was evidence, but it may have been a piece of evidence or a photograph, and a .25 automatic. So maybe on our card about the missing page 40, we might say lipstick, chewing gum with print, and lastly, a .25 auto in the bushes. And these are all by the boathouse. All right, hopefully not critical to our case. Anna says, "I'm glad this woman got fired. She's obnoxious." All right, here's a telegraph next. I'm going to keep my eye on these pages to make sure we don't have any others missing. I think we got lucky with that missing page because it seems like the following pages told us everything we needed to know about them. Okay, Chief Andrew Thorpe from David Laws, the chairman of the board of directors at the Greensdale Academy. So chairman of the board is writing to the chief. He says, "Have been informed by Major O'Rourke of shocking tragedy." Stop. "On behalf of the Greenlands Academy trustees, wish to express full confidence in morals and integrity of Dr. Fenton and in Pauline Farr, who has been treasurer to board for some time." Stop. "Earnestly beg you to cooperate with O'Rourke and avoid newspaper publicity as much as possible." Stop. "Unless required as material witness, please do not hold Lawrence Holland unnecessarily, since his presence urgently needed in this camp." Stop. Am contemplating return. Stop. Meanwhile, communicate with me if necessary. Camp Pocahontas, Vermont. Telephone Pontus 567R2. Signed, David Laws. A memo to the Chief of County Detectives Thorpe. 11:30 a.m. Somehow the press has gotten onto the story, Chief. Reporters are blocking the courthouse, dozens of them from all over. Major O'Rourke telephoned from the academy to say they're having the same troubles there. Boy, was he snotty. He said he'd had official word from the chairman of the board of trustees, making him acting head of the school. He said it was up to us to prevent any kind of publicity. I asked whether he thought I was the Archangel Gabriel. I stalled the reporters for a while, hoping you'd be back, but when they looked like sabotaging the courthouse, I gave out the following official statement. I had to do it, Chief. So the reporters were causing too much chaos. He had to give them a statement. Here's his statement. At 8 a.m. this morning, the bodies of Dr. Ferdinand Arnold Fenton and Miss Pauline Arabella Farr were found dead in the fields behind the academy campus. They had both been shot. Mrs. Farr in the forehead, Dr. Fenton in the right temple. There was a revolver in Dr. Fenton's right hand. That'll keep him quiet for a while, maybe. Signed, Arthur E. Prothero, County Detective. We're still on the first day. I don't know how that's possible. To Prosecutor Burbank, Wookachet Hospital, Wookachet, Maine. So here's to the prosecutor, Joseph H. Burbank, who's laid up in the hospital with a broken leg, I guess. Joe, the first reports will be rushed to you by airmail, special delivery with this note. It's darn awful having you laid up like this where we can't get at you, but at least there's one thing to be said for it. Having to get everything down on paper for you keeps the old gray matter going. Just taking a few moments off to think on paper now. I guess that's the framing of this case, why there's so much written documentation, because they're trying to communicate with someone who's remote. That hunch was right, Joe. Things are bad, just about as bad as they can be. We do have a deliberate double murder on our hands. And as callously smart a murderer as New Jersey's seen in a long time. I had my suspicions as I wired you. I was sure of it as soon as O'Rourke identified the murder weapon as Dr. Fenton's stolen revolver, and Scammell reported on the time of the shots. It's obvious, isn't it? Leroy and Weaver checked that one shot was fired just before the storm, 8:27 p.m., and that the second came a few minutes later when the rain was pouring down, 8:32 p.m. Now, there was no mud on Fenton's shoes. There was mud on Mrs. Farr's, and that footprint shows she was alive after the rain had started. In other words, Dr. Fenton was killed before Mrs. Farr. That makes sense. I see. So therefore it can't be a murder-suicide. He was, from the scene, looks like the last person to fire, but because of the timing of the mud, this is saying he must have been the first one dead. This knocks the murder-suicide as committed by Fenton higher than a kite, and it's utterly impossible to suppose that Mrs. Farr did the actual killing. Gun was in Fenton's hand. He was half sprawled over her, and her body had obviously been tampered with after her death. The eyes closed, the arms folded, etc. No, neither Fenton nor Farr could have fired those shots. The whole suicide pact was an elaborate fake arranged by a double murderer. And it was a brilliant fake, too. If it hadn't been for that shower, we'd probably never have guessed. I've no time now for any plain or fancy theorizing. Maybe I'll make a stab at a reconstruction later on. But several things stick out like the proverbial sore thumbs. In his note to Mrs. Farr, Fenton wrote that his gun was missing. That missing gun did the killing. Had someone stolen it? And was the thief the murderer? I've talked to Mr. Farr. Dora Prout's writing the report up now while I tap this out with one finger. Farr identified the .25 automatic Cobden found in the bushes as his own. Did Mrs. Farr take it with her to the scene of the crime as Fenton asked her to in that note he wrote her? How did it get in the bushes? Was that lipstick Cobden found in the boathouse Mrs. Farr's? I'm getting Dora onto this angle. And how about that piece of cotton gauze and the movie tickets? For an explanation of those interesting points, wait for our next installment. Don't you agree with me that these murders can't possibly have been committed by any stray thug or thief? $34 and a gold watch were found on Fenton's body. Of course, thieves sometimes kill and then get cold feet, but there's no sign of cold feet about these crimes. Anyone that had the nerve to arrange the bodies in that crazy tableau would have had the nerve to take those $34 if it had been money he wanted. No, I'm pretty sure we have to look for our murderer among the immediate families of the deceased and the few members of the school staff still in residence. It's a fantastic thought, but then it's a fantastic situation. And already motives are pouring in. Holland had that trouble with Mrs. Fenton. Miss Denniston was being fired. Farr is a thoroughly neurotic fellow and could have done anything if he suspected his wife of infidelity. And then there's O'Rourke. Maybe he's in love with Mrs. Fenton. Maybe he was out for cash. Anyway, he's got a good chance of becoming headmaster of the academy now Fenton's out of the way. I've just had all the boys here in the office. I've told them to read each other's reports so that they'll all know just how far things have gone. I'm starting a mass checkup on alibis right away. I'm also having the boys get the fingerprints of all parties concerned. I realize that since we're dealing with respected citizens of the community, we can't demand their prints. Boys will have to speak up on them because that fingerprint found on the chewing gum in the boathouse is probably very important. The boys will have to sneak up on them to get their fingerprints. Cobden is covering Miss Denniston and Lawrence Holland. Reiser, who knows Mr. Osborne quite well, is covering him and the Englishman Major O'Rourke. I myself, plus the indomitable Dora, plan to take care of Mrs. Fenton and Mr. Farr. I'm crazy to hear your angle, but for Pete's sake, take care of yourself. We want you sound in mind and limb so that you can prosecute the murder of Dr. Fenton and Mrs. Farr. Signed, Andy. Okay, here's a letter from the bandbox. Gowns, hats, lingerie, perfume. High Street, Jordan, New Jersey. So this is a store or something. Sending a reply to an inquiry from our detective. Dear Sir, in response to the request of your secretary, Miss Dora Prout, for information regarding a red and gold Prince Machiavelli lipstick believed to have been property of Mrs. Pauline Farr, we can give you the following information. The lipstick submitted to us by Mrs. Prout is the cardinal shade. On June 18th, I personally gave Mrs. Farr one of the lipsticks. Mrs. Farr had long been a user of the Prince Machiavelli product and it was after she placed an order for a $22 bottle of Infanta, Prince Machiavelli's newest perfume, to be delivered to her as soon as it was available that she said she had left her regular lipstick at home and felt quite undressed without it. $22 bottle of perfume? That's a very expensive bottle of perfume. Boy, that seems insanely expensive. What would $22 in current time would be like $400? What the hell? That just seems insane. Insanely expensive. This would be a good time to pause and recommend a book. I'm not sure I remember the exact title of it. It's a book about, it's a fascinating book, a true story about a guy who was an expert at perfumes and how the jobs he held and how he searched out perfumes. It's called something like, I don't know if it's got something like some religious title, like the God of Perfume or Chemist or something. If you search for on Amazon, if someone could search for perfume nonfiction on Amazon, it would be nice to find it. I guess if no one does, I'll search for it during the breaks. It's a very cool book. I would recommend it. Okay, let's get back to this while we're waiting for that. So she placed an order for this super expensive perfume to be delivered to her as soon as it was available. She said she'd left her regular lipstick at home and felt quite undressed without it. At this juncture, I handed her one of the miniature ones to tide her over. And since her coloring is a very delicate blonde, it was the cardinal shade she took. On June 15th, we received from Prince Machiavelli Incorporated, 711 Fifth Avenue, New York, 1 dozen of their sample red and gold lipsticks for distribution among our best customers. They were the cardinal shade for women of blonde coloring, 3 raspberries for brunettes, and 3 Cherokee for those with a deep tan, and 3 medium. We find this morning that we have left 9 of the lipsticks, 1 cardinal, 3 medium, 8 Cherokee, and 2 raspberry. The assistants in our shop have pointed out that neither Mrs. Fenton nor Miss Deniston would have used the cardinal shade. They are both brunettes, Miss Deniston being very dark and Miss Fenton a charming chestnut-haired type. It was further pointed out that neither of them have been in the shop for several weeks. We trust that this information will be of service to you. So she's saying that they had 3 of the cardinal shades that we found. They've only got 1 left, so 2 went out. But they're saying only Miss Farr, Pauline, involved in this case, got one. The other 2 women we ask about, they wouldn't have gotten one of these. And Anna says, there was a movie, Perfume, A Story of a Murderer. Yes, but that's not quite the book I'm talking about. Okay, so Anna says maybe we might need to open this lipstick. I don't know if it's going to be openable, to be honest. I might have to try to open it on break with a pliers. I can try. I can't get it off with my bare hands. I don't want to break it, but I could be convinced to do whatever we have to do to open it if and when we think she might be keeping something in it. You could imagine she definitely could be keeping a message in it, but it does sound like there's more of a clue about her lower lip being clear of lipstick. Maybe that's something else going on. So let's wait. Okay, that was from Helen Jackson. Here's the report of Dora Prout, Secretary-Chief of County Detective Thorpe, writing to the Chief of County Detective Thorpe. So she's just recording it for the file. After detectives Scammell and Cobden had reported on their findings, and Cobden had turned in the .25 automatic found by him in the bushes at the scene of the crime, Chief Thorpe left the Fenton house and, accompanied by Self, hurried off to interview Dr. Philip Farr at his bungalow, The Patio, which stands alone on a deserted part of the Ranatomic Creek, about 1 mile back from the school boathouse, that we know. There's only one way to get to it by road, up a dirt track that leads from the main road. This made it kind of hard for Mrs. Farr to drive to and from the academy, but her husband wanted a lonely house not standing for neighbors. At least that's what they say. Mr. Farr himself opened the door for us, dressed in a sort of brown and white plaid bathrobe. Although the Farrs have been in Jordan for about 3 years, I'd never seen him before. With his tuberculosis and everything, he's supposed not to care to see people and hardly ever leaves the house. Around town, the rocking chair brigade says he drinks an awful lot. He's thin, tall, youngish man with hollow cheeks and very big eyes. His hands, twisting the cord of the bathrobe, were shaking, and I couldn't help thinking, but what old Mrs. Schultz was right about the drinking, I mean. The chief had decided against breaking the news right away. He just said to Mr. Farr he'd come around to ask more questions about his wife's being missing. Mr. Farr grunted and led us into the main room, which was very untidy, with dirty glasses and ashtrays strewn about as if there wasn't any woman to take care of the place. A bottle of whiskey was on a table and a typewriter, surrounded with sheets of manuscript. Mr. Farr explained the untidiness with a rather bitter laugh, saying, my wife is the wage earner, and as kept man and unappreciated genius, I justify my rather inadequate existence by acting as cook and bottle washer. You observe the results. He poured a real stiff drink of whiskey and swallowed it without water. Seemed like he was all strung up somehow. It wasn't just the whiskey. He sat down and shrugged when Chief Thorpe asked if he minded me taking notes. Statement of Philip Erskine Farr, Chief Thorpe interrogating, is taken down at the scene by D. Prout. Question. Well, Mr. Farr, have you any idea where your wife could be? Answer. I have a very good idea, but I'm afraid it's rather unsavory. Question. Just what do you mean by that? Answer. Well, with due deference to the sweet young thing taking notes, I think Pauline's been indulging in a little quiet infidelity. If I were a gentleman, I'd have kept the police out of this, but I'm not a gentleman. Question. What makes you think that about your wife, Mr. Farr? Answer. The age-old reasons, officer. Recently, she has developed a habit of sneaking out at night after she thought I was either suitably drunk or asleep. That usually means only one thing, doesn't it? Question. You think she was out with a man last night? Answer. I don't think it. I know it. Question. And this man, Mr. Farr, the man, Mr. Farr? Answer. Mr. Farr smiled, so his lips went very thin. Here we come to the anticlimax. If one's wife decides to be unfaithful, at least she would flatter me to the extent of picking a younger, more attractive man. Pauline lacks the finer feelings, I'm afraid. Her guilty lover is no one more romantic than her revered employer, Dr. Fenton, and I'm unpleasant enough to want to stir up just as much embarrassment for both of them as I can. That's why I called you policeman last night. And here's who we're talking to, Philip E. Farr, husband of murdered woman, at a loss to explain the tragedy. And he's all strung out, we're told. So he sounds like he's just saying like he's unhappy, his wife's having an affair, and he's going to stir up trouble and publicity so she gets embarrassed, and so does he. Question. Then you mean your wife was with Dr. Fenton last night? Answer. Exactly. Pauline was considerate enough to warn me the day before yesterday that she would have to be out late last night. There was an important school matter which she had to be discussed with Dr. Fenton after the prize day functions. she said. And then, yesterday evening, about 6, one of the boys brought her a note from the school. I went to the door. The boy, a goggling infant called Donald Grant, told me the note was from Dr. Fenton. Here's Donald Grant again. Could he be involved in this somehow? My wife snatched it from me and, in the best sentimental tradition, retreated with it to her bedroom. When she came out, I ventured to ask what the note was about. She told me it was from Dr. Fenton to confirm their business date. She added that the business in question concerned the Academy funds. This, doubtless, was a naive attempt to pull the wool over my eyes. They can hardly have been attending to the school funds alone together all night. Okay, so if she's telling the truth, this is about some embezzlement going on. Question: and your wife left the house as soon as she received the note? Answer: oh no. She put in a few wifely moments first, helping to type up my book. Then we had dinner. Question, pointing to the manuscript around the typewriter: is that the book you're writing? Answer: how tactful of you to be interested. Yes, I'm writing a treatise on graphology, handwriting, and the manner in which it reflects character. It's a fascinating subject, even though it doesn't seem to be fascinating to publishers. Let me analyze your handwriting sometime. Here, Mr. Farr got up and took another drink. He sort of staggered when he walked, which was the only sign he was under the influence of alcohol. He's an alcoholic, it sure seems. Question: when did your wife leave the house, Mr. Farr? Answer: now, after we'd ate through one of her intimate little dinners, cooked none too brilliantly by myself. One of our intimate little dinners, cooked none too brilliantly by myself. Just about 7, I'd say. She didn't take the car. She told me she preferred to walk down to the school by way of the creek. That struck me as odd, since it's a good half-hour's walk, and Pauline isn't exactly the hiking type. Okay, half-hour's walk, we're told. Question, and that was the last you saw of her? Answer: it certainly was not. I saw the reason why she wanted to walk. The lovers' meeting. Very touching it was, too. A kiss in the gloaming, whatever the gloaming may be. Question, you mean you saw your wife and Dr. Fenton kissing? Answer: that's correct. About 300 yards from here, on the path along the creek that leads to the school boathouse, I saw Pauline meet a man. I saw her slip romantically into his arms in the shadows under the trees on the bank. That was the final curtain. They disappeared around a bend in the creek. Question, from where did you see this? Answer, pointing, through that window. Chief Thorpe crossed to the window and looked out. Question, how could you possibly identify them at a distance of 300 yards? Answer, I own a very convenient pair of binoculars. Since my wife has developed her recent habit of stepping out, I've been watching her departures. Last night I was rewarded. She was wearing a green dress, quite conspicuous through the field glasses. Question, you're sure the man in question was Dr. Fenton? Well, even if I'm unsuccessful as a husband, I am capable of putting 2 and 2 together. My wife was going to meet Dr. Fenton, and she met him. That's all I know. Now, I want you to find them and bring Pauline back to her loving and beloved spouse. Question, I've got to get everything quite clear, Mr. Farr. Did your wife say or do anything unusual yesterday evening? Answer, well, she praised my omelette au fine herbe. And Dora is noting she doesn't know how to spell it. Has she taken it down wrong. Yeah, that was uncharacteristic. Now I come to think of it, there was something else. She asked me where I kept my automatic. Said she'd been meaning to clean it for me. I remember thinking at the time there was something abnormally generous in that suggestion. Pauline usually keeps her domestic side for Dr. Fenton, where it pays dividends. Ha! Here Mr. Farr laughed. Oh, maybe that's the explanation. Maybe she took my gun and brought their guilty passion to a tragic end. An academic Antony and a stenographic Cleopatra. Question. In other words, Mr. Farr, you're afraid your wife and Dr. Fenton may have committed suicide? Answer. You're taking me too seriously. I was merely being caustic. Pauline says I got a bitter tongue. Question. What type is your gun, Mr. Farr? Answer. A .25 automatic. Question. Where do you keep it? Answer. In my desk drawer here. Why the hell do you want to know that? Question. Would you get it for me? Answer. You're being very dramatic, aren't you? Mr. Farr got up again. He walked to the desk, pulling open a drawer. For a few moments, he fumbled. Then he turned around. Mr. Farr, that's not funny. Could have sworn it was there. Chief Thorpe rose and went out into the hall where he had left the .25 automatic, which Cobden had found in the bushes and given him. He came back, holding the gun out on its piece of cardboard. Chief Thorpe says, perhaps this is it, Mr. Farr. Mr. Farr seemed suddenly to collapse. He looked then the sick man he must be. His shoulders all stooped, his hands shaking. He walked kind of unsteady to Chief Thorpe's side, peering at the gun. Mr. Farr, yeah, that's it. That's my gun. Where'd you find it? What has happened? You've been lying. I can see it. You knew all along where Pauline was. You were just dragging me out, lying. You were drawing me out. Tell me what has happened to Pauline. Is she dead? Chief Thorpe then broke the news. Mr. Farr listened, his hands clenched into fists at his side. I thought he was going to faint, but he didn't. He just went and poured himself another drink, a half glassful. I was joking when I said it just now, he whispered. I was joking, and I was speaking the truth. Pauline, she's dead. And I could have prevented it. My God, to think I let her go to that old swine. To think I was here while he was killing her and then killing himself. If only I'd known. He sank into a chair, covering his face with his hands, and he started to cough, a deep, racking cough. Chief Thorpe said, I'm afraid it's worse than that, Mr. Farr. It isn't murder and suicide, it's double murder. Mr. Farr looked up suddenly. Murder? So that's it. You think someone else killed them. That's why you came lying to me, pretending you hadn't found her. You think I killed her because I was her husband and because some of these long-tongued old witches in the village here have been spreading lies about me. That's it, isn't it? Why do you suspect me? Why not suspect Mrs. Fenton? She's in it as much as I am, and her father, too. He's a sanctimonious old prig who pretends to disapprove of me drinking with TB, though he's always ready enough to take a drink himself when he gets the chance. He went on talking like that for a while, half crying, and he was coughing, too. Chief did his best to calm him down, speaking very soft. Then the interrogation of Mr. Philip Erskine Farr resumed. Question. I'm terribly sorry I had to break such bad news to you, Mr. Farr, and you must realize that any questions I put are pure formality. But I'll have to ask you what you were doing last night after your wife left the house. Answer. What I was doing? How can I remember what I was doing when Pauline was lying there dead? I suppose I was working at my book. I suppose I went to bed. Question. You have anyone that can check up on the fact that you were here from 8 to 9? Answer. You know I don't. You know I don't have any friends. No one ever comes here. Someone from the school called Pauline on the telephone. Major O'Rourke, I believe. I don't know when he called. He wanted to talk to Pauline on business. I said she was out. Ask Major O'Rourke. I suspect he'll lie and deny it, and I suspect they'll try to pin it on me. The scapegoat. That's what I'll be. Always was the scapegoat. I couldn't hear any more of what he was saying. Cough was really bad, twisting his whole body. Tears were coming from his eyes. Chief Thorpe told me to telephone Dr. Rydell and to come over, which I did. We then took Mr. Farr out onto the porch and helped him onto his bed, making him as comfortable as we could until the doctor came. His bed might be out on the porch because he's got tuberculosis, and they thought people should get fresh air. Then, having his permission, Chief Thorpe and I made a search of Mrs. Farr's bedroom while Dr. Rydell took care of Mr. Farr. In the scrap basket by the bed, I found a note to Mrs. Farr signed Galahad. It was scribbled on a school program, and the chief said to keep it. Program note herewith. After that, we searched the living room, finding nothing of interest except that there's the note. We'll look at that in a second. Except that the chief took a sample of Mr. Farr's scribbled notes on handwriting, etc. He took a piece that had been thrown away and obviously was not wanted by Mr. Farr. Sample of Mr. Farr's notes for the book on graphology. Photostat herewith. Which is there. We'll look at that in a second. Soon, Dr. Rydell joined us to say he had given Mr. Farr a sedative. In answer to Chief Thorpe's questions, he said Mr. Farr was a very sick man. One lung was almost gone. Except for a miracle, he wouldn't live much longer, which was very sad. The doctor, promising to see Mr. Farr, was properly taken care of. Chief Thorpe and I left the patio. Okay, before we take a look at those, let's catch up on the chat. The Emperor of Scent, that's it. Jonathan found the perfume book I want to recommend, The Emperor of Scent. Anna says, do you think this pair were the two teachers at the boathouse? Yeah, I'm thinking that he might not have seen his wife kissing Dr. Fenton, but maybe he saw these other two. On the other hand, he says that his wife had a very recognizable green dress. So I'm wondering now if Pauline was having an affair with the boat guy, possibly. But I'm not sure. I mean, it seems like he's saying he recognized his wife, but he didn't recognize Dr. Fenton. So it might not be Dr. Fenton she was kissing, but it does seem like he said he recognized his wife. John says, or maybe Mrs. Farr was meeting with Larry and they were seeing each other. Yeah, that sounds like maybe. I wonder if Pauline isn't having an affair, but it's not with Dr. Fenton, it's with the boat guy. But then something else is going on with Fenton and Pauline. Okay, so these are the things we found. We found two things. What did we find here? In a scrap basket by the bed. Okay, so a note to Mrs. Farr saying, God. So this one here is in Pauline's bedroom. Pauline, can you forget home, hubby, Fenton, and functions to make it same time, same place this evening? Okay? And what have you done to the predatory prima donna? She's been chasing me around today worse than usual, spitting brimstone about you and Fenton. What's eating her? Maybe it's because you and I are blank that way. Maybe I flatter myself. Well, P didn't flatter you. See you at 7, Galahad. Huh. So here's someone who wants to meet up with her at 7. And he's trying to meet her same place this evening, same time, same place. And he's saying some woman, the predatory prima donna, is chasing him around, spitting brimstone about you and Fenton. So this could be our guy. I don't know who this is. This could be Larry Holland, but sounds like we're going to be able to get a clue for it when we speak to this person, and she says she was yelling at someone. Then he says, what's eating her? Maybe it's because you and I are blank that way. Maybe I flatter myself. Well, later, LAP didn't flatter you. What does that mean? Maybe I flatter myself. Well, LAT didn't flatter you. Wonder what that means. Tell you at 7. Tell you at 7. Not see you at 7. Tell you at 7. What's he going to tell you? And this is on a program. Is there going to be a Galahad here in a program? Okay, let's look at the program. Entrance of graduating class. Invocation. Chorus. Music arranged by Miss Denniston. Addressed by Dr. Fenton. Presentation of awards by Miss Laura Binney, L-A-B. L-A, that looks like P. I thought maybe we were finding out who Laura Binney was. Hiram Hollister gave the invocation. Okay. Music teacher is chasing the boat guy, presumably Galahad, but he was involved with Mrs. Farr. Maybe she was the killer, killed Fenton for firing her. Then her rival, Miss Farr. I think that's reasonable. Jonathan says, little delay, but $22 would have been $450 today. How can she possibly be? Okay, we should say, I got a theory. That seems improbable. Maybe she's giving us the price per, price per pound for the perfume, not the actual price of a bottle of it that you would order. It says, placed an order for a $22.50 bottle of Infanta, newest perfume, to be delivered. But maybe either she is embezzling money to afford that, or maybe, I don't know, but that just seems like not plausible that even a rich person would spend that much. Okay. Back in the chat. For what it's worth, in Arthurian legends, Galahad is usually portrayed as the purest of the knights, one of the only ones who didn't have a hobby of chasing women. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have to say, okay, now here is what we found in the Mr. Farr's garbage can. It says, character from handwriting, hypocrisy continued. Working slow and something, wide awake, closed at the top. Here's a copy of the style of writing neat. Hypocrisy is most common in women, especially when there is a question of breaking a relationship which has ceased to mean anything to them. The example is the liar. The handwriting of a criminal is the most efficient lie detector. The handwriting of a criminal is the best and most efficient lie detector. Take this one word, murder, a word conjuring of violent emotions. How difficultly he may be how difficulty it may be when they say not sure what it says here. So he's writing the same word with different emotions. If you're calm, note well forward, shady, steady. So if you're calm, you write it steady. If you're truthful, but under something here, you might write it that way. If you're lying, not bothering to hide it or something. How differently it may be written depending the mood you're under or something. It may be used then by the same person under different. How differently it may be something by the same person under different something influences. Anna's good at reading this. Okay, so anyway, bottom line though is that he's saying here's how you would write it if you're calm, you're truthful, and if you're lying. What does this say? Not bothering to hide it? So I see it looks like he's shaking a little bit. Calm, truthful, lying. All right, well, let's keep that in mind as we read that. As we read any other handwriting. Okay, so here is from Detective Kane to the chief. According to instructions, I examined for fingerprints the following 4 articles. The .38 Colt revolver identified as belonging to Dr. Fenton, i.e. the murder weapon. On this I found clear prints which check with those of Dr. Fenton obtained by Detective Prothero from Phillips' undertaking establishment. No trace of other prints shown. This is good. I'm glad we found this page is not missing. So the .38 revolver that they think is the murder weapon has got Dr. Fenton's prints, no one else's. They've got his prints from the coroner. Now, as far as the .25 Colt automatic identified as belonging to Mr. Farr, i.e. the gun found lodged in the bushes by Detective Cobden, on this I traced faint, blurred prints which check with those of Mrs. Farr obtained by Detective Prothero from Phillips' undertaking establishment. These prints were found only on the side of the revolver, which had been facing downward and which had been protected from the rain dripping through the branches. No trace of other prints shown. Okay, so we know she borrowed it from her husband. her fingerprints are on it, but not on the trigger or near the trigger. But then he's saying, well, it was found in the bushes. The rain probably may have washed away some other prints. These two guns, together with the bullets extracted by Dr. Lomas from the skulls of the two deceased, have been sent to State Police headquarters in Trenton for ballistic examination. So later on in this case, we may find out that one of them was killed with one gun and one of them with the other. Interesting. Now, as far as the piece of chewing gum, this could be useful because we don't know if this evidence would have come to us or not. This gum has preserved a very clear print, probably of a thumb. The print was presumably made when the person in question took the gum out of their mouth. It does not check either with the prints of Dr. Fenton or Mrs. Farr. I have made a photographic enlargement of the same. I really hope we get that photographic enlargement. Yes, we're going to get it. Good. Thank God. We're not missing that. Okay, now, the red and gold Prince Machiavelli sample lipstick found in the boathouse by Cobden. Part of a fingerprint was found on the metal case of this article. I have photographed the same and am working on it. At the moment, I believe this print to have been left by Mrs. Farr's right thumb, but I cannot yet make a positive identification. More on this later. Now, as for the cotton gauze found at the scene, although we have no facilities here for laboratory analysis, it is my personal opinion that the dark stains on this gauze were probably caused by some type of grease, possibly the type frequently used on guns. I am, however, sending this gauze to State Police headquarters in Trenton for laboratory examination. And here we have the fingerprint in the gum. So here's a picture of the gum that they found discarded, photographed enlarged of chewing gum found in boathouse showing the fingerprint. So we've got a very clear fingerprint in the gum, the person who threw away the gum, but we're told it doesn't match Mrs. Farr or Dr. Fenton. I don't see anything else that's that helpful to us. I see these holes, but I don't think that's all that relevant for us. Looks like it could be a little scar tissue here. Nothing else jumps out, though. I mean, anyone could be chewing gum back down there behind the boathouse, but maybe we'll hear more about it. We'll find a fingerprint to match up with in a minute. Okay. So then the chat is doing a better job of analyzing this text. It's actually quite wonderful that you guys are able to see it clearly enough to read it. So this is important. So the com says note well forward. What is this? Com says this one says truthful but under stress or under strain. That's good. So here's how you would write it if you're under strain. Here's how you would write it if you're calm. It says note well formed. Well formed steady letters. Good. Okay, I got it. Well formed and steady letters. This is your truthful but you're under strain. That's good. Like if you had just found out someone had died, you're not going to write it as calmly, but you're not lying. But now if you're lying, but trying to hide it, you get this super shakiness. Interesting. Okay. Good work. Jonathan says, okay, about the timeline, did Mrs. Farr meet with her lover in the boathouse at 7 for a tryst and with Dr. Fenton at around 8? She had a busy night. Yes, she did have a busy night. I wonder if we shouldn't be keeping notes about these timelines because it's going to be hard for us to go back to them. The husband says when she left, right? I mean, clearly it's not him. It's not Pauline's husband, Mr. Farr. He's far too upfront about what he suspects and how he wanted to get her in trouble, and he clearly was affected by finding out she was dead. All right, and now we get, well, it's time for a break. All right, we're going to take another 8-minute break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. It's clear we are not going to finish this book today. We're about a third of the way through. We might even take more than another session. In fact, it kind of feels like it's going to take us 3 sessions. It's a little shame we're not going to meet tomorrow because we could wrap it up the weekend, so we're going to have to work around it. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Call Up for Two. It's 3:24 a.m. Saturday, January 14th. We are playing file on Fenton and Farr, the 1937 crime dossier book. Jonathan, I was just asking about if someone could take notes on timeline as we go. Jonathan says, I think I have most of them. In future, might call it the page number they appear on. I can note that as well. Okay, that's a good idea. All right, so in the next page here, Office of the County Physician. I've made a preliminary examination on the two bodies delivered by Chief Thorpe at the request of the same, and this examination was made by me with the assistance of Al Hart at Phillips Undertaking Company or something on this date, June 22nd. The true results of my findings are given below, signed by Lomas, the doctor. Okay, here's our medical reports. He says, case number 1, male, white, well-nourished, seemingly healthy, age about 45. Positive identification made by wife as body of Ferdinand Arnold Fenton. Death caused by bullet wound, approximately 40 centimeters. Sorry, before we go on to this, I want I probably should have been noting on cards any pages that are worth examining, worth returning to. Before I do, I guess I'm going to start taking notes now. Better late than never. Did anyone have any theories that I missed on what this is saying here? This loop is for this way, because you and I are blank that way. What's eating her? Maybe it's because you and I are blank that way. I think this sounds like someone she's really having an affair with. But now, maybe I flatter myself, well, la P. What does that mean? Just going to start making a note of pages to revisit. What does this la P mean? Or ta P? I'm confused at what this means. All right, I'm just going to put that aside. Let's remember his full name in case that's relevant. Okay. Wife identified the body as that of Ferdinand Arnold Fenton. Death caused by bullet wound, approximately 40 centimeters. Approximately 0.4 centimeters in diameter. Bullet entered in the lower right segment of the right temple, 1.2 centimeters from the right ear. So if it's 0.4 centimeters, I guess we think that means a 40 caliber bullet, something like that. Wound edges showed traces of burning, which would suggest that the wound was self-inflicted or fired by someone else standing very near the deceased. By lifting skull and cutting in, I was able to dislodge a .38 revolver bullet, which had remained lodged in the cerebral cortex. No other wounds or abrasions were found on the body except an old appendectomy scar. Okay, well, we know it's not fired by the .25, so we think it's probably the .38 revolver that killed him. Case 2, female, white. Well-nourished, seemingly healthy, late 20s, positive identification made by police as body of Pauline Arabella Farr. Death caused by bullet wound, approximately 35 centimeters in diameter. Bullet entered in the region of the superior maxilla. After following the same procedure as in case number 1, I was able to trace the course of the bullet with more accuracy. Apparently, it was deflected by one of the frontal bones and took a devious course since it was extracted from the lower occipital region. Slight traces of charred skin around entry wounds suggest either that the deceased had fired the shot herself, holding the revolver with a downward tilt, or that she had been shot by someone standing very close and slightly above her. Deceased probably lying or kneeling at time of death. .38 revolver bullet was removed as in case number 1. From the state of the tissue and the fact that rigor mortis had set in at 9:20 a.m. would place the time of death in both cases as not earlier than 7:30 last evening and not later than 9:30. Okay, so doctor's only got a 2-hour window. We think we've got it very tight window based on the witnesses hearing the shots right before and right after the storm. Now, this is quite interesting here. Let's just make a note. This is page 62. So both look like they're shot from the same gun, but she's shot in the forehead from above. You wouldn't have to be a little bit taller to shoot her downward from if you were both standing. You have to be towering over her, and that's why the ME is saying she was probably shot on her knees or lying down. That's pretty serious. Like this part about standing very close and slightly over her, probably lying or kneeling at the time of death. That's pretty serious. Maxilla is lower jaw, says Antina. She was shot by two pieces of information that were critical in this. First is they were both shot by that .38, which ballistics still hasn't confirmed comes from that gun, but it sure seems like it. But both shots seems like from the same weapon, and then that someone shot her standing over her while she was kneeling down. That's pretty serious. Okay, here we go. Andrew Thorpe, the chief county detective, he's done a reconstruction now. Let's see what he thinks he's come up with. Can I zoom in a little bit? The first batch of reports have gone off to you. The boys and Dora Proud have all spread themselves on the literary side, so you'll have plenty of reading there in that hospital of yours. I promised to make a stab at a reconstruction. Well, here goes. All the boys are out chasing alibis, etc., and I've got a few moments to piece together the dope we've been able to collect to date. That is, provided the reporters don't make another mass attack on the courthouse. Reconstruction of the crime. We know now that Dr. Fenton and Miss Farr had definitely planned to meet at the boathouse at 8:30 p.m. This meeting had already been arranged the day before Prize Day. What they intended to do, we do not know. But, judging from the note found in Mrs. Farr's pocketbook, it's clear that they were planning something secret and serious. Dangerous, too. Otherwise, why did Dr. Fenton ask Mrs. Farr to bring her husband's gun with her? That, then, is the whole crux of the affair, the meeting at the boathouse. Were they going to meet some third person there? And did that third person kill them? Was there, in fact, some guilty relationship between them? And did someone discover them together and murder them for that reason? As yet, we can't answer those questions any more than we can tell what was the object back of the meeting. Mrs. Farr told her husband she and Dr. Fenton were planning to discuss the school accounts. But it doesn't sound at all plausible at the moment. Why should the headmaster of the academy and his secretary meet secretly in the boathouse to discuss school affairs? All this is still very fuzzy, but we can follow the movements of the two deceased during the last hours of their lives. I will take each of them separately. Movements of Mrs. Farr. Mrs. Farr attended the Prize Day ceremonies in the regular way and returned to her house. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, the note from Dr. Fenton was brought to her by the boy who later discovered the bodies, Donald Grant. This note, presumably, was the one we found later in her handbag. It confirmed the time of the meeting and asked her to bring a gun, and we may presume that when she left the house on foot at 7 p.m., let's make a note. This is page 63. This is a nice summary. This is one way these games differ so dramatically from the cold case document dumps, in that we get these police summaries of the evidence. Okay. We may presume that when she left the house on foot at 7 p.m., remember, it takes her a half hour to get to the school, we think. She leaves at 7 p.m. She had the automatic with her. This, of course, depends on the innocence of Philip Farr. In other words, it depends on him telling the truth. Then followed one of the most remarkable things to date. Through his binoculars, Mr. Farr saw his wife meet a man at a point about 300 yards away and kiss him. Farr claims that this man was Dr. Fenton, but I am doubtful. The maid's evidence at the Fenton house shows that Fenton dined with his wife and did not leave until somewhere around 8:15 p.m. He couldn't possibly have been meeting Mrs. Farr at the creek just after 7 p.m. Besides, is Farr's contention that his wife was having an affair with Fenton reasonable? Pauline Farr was a pretty girl, but independent and fairly hard-boiled. What does that mean? If she did want a romance on the side, and I can't blame her, having met her husband, was she likely to have picked on a man like Fenton? Of course, it's possible. He was wealthy and her boss, and she seemed to have been very ambitious about her job. But if we count Fenton out as the lover, it makes things far simpler. For Pauline Farr did have a lover. That note, signed Galahad, has scribbled on the prize day program, and scribbled on the prize day program proves that. It may also explain the meeting at the creek witnessed by Mr. Farr. The note read, "Meet me at the same time, same place this evening." It must have referred to the evening of the crime, since it was written on the prize day program, which wouldn't have been obtainable earlier. In other words, we may assume Mrs. Farr had a date with this anonymous lover, who wasn't Fenton, prior to her important date at the boathouse. That would explain why she left the house as early as 7 p.m. when, at the slowest possible walking, it couldn't have taken her more than half an hour to reach the boathouse. Mrs. Farr, therefore, met her lover just after 7 p.m. What they did after that, we don't know. But at some stage of the game, Mrs. Farr must have reached the boathouse. Everything points to that. Lipstick being hers, and since the groundman, Weaver, cleaned out the boathouse after the prize day parents' inspection of it at 6, it's logical to suppose she dropped it there later in the evening. The unidentified fingerprint on the chewing gum shows that someone else was in that boathouse too. Was it the lover, the murderer, or were they both one and the same person? For the moment, I'll leave Mrs. Farr in the boathouse, either alone or not alone. Let's check in with the chat. People are busy here. Okay. She was running, they think, and was shot after Fenton, so maybe she saw the first murder, tried to escape, but the killer caught her and made her kneel before he shot her, says Anna. Interesting. She was running, they think, from her footprint, having no heel. And Tina says, but if the bullet entered through the jaw, changed direction at the frontal bone, and ended up in the back, it doesn't make sense she was shot from above. I think she was shot in the forehead, and it bounced around and landed in her jaw, maybe, or something. John says, Anna read the events correctly. She did have 2 meetings, yes. Sunshine says, I think you can probably draw a straight line from the upper maxima through to the lower occipital. Bullet would exit right along the top of the spine. I thought we saw she had been shot in the center of the forehead. And it bounced around, deflected through maybe through the top of the jawbone or something. And I thought it was close enough range to have left stuff on her. Bullet entered in the region of the superior maxilla. I think you might want to look again, superior maxilla. Came out lower occipital. Charred skin around entry wound suggests the deceased had fired the shot herself, killed by someone standing very closely. So there's charred burning near the wound, so the gun was right up against her. I think she was shot in the forehead. We might want to check that a little bit more. Okay, so that was tracing the movements of Mrs. Farr. Now we've got the movements of Dr. Fenton. Dr. Fenton left his house on the campus at around 8:15 p.m. He told his wife he was going to see Mr. Rawlings in the village, which wasn't true. In other words, he intended to keep secret from his wife and his father-in-law the real reason for the meeting in the boathouse. The maid saw him walking toward the classroom building. Perhaps he dropped in at his office to take one more look for the gun, which was mislaid. This is our detective theorizing. Is that... Let's just look at that map again. So there's his house. She sees him heading towards the... If she sees him heading towards the classroom building, I don't know why they think that he was... Why does our detective think he was going to his room to look for something? Why not just assume he was on his way to the boathouse and taking this path? Maybe she's saying she saw him going closer to that. The maid saw him walking towards the classroom building. I'm just thinking that towards the classroom building is the same thing as walking to the boathouse path. So I don't know why you would assume he wasn't just walking to the boathouse. But anyway, our detective is theorizing, well, maybe he went back to his office to look for the gun. Anyway, he did not have much time to spare if he's going to walk the half mile to the boathouse. We can imagine him hurrying along the path across the fields. He must have been in a very nervous state of mind because although the storm had been banking up, he had not thought to take a hat or a coat. He had no revolver, for we know, and he suspected that his gun had been stolen. He's quickening his pace to reach his destination before the storm breaks. He arrives at the patch of bushes about 100 yards from the boathouse. A shot rings out. He keels over. Almost immediately after the echo of the shot has faded, the thunderstorm breaks. Isn't it obvious why the deaths took place by those bushes? Clearly, the murderer would have chosen them as the ideal place of concealment. He had already made his plans to create a phony suicide pact. Fenton had to be shot at close range. How simple to step out from behind the bush just as Fenton reached it. How simple to press the revolver bang against his temple and to fire before Fenton had done so much as recognize him. One shot and the first victim is disposed of. Now our retrace is back to Mrs. Farr. Pauline Farr is waiting in the boathouse. Judging from the state of her lips when we found her and from the fact that her lipstick was dropped without its cap, I'd say it was likely that she was actually making up her mouth at the time when the first shot was fired. That clears up one bizarre detail. She drops the lipstick, possibly takes the automatic from her handbag, and hurries out of the boathouse. So she's been kissing some guy that she met at 7:30. The other guy arrives, gets shot. She hears the shot. She's reapplying her lipstick after that kissing person goes or is done, and she only gets it on half of her lips. Shot runs out. She drops it in fear. She's fumbling around for a gun as she runs to the meeting place to see what happened. She possibly takes the automatic from her handbag, hurries out of the boathouse. The rain is pouring down now. Although it's only just past sunset, the storm would have made visibility almost nil. Bravely or foolishly, Mrs. Farr runs in the direction from which the shot had come, the running footprint in the mud of the path. She probably reaches Dr. Fenton and is actually bending over him when the murderer steps out again from his place of concealment behind the bushes and shoots her too, at close range and in the forehead. Once again, close range was necessary to fit in line with the suicide pact, which was to be arranged later. Mrs. Farr probably never even saw him until the gun was pointing straight at her. That explains why no shot had been fired from her gun. She wouldn't have had the chance to do any shooting. Since the .25 automatic was found in the bushes, I imagine that it flew there out of her hand as she crumpled to the ground. There's the reconstruction for you, Joe. Now I'll try and follow the murderer a while longer. What's fascinating is we're, less than halfway in, and our detective has done a pretty convincing job of reconstructing the scene from the evidence, better than we would have done. And it's pretty believable. Seems pretty plausible. Okay, now he's writing up his reconstruction, including his theory about the movements of the murderer. To date, we know very little about the murderer. Since Fenton warned Mrs. Farr to bring her husband's gun, it looks as though they were expecting to meet someone dangerous at the boathouse. But we can't be sure about that. It's still possible that they had planned to commit suicide and that someone killed them before they could do it, or after they'd changed their minds. This is fantastic, of course, but it's one of the many alternatives. Of only one thing can we be sure: the murders were premeditated and the suicide pact had already been thought out beforehand. The facts that the murderer stole Fenton's gun and that the shots were fired at close range prove this. There is, however, an important fact which we can be reasonably sure of. This so-called suicide note appeared on the bush was dry. It must have been put there after the storm. In other words, at a time later than the murders. This proves fairly definitively that the murderer did not arrange the suicide tableau immediately after he had committed the crimes. He must have gone away and come back at some later time. It's easy to see why he would have had to do this. All right, explain, because I'm not sure. He had fired 2 shots and couldn't risk waiting around to move the bodies. Someone might have heard. Besides, if he's the smart man I think he is, he would have wanted to establish his alibi, which I expect will be a good one. Perhaps this alibi was made at a movie house, vis-a-vis those 2 ticket stubs picked up by Scammell at the scene of the crime. They weren't sodden or smudged, so presumably they were dropped there after the storm. It's possible the murderer dropped them when he'd fixed his alibi and was coming back to finish off the suicide job. We'll be checking up on those alibis as soon as possible. My bet, therefore, is that sometime during the night or early morning, the murderer came back, arranged the bodies with Fenton lying over Farr, etc., put the gun in Fenton's hand, probably using the piece of gauze to wipe off his own fingerprints first. The suicide note was then stuck onto the bush and all was set. It was all very smart if it hadn't been for the storm, which gave us the clue to Fenton having died before Mrs. Farr. It would have worked out perfectly. His only big mistake was forgetting to make the suicide note damp. I'm not sure I buy this point about why he had to leave and come back. I mean, we know the second shot happened after the storm, so I'm not sure I buy why you couldn't have shot them, laid them out, put the note, why you would have to leave and come back. I get that he had time to do it because the bodies aren't discovered till the next day. I just don't know why this guy's so convinced that this killer left and came back. All right, now he's going to talk about the suicide note. The so-called suicide note. This is the most puzzling feature of the case. If it wasn't a suicide note, what the heck was it? The writing has been identified as Fenton's. He must have written the darn thing, but what did he mean by it? Was he the one who tore the bottom off the page, or was that the murderer? The wording admittedly goes with suicide. Better check back with the photostat of this note we sent you. But mightn't it have been part of some letter he wrote to somebody about another matter? If so, it could be interpreted at least two ways. A. Fenton seemed to have been an honorable and conventional man. This could have been part of a letter in which he confessed to an affair with Mrs. Farr. In that case, the only way to avert an intolerable scandal would mean that he and Pauline Farr were planning to resign their posts and get divorces. Or B, once again, knowing Fenton to be a scrupulous, conventional man, the note might have been part of a letter written to someone, say a member of his staff, about whom he and Mrs. Farr had found out something discreditable, so discreditable that he did not wish his wife or his father-in-law to run the risk of hearing it discussed in the house or anywhere in the school buildings, hence the rendezvous in a boathouse. Yeah, I mean, if they had just found someone was stealing funds, like the music teacher, why would they be scared of talking about it in front of the wife? There are the two theories, Joe. You can take your choice. All we know for sure is that the murderer somehow got hold of this letter. Good point. How did they get hold of this letter? And realized what a swell prop for a phony suicide it would make. I'm not going into motives yet. That can wait till all the people concerned have been interviewed again and we have a better slant on them. You'll get notice from the reports, however, that there have been a lot of accusations going around. Mrs. Fenton suggested Holland, Mr. Osborne suggested Mr. Farr, O'Rourke suggested Miss Denniston, and Mr. Farr suggested Mrs. Fenton and Mr. Osborne. Apparently, they're not all as friendly with each other up at the school as they might be. This has been rushed off during a so-called lunch interval. I've been chewing a sandwich while I've been working. If this goes on, I'll develop into a first-class stenographer. I use 2 fingers of each hand already. Wire me if you think I'm leaving any point uncovered. The second shot was not after the storm. It was at the beginning of the storm. First shot right before the storm starts. Second shot a few minutes after the storm started. I see. It does make sense that the murderer would be worried about being heard. First shot was almost covered by the thunder. Doesn't sound like the second one was. And it says, I think that me at the end of that torn note is just something the murderer wrote after the forgive. Okay, I take your point, though, Antina, about the shot not being after the storm ended, but being after the storm started. Okay, there's a little bit more on this thing. Wire me if you think I'm leaving any point uncovered, Andy. And then he says, P.S. I've just received another telegram from the chairman of the board, copy herewith. Why on earth did Mrs. Farr send him a letter and then wire to have it returned unopened? What was in the letter? I'm getting in touch with the postmaster of the Jordan post office to ask him to hold it for us and let us know the moment it comes in. Having one of the men look through Dr. Fenton's and Mrs. Farr's correspondence up at the school just as soon as I have one man free. Maybe that'll give us a line. Okay, here's a telegram to Chief Andrew J. Thorpe from David Laws again. I've just remembered, point of possible significance to investigation. Stop. Day before yesterday, received wire, Pauline Farr, begging return, unopened of letter, Then in mail, stop. Letter arrived yesterday, redirected by me, unread, to Mrs. Farr at the Academy. Stop. Suggest you obtain same as soon as it arrives. Jordan Post Office. Stop. Preparing for return. David Wallace. He was the board member at the school. That's a little interesting thing. It sounds like Pauline was sending them a letter, letting them know about something, or resigning. Either she's letting them know about some impropriety she observed, or she's resigning or something. All right. Here's the chief making a little memo in his file, or writing to the other detectives. To county detectives Cobden, Reiser, Scammell, Kane, and Prothero. It now seems established that the Fenton and Farr case is a double murder committed by a party unknown, but presumably a member of the school staff or one of the relatives of either of the deceased. It is definitely established that the two shots were fired between 8:25 p.m. and 8:35 p.m. In all interviews, therefore, the following points listed in order of importance should be covered. Alibi. Where was this person interviewed between 8:20 and 8:40 p.m. last night? He's saying when you interview people, I want you to check on this stuff. I want you to find out what their alibi is. Motive. Make a note of if they've got a motive on Fenton or Farr. Handwriting. Get a sample of their handwriting should be obtained in all cases to check against the note on the school program signed Galahad and found in Mrs. Farr's trash. Fingerprints. In all cases, samples of fingerprints should be obtained without knowledge of party concerned. This is to check against the print on the chewing gum found in the boathouse. 5. Any connection of the said party with the following: the piece of cotton gauze found at the scene or the ticket stubs found at the scene. And then lastly, 6. Whether the said party uses chewing gum. Okay. Telephone message from the chief of the Jordan Borough Police Clap. What does that mean? Oh, Borough Police Clap, that's his name. Chief Alfred Clapp just telephoned the following information. Last Friday, June 18th at 4 p.m., Sergeant Willis was at the desk. A telephone call came in from Mrs. Pauline Farr. She said, "I wish to report," then broke off. Willis heard a man's voice saying, "Don't, Pauline," or "Stop," or something to that effect. Willis thinks this man was Dr. Fenton because in a few moments he was in the wire saying not to make any record of his secretary's call. When asked to explain, he said Mrs. Farr thought his car had been stolen, but his wife had taken it. This complaint was not booked, but Chief Clapp thought we should know about it. Sergeant Willis said Mrs. Farr sounded real worried over the phone. County Detective Arthur Prothero followed this up. Last Friday, June 18th. All right, so this goes in our timeline, whoever's taking timeline. This is page 69. June 18th. Pauline calls to the police. "I wish to report." And there's a man saying, "Stop, Pauline, don't." Then Fenton gets on the line and he says, "It's a false alarm. My wife took my car. Don't worry about it." Let's see what the chat is up to. And Tina says they wouldn't want to talk about O'Rourke at the house since his wife and his father-in-law knew him. That's a good point. Okay, here's Cobden reporting again. At 2:30 p.m., having read instructions to interview Mrs. Denniston and Mr. Lawrence Holland with regard to their movements last night, I returned to the academy accompanied by court stenographer Loudon, provided by the county court stenographer, to take notes of the interrogations. The campus was deserted, everyone seeming to have left, but we found Miss D in the music room, which was on the second floor of the main classroom building. She was sitting on a stool in front of a grand piano. Her elbows were on the keyboard, her face hidden, buried in her hands. Her shoulders were shaking. She didn't seem to hear us come in. She shouldn't be here. She's been fired. Why is she so upset? Miss Deniston, I said. She sprung up, swinging around. Her cheeks were very white. Tears were streaming down them, but her eyes were blazing. "It's you," she said, sort of fierce. "What are you doing here? Who said you could come in? Get out!" She stood there, her back to the piano, against the sheets of music paper that were propped on the music rack above the keyboard. "Get out of here," she said again. But she had stopped crying now, and her voice was steady. You couldn't have told if it had been for the tears still there on her cheeks. You couldn't have told if it... Her voice was steady, okay. You couldn't have told if it hadn't been for the tears still there on her cheeks. I said I'd come to ask a few questions. She stared at me, her lips very tight, then she shrugged. "Oh, all right. Might as well get it over with." She sat down on the piano stool. Stenographer Loudon took the chair she uses for pupils. She asked what he was there for, and when I said to take notes, she didn't seem to mind. Statement of Miss Margaret Deniston. It's taken down at the scene by Court Stenographer Loudon. Question: I suppose you've heard about the tragedy? Answer: yes. The British Empire told me, that is, Major for King and Country O'Rourke. Amazing, isn't it? Question: you don't seem very distressed. Well, why should I be? Fenton and Pauline Farr didn't mean anything to me. Question: did the Major explain that this isn't just a case of suicide, that Dr. Fenton and Mrs. Farr were murdered? Answer: well, he told me you think you hick cops were trying to pretend it was murder so you could hog the spotlight and make the true detective story magazines. It's crazy, of course. They obviously committed suicide. Question: what makes you so sure? Answer: well, it's just the pompous sort of thing they would do. Death rather than dishonor. Eradicate the guilty passion with a gun. Here Miss Deniston laughed, spun around on the stool, and played a few bars of what I gathered was a funeral march. She seems a little unstable to me. Question: in other words, you suspect there was a relationship between them? Answer: very delicately put. I'd suspect anything of that woman, anything except a generous impulse. Question: why? Because she was a bitch, a scheming, ambitious bitch. Don't look so shocked. I know she's dead. Or are you objecting to my language? Pauline Farr objected to my language very profitably to herself. She heard me say damn in front of that little brat, Bobby Colton, and she went scuttling to Fenton, her hands raised in holy horror. That's why I was fired. At least, it's not the real reason. Pauline Farr had decided to get rid of me weeks ago. She hated me. Well, why did she hate you, Miss Deniston? Miss Deniston answers, going rather red. Oh, because she thought she was boss around here. Just because she had Fenton under her thumb, she expected to be treated like the Queen of England. I treated her for what she was, a cheap little fraud who'd married a sick husband and couldn't take it. Question: when did you hear you'd been fired? Answer: well, I knew for certain yesterday morning. I got a correct, formal little note from Pauline, simply dripping with triumph. Question: didn't Dr. Fenton speak to you personally about it? Answer: he did not. I tried to see him, but Pauline acted the angel with the flaming sword. She wasn't running any risk of another woman muscling in on her Ferdinand. Question: you're sure there wasn't anything more than your swearing back of your being fired? Answer: I've told you the reasons. Can't you understand English? Question: And you're sure you didn't see Dr. Fenton about it at any time? Answer: My dear man, shall I get you an aspirin? Question: You're sure you didn't see both Dr. Fenton and Miss Farr in the boathouse last night? Didn't they meet you there to talk over your dismissal? This is the cop trying to pretend like he knows something to get her to confess. Isn't that why you were so careful to destroy that fingerprint on the switch? Because you knew you had made it? Answer: What is this? Third-degree lens? I've already explained that what I was doing this morning. I was going for a walk. I saw the lights were on the boathouse. I didn't know I was destroying your damn fingerprint. All right, Mrs. Deniston, we'll leave it at that for the moment. Why did you stay on at the school after prize day when you had been dismissed? Why wouldn't I? I don't have anywhere else to go. Besides, there's this grand piano here, and I'm composing something. A fugue, if you know what that is. I thought I'd stay till it was finished. Didn't realize my presence was so obnoxious to O'Rourke. Question: What do you mean by that? Answer: Just that O'Rourke started acting kingpin already. Now he's a temporary head of this school. This morning he bawled me out for not leaving yesterday, said I had no right here. Then in the next breath he said I'd got to stay because you policemen suspected murder. If you're really looking for suspects, why not plump for him? He's a darn good choice. He's a darn good chance at a fat salary as headmaster of the academy now, and unless I'm all off my British psychology, he's been tight-lipped in love with Beatrice Fenton for years. Not that he's done anything about it, of course. She's the wife of the commanding officer, and it wouldn't be cricket. What? Wouldn't be cricket, what? But a little sporting target practice could have gotten him both the job and the girl, and that was my initial theory. Question: You're accusing Major O'Rourke of committing the murders? Answer: Don't be silly. Question: All right, Miss Deniston, there's no need to be insulting. Perhaps you'll tell me what you were doing last night. Answer: What time? County Detective Cobden: Well, from 7 o'clock on, let's say. Miss Denison hit a few notes on the piano. Bum, bum, bum. Her hand wasn't so steady. Miss Deniston: Well, at 7 o'clock, I was right here in the music room. They were serving some sort of a meal in Commons, but I wasn't hungry. I stayed here working on my fugue. It was hot. It didn't work so well. I didn't work so well. About 10 to 8, Mr. Holland came in. He said he was going to the movies in Locks Mills. He asked me to go along. I said all right, and we went. Question: What time did you and Mr. Holland leave the academy? Answer: Around 8. We went in my car. Question: It's 9 miles by road to Locks Mills, isn't it? When did you get to the theater? Answer: At 8:17 p.m. Question: How do you remember the time so exactly? Answer: Well, I looked at my watch while Mr. Holland was buying the tickets. I wanted to know whether the feature had started. Question: What theater was this? Answer: The Bijou. Question: And the picture? Answer: Captain Courageous. Question: So you and Mr. Holland were at the movies until when? Answer: Till about 11. It was a long movie. We had a drink in a bar after. We got back here around 12. I don't know when these so-called murders took place, but that gives us an alibi, doesn't it? Question: Do you have anyone to check on this alibi, Mrs. Deniston? Answer: Yes, Mr. Holland. Question: I mean someone else. Someone that could have seen you at the movies? Answer: Well, the girl at the ticket office might remember. We didn't go around slapping people on the back and saying, "Hi, look here. You remember us because there's a murder going on and we want an alibi, if that's what you mean. A little sarcasm from Miss Deniston. Question. Then you have absolutely no proof you were at the Bijou. Answer. No, well, wait a minute, yes. Just after we'd go there, the film broke. Everything went dark for a few minutes. It was just at the beginning of the film where some boys were roughing Freddie Bartholomew up in the school printing press. I don't know whether the theater keeps records of those breaks. Question. Okay, thanks, Miss Deniston. I'll check up on that. Perhaps you have the ticket stubs too. That would be a help. Answer. Mr. Holland might have them. He bought the tickets. After all, I haven't sunk to a gigolo. Not yet. She's saying I wouldn't pay for the tickets. Anna says, oh, wait, there's a little bit more. Question. What sort of guy is this Holland? Answer. Miss D sat up very straight on the stool. What do you mean by that? Question. I don't mind telling you confidentially, Miss Deniston. Mrs. Fenton has reported that there was some trouble, that this Holland tried to make up to her. Listen, look at that term, make up to someone. I never heard that before. That's a 1930s term. Answer. Beatrice Fenton said that. It's a filthy lie. This woman is jealous. I think this is our killer right here, possibly. Question. How do you know that? Answer. That is, of course, I don't know. It's just absurd, that's all. I shouldn't have said it was a filthy lie. Poor Beatrice, you've got to understand her psychology. She was brought up in England by a puritanical aunt. Her father was too busy chasing birds all over America to pay any attention to her. Then she met Fenton and married him because he was the first man that was kind to her. Sort of father complex. She's still half asleep sexually. She's probably been yearning over Larry and then went all girlish because he looked at her. She's the type that would think she'd been raped if a man said, "Good morning, do you think it's going to rain?" Question. All the same, Miss Deniston, Holland's got quite a reputation with the ladies. There's even talk of something between him and Mrs. Farr. Answer. Pauline? Don't make me laugh. Not that Pauline wouldn't have given her eye teeth to get him. Always chasing him with her tongue hanging out. Disgusting it was. But you're crazy if you think Larry would have gone for anything like that. Crazy. Question. You seem to know an awful lot about this young man's character, Mrs. Deniston. Maybe he's your boyfriend. Answer. Here Miss Deniston got up from the stool, her face very white. Listen. I've put up with a lot of impertinence from you, but I'm damned if I'll stand for any more of this. I'm a musician. I compose. Do you think I have time to waste on a young dumbbell who's all muscle and no mind? Well, question, you did go to the movies with him last night. Answer. Yeah, I went to the movies with him because we were the only two people left at the school and because I was bored. I never went to the movies with him before. What filthy minds policemen have. I'm sorry, Miss Deniston. I'm just asking what I've been told to ask. He's a little on the defensive. There's just one more thing. Can I have a sample of your handwriting? It's just a formality. We're getting samples from everyone. Answer. All right, sure. Miss Deniston pushed around the music and paper, etc., on the top of the piano and picked up a concert program. Miss Deniston. Here, I've scribbled all over this program. You're welcome to it. It'll show you, too, that I've something more to think about than men. I've played lots of concerts. I write music, too. Program is attached herewith. Question. Okay, thank you, Miss Deniston. By the way, do you like chewing gum? Answer. No, I hate it. Do you like root beer? Okay, that will be all right now, Miss Deniston. But if you've made any plans for leaving, you'd better put them off for a while. Answer. Plans for leaving? I haven't any plans. All I've got to do is to look for another job or a nice place to starve in. If there's any vacancies around the police force, you might give me a tip-off. I'd make an excellent policewoman. End of interrogation as taken by court stenographer Loudon. Detective Cobden taking over again. Now Detective Cobden's writing these end notes. I didn't try any trick way of getting her fingerprints because I knew she'd been playing the piano and the keys were kind of dusty. I figured I'd get Kane around later to take the prints from there. I then asked Miss Deniston where I could find Mr. Holland. She said he had a room in one of those 2 dormitories, Orphan Dormitory, where he acted as warden. She offered to accompany me, but I said no. I wanted to talk to the young man right away before she could get together with him. Apart from Miss D being so antagonistic, I had my suspicions, seeing they had been to the movies last night. That was a pretty fun little dialogue, little interrogation with Miss Deniston. She's quite a character. Anna said, Jonathan says, time to look at the tickets again. Anna says, sadly, no specific details about this movie. Hope it turns out it's just a fake alibi. She did seem to give a very convenient alibi for them. It was believable that she was at the movies. John says, and if they did leave at 8, I don't believe the time of the shots heard match. Why did Holland ask this shrew out at all? To alibi him, maybe? John says, looking at my notes, I do think the timeline would work for him to get there after the shooting. We think the shooting was like at 8:35, 8:37. When was the movie? When were the movies? Says, when did she get? She could be alibying him though. When did you get to the movies? 8:17. They could have gone to the movies and he could have left. Is that what we're thinking? Like, assuming she's at the movies with him, I think she could be alibying him, giving him a fake alibi. But if they went to the movies, well, she had that. We think Pauline had a rendezvous with someone at 7, and then the shots at 8:30. That would make the movies in between those two, right? So I wonder. It's weird. That's weird. You couldn't very well go to the movies at 8:17 and then gotten back here to commit this murder at 8:30. 8:25, that seemed pushing it. But we need to know when that movie was. These cops are good. They don't just leave these things unchecked. Someone's going to go find out when that movie was, and we're going to get the specific time. But if we find the tickets on the ground, I mean, doesn't that implicate him too strongly? I wonder if Deniston could be setting up Holland. Like, could she be dropping? Like, they found those tickets, right? The working theory is that the killer got nervous and dropped the tickets there. Is it possible someone dropped his tickets there to frame him, though? And Tina reminds us the theater's a long way away. They took her car. I really wonder if someone's not framing him. Someone who is jealous of him is framing him. Okay, so our detective here says, I wanted to get to Holland quick before she had a chance to talk to him. Anna says, seems Holland had the rendezvous with Mrs. Farr at 7:30, then asked out this prima donna at 8. Very suspicious. And this Mrs. Deniston is very catty about Pauline. But still, Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I know the police are going to check this movie and find out when it was playing, so we'll get a better feel for it. But I mean, Deniston has good motives, right? She could kill Fenton for revenge for getting her fired, and she might want to kill Pauline for tackling on her and for stealing away Holland. So Deniston is a pretty good suspect. She seems a little unstable too. And then she also seems a little bit like, she's like, why would I ever date this guy? I need someone smarter. But then she goes to the movies with him. And Tina says, could we revisit the following, please? The time of the murders, the ticket stubs, and the note to see what Anna said about the last me. Senshai says, is La P in the handwriting note a reference to the prima donna? Maybe just a different way of referring to the same person. I like that idea. La Pri, the prima donna. But the person they're writing to is the prima donna. Deniston tells us that the prima donna is... Oh, we just got a picture of our Miss Deniston. But the prima donna is how Deniston refers to Pauline, right? But the note that mentions La P is in Pauline's possession. I like the idea, though, that this La P is La Prima Donna. Pauline. Oh, you know what I think this says? Ta. I think this says ta. Well, ta, P, Pauline. I think it's saying ta, Pauline, later, Pauline, but then didn't flatter you. Maybe it's because you and I are the same that way, or something that way. Maybe I flatter myself. Well, later, Pauline, didn't flatter you. Don't know what that means. Didn't flatter you. Tell you at 7. Oh, here's prima donna. What have you done to the predatory prima donna? She's chasing me around today worse than usual. Okay. So the fact that Deniston is referring to Pauline maybe as a prima donna, maybe that's just a thing. It seems probable here that they're talking about Galahad, which is probably Holland, we think maybe, or the whatever, is talking about Deniston being the prima donna. She's chasing me all around today worse than usual, spitting brimstone about you and Fenton. What's eating her? Maybe it's because you and I are like that way. Maybe I flatter myself. Well, the prima donna didn't flatter you. Okay, I think that makes sense. So this, if true, if we've got this right, and yeah, I guess I'm just coming a little bit late, but it sounds like Anna was saying and Senchai were saying the same thing, or coming to the same conclusion. All right, so it sounds like we're all coming to the same conclusion, that this is, let's just say for a second that this is Holland. He's telling Pauline they're having an affair. He's having an affair with Pauline, and Deniston, the prima donna, is spitting brimstone, complaining about Pauline and Fenton. Probably she's jealous because the two of them are together. That would mean that Deniston is completely lying to us here and is our primary suspect. And maybe she arranged this movie as her alibi. However, if she really was at the movie at 8:17, that's a pretty damn good alibi. All right, I want to propose something. Okay, it seems like everyone's in agreement with the reading of that note. Senchai and Tina wanted to go back and revisit, so let's go back and revisit. But I want to propose something to you. Is it possible? All right, the detective's examining this scene, right? I'm working off the theory that it's Deniston who's the killer. This woman, this crazy woman. Okay. If it turns out that she's got a good alibi at 8:17 at these movies, let me propose that the detective, when reconstructing the scene, has said that it's obvious, like the killer's made these mistakes, right? The dry note, the mud on Pauline's shoes. Is it possible that our Miss Deniston is actually more clever and has sort of set this up in a way to make it look like the murders happened at this very tight window? Now, Jonathan wants to look up the weather report since near the beginning of the case. Curious if I noted times wrong, if there's a bug in the case. Okay. So people want to go back and look at stuff. Let's go back and look at all the things that people wanted to look at. Then we'll take our next break. Okay, so there are a couple things people wanted to see. Let's see what we've got here. There was a request to look up. Let me just go here. There's a request to look up the weather report. There was a request to look up. Let's see if I can do this way. Okay. Okay, there's Pauline again. All right, there's our map. The heavy thunder shower which happened last night between 8:30 p.m. and 9 p.m. Okay, here's our first note about when the storm was, 8:30 to 9. We're going to get the weather people give us a more precise time. But there's our first note, 8:30 to 9. And then Jonathan wanted to see the time of the shots and time of murders, ticket stubs. Okay, so we're going to look at all these things. You remind me if I miss something you wanted to look up. Okay. There's a note with something torn off the bottom, stuck on the bushes. Right temple on his head, forehead of Mrs. Farr. Okay. There's the note. Did someone want to look at the note again about the forgive me? Okay, so here's where it was cut off. For me, for my wife. The last line is, I must abide by her decision, tragic as it is for me, for my wife, and for the school. And then it ends with forgive me. Abide by her decision, tragic as it is for me, for my wife, and for the school. Forgive me. Then we see her shoes. Then we've got the note that he wrote to Pauline. Okay, so here are the ticket stubs. Let's look at these more closely. And the gauze, which we don't really know what that's about. All right, there's a close-up of the ticket stubs. What do we see here? We do see, this is the one thing I noted at first, which seems awfully suspicious. Why are these ticket stubs not sequential? Remember how a ticket stub works at a movie theater in 1937? There's a big roll. They're in the movie counter and they just push two and two pop up and they tear the two off and then they rip them. So these should be sequential if these are from two people who went at the same time. This sure looks like someone went and then 51 people later, this ticket came. It looks like 51 people entered the theater between these two tickets. I find that very suspicious. Now, as for the gauze, it has a little bit of grease on it, and someone hypothesized it might be used to wipe fingerprints off a gun. And then, so like wiping his fingerprints off at whoever shot the gun and then putting it in the hand of our victim to make it look like suicide. Our non-sequential tickets look like they could be our big clue here. Okay. Now, as to the shots and time of death, we're told the absence of blood and powder around the wounds showed the two of them had been shot before the rain was over. So they think they were shot before the rain was over because there's no powder and blood around the wounds. That's one possible reason why the blood was washed off them and the powder was washed off them. It's a theory. Okay, so Jonathan says, here are my notes about, Jonathan said maybe the storm time here is not consistent with the storm time here. Okay, the heavy thunder which happened last night between 8:30 and 9 p.m., but here the weather station says between 7:30 and 8 p.m. But you know what? I think we're just looking at the difference between Eastern time and this in New Jersey should be Eastern time too. So I don't know how to explain that. Jonathan has a good point. Here we're told the thunderstorm was between 8:30 and 9 p.m. and yet here we are looking like it's between 7:30 and 8 p.m. It feels like maybe this is just off, just a bug, you know. I think if you add an hour to this, you'd get between 8:30 and 9. And if you add, and that makes it 8:30 and 9. Or if this guy was writing from the Midwest time zone. All right, I think we have to assume that's a bug, but when's the true time then we think is 8 to 8:30. All right, now, where were the witnesses that heard the shots? Because those were the ones that gave us the strict time frame. Here, let's write this down. Checking with the Weather Bureau report, the first shot must have been fired at approximately 8:27 and the second one at 8:32. because 2 or 3 minutes later the rain. All right, this is our definitive timeline here. Page 38. So Jonathan, it must just be a bug. Or just imagine that they got the time zones wrong. Okay, this is our 8:27 first shot. 8:32 second shot. We know Fenton left the house at 8:15 before the rain, so it's just a bug. The Weather Bureau just gave us the times in the wrong time zone. That's all. That's the best explanation. All right, I think we're all on the same page. We're going to take an 8-minute break here. If I've missed anything that you wanted me to recheck on, let me know. We'll do it first thing when we come back. And if anyone is dissatisfied, if not everyone is agreed that the bug is simply in the weather report, official weather station report, that it should say between 8 and 9, you let me know if we need to resolve that. Otherwise, it sounds like we're all in agreement that the storm was between 8:30 and 9 p.m. Okay, if you disagree with any of that, or if there's something I missed, let me know during the break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. The chat is getting suspicious of different people. Deniston seems a good candidate. There's something very fishy about her remembering this specific, like the whole thing about her movie, seeing the movie right at the time of death. She remembers a specific thing. It feels like the kind of alibi you would set up. And then we've got these suspicious ticket stubs. That made me think, like, you can't, like, if she said I went to the movies alone, that really feels like a setup alibi. The fact that she went to the movies with this guy makes me think maybe they're in it together. And remember, we catch them both at the boathouse together. And she says something like, why are you always messing things up or something? It makes me think that maybe the two of them planned this murder together. Like maybe the two of them were embezzling and the two of them have killed off Dr. Fenton and Miss Farr working together. And then they've set up this alibi. Like one person goes to the movie, one person goes to the murder scene, but then why wouldn't you get two tickets at the same time if you really do want to make that alibi? And also, as Anna points out, either you left the tickets there on purpose or by accident. And if you left them by accident, I suppose you could be carrying them around to use as your alibi and you really do drop them off by accident. But it is a weird coincidence that everything is staged so carefully, but you've dropped the tickets. Then Senchai and Tina were hypothesizing. Well, Senchai was saying maybe that's the part about messing things up. Or Antina says maybe was it dropped intentionally? But it's a very weird thing to think, like, who would you be trying to frame? Like, why would you drop those intentionally? Because they really act as an alibi. Very strange. But I will note that I do think one thing is worth saying. One thing is worth underlining. We found that note, right, to Pauline. I want to look at that again. We found the note from Galahad to Pauline. Okay. Now let's look at this. When we saw this, we said, aha. Holland is having an affair with Pauline, and that's who Pauline's husband saw kissing. And he, whoever Galahad is, he is saying that the prima donna, who we think might be Deniston, is chasing him around and complaining about Deniston. When we read that, we thought, aha, Deniston is our killer, and she likes Holloway, and she's out there. She's maybe jealous of Holloway with Pauline. But the other alternative reading of this is possibly that Holloway is the sort of mastermind, and he's writing to Pauline, saying that Deniston is this prima donna that he has no interest in. And maybe he's telling Deniston the same thing, that Pauline is some prima donna that he has no interest in. Like, we should not take at face value his comments here to Pauline that this woman, prima donna, probably Deniston, is chasing after him and he has no interest in her. He could be saying the same thing to all the women, and he could have Deniston in his pocket giving him an alibi. And this could be his trying to meet up with her so that he can kill her. But why would, if she suspected, if he knew bad things about, she knew bad things about him, she wouldn't go meet him, right? And she's cleaning the lipstick off, so she was obviously kissing him. Assuming this is Holloway, which we don't know. But presumably, whoever she met that night, she wouldn't have reason to suspect. But also, the other thing is, if Pauline and Fenton discovered that the music teacher, Deniston, was stealing or embezzling, there would be no concern about innocents getting hurt and change your mind. So that doesn't make sense. She must have suspected someone. It must be something else. I think it makes the most sense to think that Pauline was having an affair with this guy, and she learned he was stealing, and she's talking to Fenton about how she's got to admit she's having an affair, and confess, because that's the only way to reveal the truth that Holloway was stealing. And maybe when she met up with him that night, she told him, but then he wouldn't have been able to plan the fake suicide murder. So that doesn't make sense. Anna says, sorry, I take anything at face value that reflects badly on this musician shrew. And it does not like Deniston. Jonathan says, Galahad is Arthurian, so maybe it could be a reference to O'Rourke, who's British. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be Holloway. All right, well, I think there's big pieces we don't know. Okay, but there he goes, Miss Deniston. All right. Any other thoughts to talk about? Galahad is such a weird name to pick for a roving-eyed couple when Lancelot is right there and be far more apt. Galahad is a weird nickname to use. What do you think was the thing she was going to tell the board and change her mind? Well, we're going to get that letter at some point. And why did she change her mind? Like, what if we have to be careful. Like, what if she wrote some letter accusing one person, and then she realized later it was wrong. She was accusing the wrong person. This makes no sense also. Deniston is telling us that Pauline was always chasing after Larry Holloway or Holland, but Larry would never go for anything like that, which really, come on now. He's a ladies' man, right? And let's take a look again at Pauline. I mean, Pauline was a looker. I don't think you have to stretch too far of an imagination to think that he might be interested in her. Let's take a look, though, at Miss Deniston. Here we go. There's Miss Deniston. Remember, she gives us her program, so we have a sample of her handwriting. Which she just happened to have with her ready to give to us. A grand piano recital by Margaret Deniston. Today at 8:30 p.m., the modern composers will be cunningly and skillfully interpreted by Miss Margaret Deniston, our local music prodigy who has just graduated summa cum laude from the Ferris School of Music in Philadelphia. This is what the critics say about Miss Deniston's versatile talent. She has temperament which rides like a storm cloud over the valleys of her technique. Miss Deniston seems to devour herself and her audience when she plays. She gives us a Chopin I never knew. Stormy, strong, and irrational. She is dangerous. She looks dangerous to me. All right, well, what did she write on her program that gives us a sample of her handwriting? What does it say? Net profits, 6802 in the red. Net profits. And then what does she say? So much for the local musical prodigy. I'm not sure what that means. So much for the local musical prodigy. And then what does she say? A second something. Second what? Does anyone have any guess about what this word says? A second. A second chaminade. Chaminade. Second chaminade. I don't know what that means. Jonathan says, I read it that the concert was a bust and she lost $68. Net profit 68 in the red. I see. Jonathan's saying the concert was a bust. She actually lost money. How do you lose money? You get your own money? Okay, let's look at the back of the program. Maybe we can catch her knowing someone she claims she doesn't know or something. Oh, these are just the composers. Let's see what she played here. Uh-oh, look at this. Look at this. We caught her. We caught her. This woman is so... we caught her. She is so sketchy, this woman. She claims that she doesn't care about Larry Holloway. Look at this. She's dedicated a song to him. Sean Che says, Chaminade was a famous French pianist, so she was scribbling additional praise to herself. I see, nice catch. But look, we've caught her dedicating music to him. Even though she says she doesn't care about him. She was just bored and she was the only one. They two of them were the only one there. All right, so we know now that she is in this guy's pocket. Now, whether he did the murder and she's going to cover for him or she did the murder out of jealousy, we don't know. But we know she's dirty. Yeah, we caught her. This is a good catch on my part. Okay, not that you guys wouldn't have caught it too. You're quicker than me, but I've got it in front of me before you guys can process. Okay, page 77. Let me just look at a little thing. Here's our Who's the Murderer page. Looks like out of 164. So we're almost at the halfway point, actually. So we're doing well. We're going to get this done in 2 sessions. Okay. In Orphan dorm, we went upstairs past empty rooms to where Miss D had told us Holland had his room. So this is a detective. He's like, I'm going to get to this guy, Holland, before she has a chance to talk to him and get their alibi straight. I pushed the door open without knocking. Young Holland was there. He was dressed only in trunks, and there was a suitcase open on the bed into which he was throwing clothes from drawers. I noted what big shoulders he had on him and what a fine build, his skin being real tanned and his hair bleached yellow by the sun. Wasn't hard to see why the girls fell for him. Sounds like our detective has a little crush on this guy. He turned kind of sharp when we came in, his eyes narrowing. What the? He began. Then he blushed like a kid. Oh, you're the man who was in the boathouse. Guess you're coming to ask a few questions. That's okay by me. He smiled like he was being cooperative, but he didn't look so good. I mean, not at his ease. I took out the pack of chewing gum I had brought along and said, Here, have some gum before we get down to it. He took a stick. Thanks, he said. Mine's all gone. Little trick by the detective to see if he wants gum. So you're packing, I said, thinking of leaving? His face went all serious. Listen, he said, I've got to get away from here soon. I've got a job in summer camp up in Maine. Chairman of the Board of Trustees worked it out for me. I'm due tomorrow. I'll probably lose the job if I'm not there on time. I said I was sorry, but he'd have to stay around till the chief gave an okay to leave. His mouth dropped, but he smiled again and said, you're the boss. Then he said, Listen, O'Rourke said something about the police thinking it was murder. That's cockeyed, isn't it? I said, Well, O'Rourke's got the right idea, son. I then said to start the interrogation. Holland lounged back on the bed. He didn't put no more clothes on, just lying there almost naked, as it were. Interrogation of Loris Pierce Holland by County Detective Cobden, interrogating. As taken down at the scene by Court Stenographer Loudon. Question. Your name's Lawrence Holland. Answer. Lawrence Pierce Holland. And you're the rowing coach here. Yes, I'm general athletic instructor, but the academy high spots its rowing. That's how I got the job. I was on the Harvard crew. Question. Now listen, Mr. Holland, I can talk straight with you. This investigation's just begun, and we've got to cover every angle. Mrs. Fenton told us there was some trouble between her and you. Let's hear your version. Answer. He grinned, chewing on the gum and swinging over on his side to get a cigarette. Bay told you that, did she? She's a funny kid. No sense of proportion. We palled around for a while, and if I know girls, I could have sworn she was ready for something. But I had her all wrong. I kissed her once, that's all. Didn't make a serious pass at her, and she flew right off the handle. You'd have thought kissing was the original sin. I suppose it's that English upbringing she had, or maybe married to an old dodo like Fenton, she isn't used to romance. Question. I understand she had her father talk to you about it. Answer. Sure. Old Osborne's a grand guy. He has his daughter's number. He explained how it was and told me to lay off. Stick to the unmarried girls, he said, and he promptly borrowed $2. He needs money, the old Osborne. That's interesting. You're quite a one with the ladies, aren't you? Answer. I get around. Question. You even had a bit of fun with Mrs. Farr, they tell me. Answer, getting up suddenly. Who said that? It's a lie. I never had anything to do with Pauline. Question. Yeah, but she kind of fell for you, didn't she? Answer, moistening his lip. He's got dry lips. He's nervous. Oh, he says, well, there was nothing to that. Definitely nothing. Question. Well, it's funny, son. We've been told you had a date with her yesterday, that you were kissing her down by the creek, and that later you were with her in the bathhouse. He's just making this up now to see if this guy admits to it. Here, Holland jumped up from the bed again. He strode across the room, so he was towering over Detective Cobden. It looked like he was going to take a sock at him, so I was all ready for action. Then Holland kind of relaxed and gave a weak grin, says Loudon. Answer. I get what you're driving at. You were just trying to kid me, afraid my sense of humor is not all it might be today. You know I wasn't at the boathouse with anyone last night. I was at the movies with Miss Denniston. Lawrence Holland was here questioned as to his movements. His story checked with Miss Denniston's right down to the break in the film. Only 2 points he said different. He said Miss D had been at supper when she said she hadn't. And he claimed she was the one that suggested the movies when she'd claimed it was him. When questioned on these points, he said maybe Miss D wasn't at supper and maybe he'd asked her to go to the movies. He didn't remember. Boy, these two seem like they are right in it. Question. Maybe you have the ticket stubs, Mr. Holland. That'd help a lot with the alibi. Answer. Sure, I'll see. Never remember what I do with those ticket stubs. Holland pulled a white Palm Beach suit out of the suitcase and started fumbling around in the pockets. The suit was all creased and spotted as if it had been wet. After a while, Holland dropped the suit back into the bag. He looked kind of funny. Holland says, no sale. I guess I threw him away at the theater. Question, is that the suit you were wearing last night? Answer, yes. Question, kind of damp, isn't it? Answer, sure. I got caught in the darn thunderstorm last night. That's gonna be useful for us to check timeline, right? Like if the movie starts before the rain, we think the rain is 8:30 p.m. If they're in the movies at 8:15 and the movie doesn't let out till the rain's over, he should not have been caught in the rain. Right? It may turn out that they should have been in the theater during the rain. Okay, and he can't find his ticket stubs. It does sound like maybe they were dropped accidentally. I think we've got our two murderers. Anna says these two are so obnoxious, they're definitely not the murderers, I fear. I think we got our murderers right here. It's just a matter of proving it. Question, from the story you've told me, Mr. Holland, you were inside the cinema when the storm started. Oh, he's confronting him right now with the facts. These cops are always on the ball in these American cases. So this cop tells him, according to your story, you were in the cinema when the storm started and it was over when you came out. Answer, well, you're right. I just ran out for a minute. Miss Denniston was afraid we hadn't left the lights on when we parked the car. I just went down to see. The rain was pouring down, drenched me to the skin in a couple of minutes. Question, and you sat through the rest of the movie in a wetsuit? Answer, I'll say I did. Dumb of me to go out like that. Should have waited till the rain stopped. Question, what sort of girl is this Miss Denniston? Answer quickly, oh, she's a darn fine girl. Intellectual and a swell pianist, they say, if you like that classical junk. Why? Question, well, I just heard she'd been fired for using bad language in front of the boys. Answer, you're trying to involve Margaret in this just because Pauline Farr reported her to Fenton for calling Bobby Colton a damned little sycophant. Which is exactly what he is. Fenton put the skids under Margaret, and it's a darn shame. She needs the job so badly. I'm going to talk to O'Rourke about it, explain how things were. Now he's acting head, maybe he'll have enough sense to cancel the dismissal. Question, you kind of like Miss Denniston then? Answer, sure, she's a good kid and she's been given a raw deal. Question, you don't feel any more about her than that? Answer, you mean, did I fall for her? Listen, I go for silk stockings, not blue stockings. Then quickly, but you needn't tell her I said that. Detective Cobden then asked for a sample of Holland's handwriting. explaining it was a mere formality. Holland looked around the room and said there wasn't anything there that he'd written. Cobden then told him to just write something on a piece of paper he provided. Holland asked what to write. Cobden said a description of that part of the movie last night where the film broke down. Holland did this. Sample of handwriting herewith. Here it is. The film broke just before Freddie Bartholomew went to sea. He was fooling around in a printing press with some other kids. A fight started and Freddie Bartholomew got the worst of it. Sounds consistent with the story that what's-her-name gave us, Miss Deniston. Question, I think that's all right now, Holland. There's nothing you can tell us that would throw any light on what's happened? Answer, good heavens, no. That is, well, maybe this is something. I hadn't thought of it until this moment. A couple days ago, I was passing Dr. Fenton's office. The door was shut, but Pauline was in there. I could hear her voice and could tell she was mad as hell about something. She was bawling Dr. Fenton out. I heard her say something like, I don't believe you. I've got the evidence and I'll tell the chairman. You just try and stop me. Well, I thought it was funny, panning the boss that way, but that's all I heard. Question, thanks. Nothing else? Answer, listen, I've got an alibi for last night. If it checks up, you'll let me go, won't you? I've got to keep that summer camp job. Detective Cobden, well, that's something for the chief to decide. End of report is taken by court stenographer Loudon. Detective Cobden taking over. I don't know whether it comes out in the report, Chief, but that boy was real jittery and so keen to get away he could hardly hold himself. Just as we were leaving, he took the gum out of his mouth. Here, I say, stick it in here. I'm just throwing this away. Holding out an empty matchbox. He did so without thinking. I pretended to throw the box in the trash, really keeping it and the gum with the print. We left and went out again into the campus. Telling Loudon to wait outside, I went back into the classroom building and up to the second floor again. I could hear music from the music room and I went in. Miss Deniston was sitting in front of the piano, scribbling notes, etc., on the music paper that was stuck up above the keyboard on the rack. She looked up anxious. You talked to Larry, she said. It's all right, isn't it? I mean, we've got an alibi. I said, well, you'll have to wait till we check that. Then I asked the questions I'd come back for. Whoa, he's following up with her. He can sense something's fishy about her. Miss Deniston, I said, did Holland leave you at any time after you'd got to the cinema? Of course not, she said. Not during the storm when the rain was coming down. He was with me all the time. What are you trying to get at? You're sure? For God's sake, can't you ever believe a word anyone says? I knew one of them was lying. I was standing close by the piano and looked down at the paper she'd been writing on. There's lots of notes there and scribbles, but I also saw the name Lawrence written over and over. I said, is that the music thing you're writing? She said, yes, it is. I picked up the sheet in question. Instantly, Miss D snatched it from me. She said, that's mine. What right have you to take it? I said, you pretend you aren't crazy about Holland, and you scribble his name all over what you write. She said, what a filthy thing to think. Lawrence, that's the name of a musician. At least, he wasn't really a musician, a writer, D.H. Lawrence. But he wrote so beautifully like music. That's all it meant. She claims D.H. Lawrence. And what was her note was dedicated to L.H. That's not D.H. Lawrence. That's Lawrence. That's all it meant. I said, will you please give me back that piece of paper? And she said, I will not. It's mine. You can't take it. Although I knew I was exceeding my authority, I retrieved the piece of manuscript from Miss Deniston by force. Whatever she said about writers, that piece of paper showed she was crazy about Holland. There you go, 1930s. He's just like, fuck this, give it to me. It was evidence, and I was going to get it. Miss D tried to fight, at one time biting my finger, drawing blood. But I was able to overcome her. She threatened she'd get a lawyer, but I don't think she will. I trust I haven't acted unwisely. In the light of inconsistencies observed, I was suspicious of the alibis given by Miss D and Holland, particularly since they went to the movies and didn't have their stubs. Downstairs in the classroom building, I telephoned to the Bijou Theater in Locks Mills. I asked the manager if the film broke last night. He said he kept a record of such things and would look it up. He did so and reported that the feature picture had broken last night at 8:38 p.m. I asked if that was the only time, and he said yes. I asked what was happening in the movie at the time of the break, and he said he would have to ask the usher who was on duty. He went away and talked to the usher. Then he came back and said the break occurred at the point when Freddie Bartholomew is beaten up in the printing press by other boys and has ink spilt on him. From this, it looks as if Deniston and Holland have a perfect alibi. They both described that scene and the break happened at 8:38 p.m. Since the murders took place between 8:25 and 8:35, they couldn't possibly have gotten to Locks Mills in that time. Having thus checked on the alibi, I reported to the courthouse for further instructions, taking with me the 2 samples of handwriting, the piece of chewing gum with Holland's print, and the sheet of music paper from Miss D. All right, well, we know they're lying about him leaving in the rain, but what we don't know is, and they seem to know about the broken film, so it sounds like one of them was in the theater. It seems more likely that Miss Deniston was actually at the theater, giving alibi to Holland, right? Or vice versa. One of them was at that theater that night. There's no other way they could possibly have known about that scene. Okay, here we go. Here is Lawrence Holland. He's a playboy. That's a pretty racy photo for 1930s. He's in his underwear here. All right. Harvard alumni record. Lawrence Pierce Holland. Born in 1914, educated at Groton, Harvard, class of 1935. Rowing 8, whatever that means, 34 and 35 awards. Most handsome man of class, 34. Hunter Cup for single scull, 35. Assistant master, Greenwinds Academy, 1936, unmarried. Sanchez says, what if one of them rigged the movie to break in advance? That's you're asking too much. That's too much for them to do. The projectionist is manning that projection. These aren't like automatic things. Someone was in the projection booth running it. They can't get in there and rig it. No, one of them was in that theater. And one of them was committing the murder, I think. Who, we don't know, though. Okay, here's from County Detective Reiser. At 2:35 p.m., having received instructions to question Mr. Osborne about what he was doing last night, etc., I proceeded to the Fenton house. I was supposed to wait for the court stenographer Green, but he didn't show up, so I went anyway, leaving instructions for him to follow. I was let in by Maisie Leroy, the maid, who was all upset and scared, saying if I was come to talk to Mrs. F., I couldn't because she had been taken to identify the bodies. I asked for Mr. Osborne and was told he was upstairs in the room he's fixed over into a dark room for his bird photography. I found Mr. Osborne in the dark room tidying up the place. Since I had to wait for stenographer Green before starting my interrogation, I spent some instructive minutes getting shown the various chemicals Mr. Osborne uses in developing his film and his other apparatus. This was of real interest to me, since I hope one day to be able to assist Detective Kane on the police photographic work. I admired one camera in particular, which Mr. Osborne uses for indoor photography, taking stuffed birds, etc. Knowing as he does that Miss D. Prout and I hope to get married, he offered to take my picture for the lady in question. Stick to the essentials, Riser. AGC. We've seen this before in these cases. He's writing his report, right? The police officer, Riser, is writing his report to Andrew Thorpe, the chief of detectives. And the chief of detective is reading this report and comes to admonish him for talking about personal stuff in the report. And he's saying, look, guys, when you file your police reports, I don't need to hear all about your personal lives. Things are very tragic with us here, Bill, he said, but at least I should remember my obligations. This might pay off my little debt. Mr. Osborne was referring to a certain small loan I made him some weeks back at Danny's place. I accepted this offer, and he took a picture of me standing by the table and the shelves of bottles just like it was my darkroom. Just like it was my dark room. Just like it was my dark room, I see. So they happen to know each other in this small town. And he took a picture of him to show to his wife. Oh, and look, we're getting a little picture of the detective. Here's Riser, the detective, in the dark room. Pretty cool. Probably someone's real dark room. I watched him develop the negative and was amazed at the speed and accuracy with which he worked. The negative turned out to be very clear, and I'll be proud if I can ever take pictures like it. We left the negative to dry so that a print could be made later. Remembering the chief's orders that fingerprints of all parties should be obtained without them knowing, I waited until Mr. Osborne had handled one of the many photographic plates which were around. Then I asked to borrow said plate, expressing a desire to make a print of it at home in order to experiment with a certain type of fixing solution he had been explaining to me. Mr. Osborne gave his consent. I had thus obtained clear samples of his fingerprints. Then, also following instructions, I produced a pack of chewing gum and offered it to Mr. Osborne. But he refused, saying, "We old men have to keep our dignity, Bill. Gum is for youngsters." He smiled, then his face went real serious, and he said, "Has Mr. Farr been told the bad news yet, Bill? I'm worried about the things I said concerning him this morning. I shouldn't have said them. He is a sick man, poor fellow, and this must be as great a shock to him as it is to Beatrice and myself. I hope the strain has not proved too great for him." I told him how Mr. Farr had taken it kind of hard, but was not exactly bad enough to go to a hospital, etc. He seemed relieved. I then obtained a sample of Mr. Osborne's handwriting as instructed. Sample herewith. At this point, stenographer Green arrived, and we proceeded to the living room where the interrogation as follows took place. Statement by Mr. Talbot Osborne, County Detective Riser interrogating, as taken down at the scene by court stenographer Green. Let's catch up on the chat. I kept harping on the alibi. Okay, and Tina says, Larry had the wet clothes, and he came afterwards, and that's why there's a difference in the number of the tickets, because he purchased his later. I think that's a good point. If he's got the wet clothes, he has to be the one that was not in the movie the whole time. That's a very good point. So we've got our murderer, I think. Anna says, okay, so what's our theory then? Who was embezzling what, and why didn't Fenton want to report it? And if it was Holland, why did Farr still kiss him yesterday? All good points. Jonathan says, here's a theory. Farr and Larry had their meetup. Larry had started to leave while Farr wants to meet Fenton. Then Larry hears shots, runs back, finds them both dead, realizes this looks bad. Then later convinces Deniston to cover him, but he's not the real killer. He just stumbled on the scene. But then how does he drop his tickets there? And Tina says, Deniston would have done anything for him. I agree, but how do we... Someone had those 2 tickets that got dropped. He's very athletic. I wonder if he couldn't have bought the tickets with her. Like, those 2 non-consecutive tickets could be a red herring. Maybe there's a way that the tickets aren't in order. But if he's got the wet suit, that means... Yeah, she's covering for him. I like the idea that maybe he didn't do the killing, that he just stumbled on it. Maybe a third person, like if he's having an affair with Pauline and asking for the alibi from Deniston, but he isn't the murderer, that's possible. And Tina says, why are we so sure that Farr was kissing Larry? I guess we're not so sure, but these 2 are up to something no good. And it says he runs to Deniston for help, and she tells him that makes it seem like a suicide pact. Then he lost the tickets. I don't quite get it. You'd have to buy the tickets and keep the tickets as your alibi. That means at 8:15, you know you need an alibi. Right? Like, why is he setting up this? You can't kill them. You can't stumble on the bodies and then already have an alibi pre-planned. By the time the tickets get purchased, the 2 of them must be planning an alibi. Right? I mean, it really sounds like an alibi is being created by that movie. But if you're creating an alibi for 8-something p.m., then you must have known ahead of time what your plan was. The thing that I come back to is, John says, we don't know the tickets are actually from that night, do we? No, we don't. But then why are you carrying around tickets in your pocket that you could lose? It did seem like he lost them. He genuinely lost them. So that he planned to keep them on him and use them as his alibi, but dropped them. Doesn't it make the most sense that, and he was trying to, doesn't it make the most sense that the thing they're talking about is firing Deniston? And maybe Pauline is in love with Holland, but tells him that she's going to have to turn him in. So I still think our best bet is Holland has to kill Pauline and Fenton to cover up that he was doing something. What if Holland has convinced Pauline to steal for him? What if Pauline is in love with him? He's convinced her to steal for him. They have this last rendezvous. They're kissing. She says, I love you. I'm totally in love with you. But I can't steal for you anymore. I'm going to confess. And that's when he kills her. And then but the detective said the most likely thing is that she was killed second running from the scene. And it says, and Tina says, if Osborne was the one taking money and Farr found out and was going to expose him and backed out of it because of Fenton or because Osborne had a photo of her and Larry, who was kissing, I think Osborne is the one embezzling. That's why Fenton was trying to cover it up because of his wife. It's true. Why would Fenton... It's true that it doesn't make sense that Fenton was talking about how innocent people are going to get killed and why he doesn't want it turned in. If it was Holland that was stealing money. But unless Fenton cares a lot about her and he's talking about her getting hurt. Who was it that the letter got sent to again? The one that it's on the way back. It was sent to the board of directors of the academy by Pauline. So it could be Pauline exposing some illegality or Pauline resigning. We don't know yet. But then the question is, if it wasn't the two of them, Holland and Denniston, why are they worried? Why are they doing this whole alibi thing? Jonathan, that seems a little convoluted. What if Larry Holland did stumble on the scene? Maybe the real killer hid something somewhere and saw him. Somehow learned about how Holland was cooking up a fake alibi, snatched the tickets. Remember that the detective theory is that the murder happened around 8:30, but then someone came back much later, maybe even the next day, and staged it. And it says, I think it will clear up when we read the rest of the papers. I do think that a lot of this is likely to get cleared up. Okay, so here is, let's return to Talbot Osborne's statement. But first, we're looking at one of our detectives. To that fine little lady, Miss Dora Prout, with best wishes for her happiness with my old friend and fellow photographer, William P. Reiser, Talbot Osborne. There they are in his dark room. Question. Remember, these guys are friends, so he's going to talk to him in a friendly fashion. Question. You understand, Mr. Osborne, that we have to check up on everyone's movements last night. Just a matter of routine. Answer. Of course, Bill. You want to know what I was doing. Question. If you would be so kind. Answer. I'm afraid I am a rather vague individual, Bill, but I will do my best. I must have left the house around 7. Poor Ferdinand and Beatrice were just sitting down to dinner. I took some sandwiches and my miniature camera with me. Recently, I've been in the habit of walking up to that wooded hill above Vox Mills in the hopes of snapping a very lovely flight of teal which sometimes fly by there at sunset. It was to have been one of the featured plates in the bird book I was working on with poor Ferdinand. I went there as usual last night. Did you go by car? Answer: I've never learned to drive a machine. I walked, as I always do, over the fields and through the woods up to the hill. That's about 4 miles, isn't it? Answer: I believe it's more like 3½ Question: how long did it take to reach the hill in question? Answer: I really couldn't say. I'm not as fast a walker as I was in my younger days, but the whippoorwill had started to sing by the time I arrived, and it was not far from sunset. Detective Reiser: we know what time sunset was that day. 3½ miles, so at least an hour for an old man to walk it, I figure. Detective Reiser: then you must have got there about 8:15, so an hour and 15 minutes, they're saying. Must have got there about 8:15, Mr. Osborne. I saw from a weather report that sunset was 8:25 p.m. last night. Question: what did you do after you got there? Answer: oh, I had admirable luck. Admirable. Just as the sun was sinking, the flight of teal appeared. I managed to photograph them with excellent results. Soon afterwards, it started to rain very heavily. I tried to shelter, but I got quite wet. When the rain was over, I returned the way I came, only branching off at the village, where I looked in at Danny's for a spot of whiskey. As you know, poor Ferdinand did not drink himself, and as his guest, I never kept liquor in the house. I was wet and cold and needed something to pick me up. I stayed at Danny's, chatting for some time, and returned to this house shortly, I believe, after 11. So he claims he went photographing the birds right at the time of the murder. And he got soaked and went for a drink. So if he did the murder, everything... But where is Danny's? Let's see if our detective follows up on this. I had used the last frame of my contact strip at Danny's. As soon as I arrived back here, I spoke a few words to Beatrice, who was worried about Ferdinand. Then I went to my darkroom and developed my film. Then Beatrice and I sat together downstairs until very late, hoping that Ferdinand would come in. Question: did you pass anyone or notice anyone either going to the hill or returning from it, Mr. Osborne? Trying to catch an alibi witness. Answer: oh, not so far as I can recall, Bill. It's a lonely footpath. I doubt whether anyone, barring myself, makes use of it in these days of automobiles. At Danny's place, of course, they may remember me. He gave a little shrug. But for earlier in the evening, I'm afraid I have no alibi whatsoever. For I presume that is what you are investigating now, is it not? Yeah, that's it, Mr. Osborne. You say you took this photograph of the ducks at sunset. Answer: I did. Just as the sun was sinking over the horizon. It is a picture I've been hoping to get for weeks. And you developed the contact strip. I suppose you haven't made a print of it yet? As a matter of fact, I have. I ran through a print of the whole strip early this morning, as soon as the negative was dry. It was impossible to sleep, and I had to have something to occupy my mind. Detective Heisner: I asked Mr. Osborne for the roll of negative and a strip of print. When he did so, I asked if I could keep the prints. Mr. Osborne gave me his permission. Then remembering about the handwriting. Okay, so here's the strip. What have we got? So there's a photograph of someone, some couple. Does that look like Miss Derrick? No, that looks like Beatrice. Beatrice and who? I believe this is the wife, Beatrice. I don't know who she's standing with, but that says 34. So that's photograph 34. And then the next thing he gets is that must be prize day, probably. This is just a mother and son at graduation day. And then the next photograph is the birds that he finally got at sunset. And then the next photograph is him at the bar. Let's see what this bar photograph looks like. They're just hanging out, drinking at the bar. These are probably just local friends. So this would seem to suggest, if we're right that this is from graduation day, then he couldn't have taken this like the previous week. So I think this is a pretty strong alibi. Based on this being taken at prize day, he couldn't have faked this photograph taking this days earlier. I think this is pretty convincing that this would have to have been sandwiched in this night. And these people could be alibied too. Anna says, what's it called, an alibi? Feels like he's trying too hard to sound innocent. Yeah, maybe. But I think that series of photographs is pretty convincing to me. Okay, we ask if we can keep the prints. He says, sure. Then our cop remembers the handwriting. He asks Mr. Osborne if he would inscribe suitably the picture of self we had taken in the dark room for Miss Prout, knowing she would be very pleased to have it, and it would give us a specimen of his handwriting. I then told him we would make a thorough checkup to see if someone had seen him up there on that hill last night. So here's a friend of one of Mr. Osborne who's very cleverly taken three. He's found a way to get 3 pieces of his assignment. He's got his handwriting. He's tested him for gum, all while acting as his friend without letting on that he was collecting this information. So there's a good cop. He's friends with this guy, but he's still doing his job, getting this secret stuff from him. Handwriting, gum. Kind of sneaky, but that's what you want him to do. Okay. All right. I think it's time for another little break. So we've been recorded for 6 hours, 42 minutes, but John says, I don't think the picture's a strong alibi. Okay, let me listen to this. John says, I don't think the picture's a strong alibi. Didn't the book cover say you could set up independent shots while not present? You could ring the camera to go off while not there and then pick it up, then go to a bar. Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point. And he did say he was using his miniature camera. So that is the kind of camera you could put up. But I'll give you a counterpoint to that, Jonathan. You ready for the counterpoint? Here's the counterpoint. He captured those birds that have been so elusive. That's a hard shot to capture. And the film strip only took 1 photo. Right? So look what he would have had to do. It's on a strip of negatives. These aren't like, he's not showing us digital shots. This is 1 strip of negatives. He's got 1 shot that I think was graduation day, and then a single shot at sunset with the birds. That means, for your theory of him to do this automatically, he would have gone to graduation with this camera, then snuck up on the hill, walked up there for an hour and a half, placed his camera, set it to go off at sunset, and capture those birds, taking a single shot, and then go get it so that he can take it here. The problem is that, like, so if you were right about your theory that this is his alibi taken with an automatic camera, it means he was present at graduation, took this photo, then went up on the hill, walked for an hour and a half up on the hill, placed his camera to take an automatic shot at exactly sunset, got so lucky that it captured the birds. Then, after the murder, went back up there, an hour and a half away, took his camera down, which took one shot, then went to the bar and he took his own shots at that point. That just seems implausible to me. It's not like he can have it going off click, 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 click. It's just the one shot in the same roll of film that he takes the shot earlier in the day in person at the graduation and then takes a shot later at night at the bar. And these places are far away. Let me remind you. He doesn't have a car, so every place he goes, he has to walk. Right? And here's our map. Here's the scene of the murders, right? And here's Locks Mills, is 9 miles. It's a long walk. There's Dr. Fenton's house where he lives. So he'd have to walk an hour and a half to plant his camera, then come back, do the murder, come back, get his camera, and go to the bar. I just don't see it. Time for another break. So we are past the halfway point. I think this might be a good place to stop. I'm looking at this next report and it says what the hell on it. So I think it's an interesting place. It's an interesting place to shoot. An interesting place to stop. So rather than take a break, what we're going to do is we're going to stop here. We're at the halfway point. We're well past the halfway point. So we're going to stop here. 5:46 a.m. We're going to skip Saturday. We're going to meet up again on Sunday. You guys have 48 hours to chew on this, or however long, not 48 hours. You've got whatever it is, 30 hours to chew on this. We'll meet back again Sunday at 11 p.m. to finish this case. So you have some extra time to chew on it. I see the chat is just going. You guys can't help yourselves. You're still chewing on theories. Anna says maybe he just wanted a shot at sunset for an alibi, and he would have said, I didn't catch the birds, but it was beautiful. So you're just saying he set up the automatic shot, and if it didn't catch the birds, so be it. Maybe. I guess you could say that. He was just going to use a photograph as his alibi, and then after he developed it and saw the bird, he made up the story about wanting the birds. But boy, that is a long way to travel. Also, I haven't heard you guys explain how he's embezzling money. What does he do? He doesn't work at that school, does he? How is he embezzling money from it? I don't get that. I don't get your theory about how he's embezzling money from the school. Okay, he's borrowing money. He's broke. Doesn't seem like he's embezzling. Anna says, okay, let's stop. I can't make it on Sunday, but good luck to you. I'll watch it afterwards. Oh, that's a shame that Anna can't make it. I wish you had said that before I confirmed my Saturday plans. But, okay, so be it. too late. It's done. It's settled. I'll see you guys on Sunday at 11 p.m. Without Anna, we're sort of we're running at a disadvantage. But we'll see what we can do. We've got Senshai, we've still got Ntina, and we've got Jonathan. I think we may be able to pull it off. All right. I'll see you on Sunday. We'll meet first at 3 p.m. for anyone who wants to do the Murders by Mail Turn 4 case, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll finish this off at night. It's been a pleasure. It's such a different feel from the document dump cold case games, because we're hearing so much of the actual detectives. So quite a different feel, quite special. I'll see you guys. Are you okay? Well, you guys will tell me. It's probably too late to change my Saturday plans. All right. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you on Sunday. Good night. Good luck with your brainstorming. If you want to come up with your theories before tomorrow, you can post them. I'll see you next time.